If our board members is having some technical difficulties, um, I will log on as soon as that is addressed. Good morning. We are on the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the district's central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant,
Silas Grant, present.
Mr. David Meadows,
Good morning, Chairman. Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
The board has 4 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 3 cases on our morning calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case today, it is a summary action matter. This is case number 24 ULC 00056, District Cure Dispensary. Good morning, Ms. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Morning all. Kamal Nawash, your access has been elevated. Christopher Southcott, your access has been elevated. Jose John Baptiste, your access has been elevated. Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. I'm asking everyone to be on camera Ms. Nawash, can you turn your camera on, please, ma'am? Mr. Oriana, Ms. Nawash is saying that she's unable to turn her camera. So are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
I'm sorry. Yes, I can hear you, sir. I can't see you, though.
Yeah, I don't see any icon that allows me to turn on the camera.
There is a...
Do you see start video?
Do I see what? I'm sorry. Start video? Not on the, would it be under my name? Or I see, would it be on the box where my name is?
Are you joined through the web browser?
I put the link that you sent me. I did that. And that's really it. I mean, I see a box with my name on it, but I don't see any option where I can, a video. Unless,
You may want to try to log out, log back in, potentially.
okay. All right. Log out. How do we log out of this?
All right, good morning, sir. I can now see you. Good morning, everyone. Let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with the government.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson, board members. My name is John Baptiste. I'm Assistant Attorney General here on behalf of the district.
Good morning, Mr. John Baptiste.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Chris Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General, also representing the district.
Good morning, Mr. South. Let me ask again, Mr. Jean Baptiste. Can you please spell your name for the record, sir?
First name is spelled Jose, last name JEAN-BAPTISTE.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Southcott.
My name is spelled CHRIS, last name SOUTHCOTT.
Mr. Nawash, please identify yourself and spell and state your name for the record, sir.
Kamal Nawash. I'm here on behalf of District Cure Dispensary. My first name is Kamal, and my last name is Nawash.
So, Mr. Nawash, who is your client, and is your client planning to be here today, sir?
Hi, my name is Abel Gabre.
Can you
District Cure Dispensary.
Can you spell your name, sir?
ABELGEBRE.
Good morning, sir.
Let's see if you can pull closer where we can both be on the camera. Yeah, pull closer to me. No, it's all right.
All right. Mr. John Baptiste, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. The district would like to bring up the untimely hearing request. The government would like to move the board to not go forward with the hearing due to the establishment's untimely hearing requests under DC Code 7-1671.08 G4, which states the owner of the unlicensed establishment shall have 5 business days after service of the notice of summary closure to request a hearing with the ABC board, which shall hold a hearing within 5 business days of a timely request. In this case, summary closure occurred on January 16th, 2025. 5 business days after that is January 23rd, 2025. ABCA received the hearing request on January 27, 2025, making the request untimely, and there is no provision allowing a hearing for an untimely request.
Mr. Nawash, do you have a response, sir? You need to unmute yourself, sir, please.
Yana, I filed this case on the same day that I received it. It appears there was another lawyer in the case who, for some reason, could not proceed. I think it turned out maybe he wasn't licensed or so on, and he couldn't proceed. So the day he came to me, I filed it on the very same day.
So how did how did you Mr. Abel, that's his name, or well, Mr. Nawash, how did your client receive service?
He said he received it by email.
Yes.
He did not receive personal service in this case. He only received an email, according to him.
Okay.
And even with that, he said he found it in his spam documents. Was it on the same day, or was it like 2 or 3 days?
2-3 days difference. Like
Was
2-3 days.
He said he received it 2-3 days after it was sent, because it was in his spam folder.
And Mr. Jean Baptiste, so what does shall mean? I mean, what's the legal interpretation of shall?
Shall is a binding term in regards to the board having to have withhold a hearing 5 days after a hearing request, a timely hearing request is made. It doesn't say that they may hold a hearing after, days after a hearing request was supposed to be sent over to the board. However, in this case, it says, like as I stated, it says that they must have sent the hearing request within the time frame that is allowed in the statute.
And the regulation that you um, quoted said shall, and that's why I'm asking you. And I don't. I'm just asking questions. So okay, I'm not. I'm just asking questions to say what is the legal definition of shall? Is shall that it must occur, or is shall that it may? I'm trying to get some guidance from, since the government made the motion, what is the legal definition of shall? And
Yeah, so
yes.
it's what you quoted the prior Mr. Chairperson, is that it must occur if a timely request is made. And I also want to add that Supervisory Investigator Peru says that he called him the day of, and he said that he was coming and never came during the closure. I just want to add that on the record.
I'm sorry, what do you, I explain that to me so I don't understand.
Supervisory Investigator Peru did contact the owner in the day of the closure, which was January 16th, 2025, and the owner stated that he was on his way to come, and he never came during that day. And I believe they were there for several hours.
Mr. Anderson, if I may, when you get
Yes,
a chance.
Yes, Mr. Nawash.
So I was just looking at the dates. I mean, I know in regular litigation cases in DC, you have to personally serve an individual under limited circumstances with an order from a judge. You can send it otherwise, like maybe posting or by email and so on. But in this case, I think it would be considered timely. I mean, if they sent it by email, and I haven't heard anything from Mr. Baptiste that they attempted to serve him personally or that they served him personally. I mean, he said he found it in his email and in his spam folder 3 days later, which would make it really timely. I mean, he just put on the record that supposedly Mr. Peru called him, but I don't know if that's true or not. I never heard that before, but nevertheless, it seems to me in such a drastic action like taking away someone's property right, which is the license, to do that by just a simple email. It just seems to me that something this important, you should at least attempt to send it to him in writing by mail to make sure he gets it. I mean, for example, and the reason this is a particular issue for me, I've had the same email for like 23 years, and most of my emails, when I send them to people, go to spam. And everything I did to try to correct that, I couldn't. It's just it's an old email, and so it's just a common thing. And to say that I just sent it for an email to try to deny him of a hearing on something that's so important that he spent all his life savings on, because the Mr. Baptiste sent him an email and didn't send him anything in writing. It just seems to me that would be incredibly unfair and hurtful to do something like that.
Hi, Mr. Nawash. Mr. Baptiste, if we were to accept the government's position, what's the next step? I mean, padlock forever? I mean, this is a closure, and there would have to be some remediation. So I'm just asking, if we were to accept your position and not have the hearing today, what is it does this business remain closed forever, or would there have to be some mechanism to allow the individual to operate?
Mr. Chairperson, I want to also, I will answer your question, but I want to also add that they also received notice when the supervisor investigator Peru delivered it to an employee present at the time of closure. So the argument that there was no notice given, I believe it's fatal, because the employee did receive the notice when the closure occurred on the 16th. And also the government is here today asking to uphold summary suspension and summary revocation of District Cure's license.
Which employee is that?
Do me a favor,
sorry.
we have a court reporter, Mr. Nawash, so that's when I need to make sure that everyone identifies themselves when they speak. So if I called you, then at least the court reporter will know who's speaking. Okay, so you can ask me your question, Mr. Nawash.
Yeah, we received nothing from any employee, and we have 5 employees, and so I wonder, which employee did you give it to? The only thing we received is what I said I represented here, which is an email. Which employee did you send it to?
Let Mr. Jean Baptiste, you're making some allegations regarding Mr. Peru. Maybe we can call Mr. Peru to provide some background. This is a novel area. Cannabis is actually new for us in the sense of having these closures. So we have not had this issue before. So this is a novel area for the board. So I would, if you're able to have some testimony by Mr. Peru on this issue, and then the board for the board's consideration for us to figure out whether or not we can grant this motion or take it on an advisement or deny it, because I'm not sure. So is that is that a route the government can take? We can have some testimony by Mr. Peru on service, or we just leave it to argument.
Mr. Chairperson, we can call Supervisor Investigator Peru to establish the notice of being delivered and to which employee, if that is what the board would like. And as far as for next steps, Mr. Chairperson, if you want me to answer that.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so as far as for next steps, if you do uphold our motion, the board writes an order upholding the summary revocation and summary closure, and the board in its order identifies the condition under which the establishment can reopen. The landlord can get back into the business, can get back into the establishment. However, the business would remain closed in perpetuity.
All right. Hold on, please. So let's have some let's have testimony. I need to look at the let's have some testimony on the service issue. I need to have and I do have the law regarding service. So let's take some testimony regarding the service issue. All right. And so why don't we call Mr. Peru and Mr. Peru, can you raise your can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Jean-Baptiste, this inquiry is basically on service. So you're not, if we decide to move forward, you're not precluded from calling Mr. Peru during regular order, okay? All right, sir.
Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, would you like me to continue move forward with asking investigator?
Yes. Yes, sir. That's why I swore him in. So it's your witness on this, and I apologize. And then Mr. Nawash, you'll have an opportunity to cross-examine him, and the board will have opportunities to. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Investigator Peru. Can you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, JASON PERU.
Thank you. Investigator Peru, is it okay if I call you Investigator Peru instead of supervisory? It's a mouthful.
That's fine.
Thank you. So Investigator Peru, on what are you aware of a establishment named District Cure Dispensary?
I am.
Thank you. And in regards to District Cure Dispensary, in respect to our proceeding today, the summary closure and summary revocation, did you conduct a closure operation on District Cure?
I did.
Okay, and on what date did you conduct that operation?
Believe it was January 16th, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to go back to records. There's been a lot of closures since then. I think it was January 16th, though.
Thank you. That was the date. And Investigator Peru, on January 16th, can you describe to the board briefly what took place and that led up to the closure?
You want me to describe the events that led to the closure or the closure itself and what happened while we were there inside?
I would like for you to describe in respect to if you had a conversation with the owner.
Yes. Okay. So upon once MPD and myself entered the premises, there were employees inside. Some were customers. And then there was one individual identified himself as the manager. He didn't have his ID on him, but he said he was, he had his I believe it was Ephraim Ashami, but once again he didn't have his ID with him, but he described himself as the manager working, and he had the keys to the downstairs, the actual dispensary located in the basement level. He had the buzzer control, which is access control, mag locks for downstairs, and the key to get in from downstairs, from the actual dispensary, because he told me he worked in the dispensary and upstairs. Now, mind you, I called the owner several times. He didn't pick up my phone call, but he picked up the phone call of the employees when he called from his phone. The employee gave me the phone, and I spoke to the owner, who I've met multiple times because they do have a license for downstairs. And he told me he was about 20-30 minutes away. We were there for over 4 hours with the MPD. And the reason why we were there for so long was because there was an amendment made to the warrant based on the second floor of the premises just to make sure that we were doing things properly. With that being said, the owner never showed up, and I tried calling him. He never answered my calls after that. So when I spoke with him, I advised him like I do, like I do most, that uh, my previous visits and our past conversations when I was there, and he was operating the unlicensed second floor, and I reminded him of that, and told him that we were there to do the closure. And I gave a copy of that notice, obviously, to his employee. I told him to take pictures of it and to send it to his the owner. And then once the property was secured, the employee actually, I made sure he went back downstairs because he, like I said, I know he had access because he let me back into the dispensary to make sure the dispensary product per statute that all the legal cannabis downstairs was secured back into the vault before we left that night. And that was my last conversations.
Thank you, Investigator Peru. And so I just want to be clear for the record. You stated that you served the notice to the employee from Ashami or Shane?
Correct. The employee that was working as the manager, he was read the notice, provided a copy of the notice, as well as verbally over the phone. I told the owner what was occurring.
Thank you. And in your line of work or your experience, do you believe that that notice was sufficiently served on District Cure Dispensary?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Investigator Peru. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Nawash, do you have any questions of the investigator? You need to unmute yourself, sir.
Yes, I mean, it seems like Mr. Peru actually talked about substance more than it was the service. I thought that's what he was going to be asked about. But what I've heard is him say is that he spoke to some manager who is unknown. He doesn't have a...
Mr. Nawash, this is not arguments. This is you
No.
asking questions of
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Peru.
I apologize.
All right. You can make arguments later on, but now you're asking questions of
that's
Mr.
right.
Peru.
You said
right.
you said you were there on January 16, correct, sir, Mr. Peru?
Yes, the day of the closure. Yes, sir.
Yes, and you said you talked to a manager who was an unknown manager. He didn't have his ID on him, correct?
Correct. He did not.
And you say you think it may have been someone called Ashami,
I believe that's the way he identified himself as. Correct.
but you're not really sure, right?
Sure, he didn't give me his ID, so I couldn't for certain tell you. But based on ABCA records, because he was an employee of the licensed area of the business, that he had to be registered with ABCA. So upon return, I looked up the managers that were on file for District Cure Dispensary, and that's the persons that I believe was there. And like I said, he claimed he had no ID. So, and per statute, you're required to even working in dispensary to have your ABCA license on your persons. But he was working upstairs. He was working both. He was working. He had control over the second floor and access to the dispensary downstairs.
But
That's what. So.
So you said I believe. You used the words I believe. This is his identity. That you said I believe that this was the manager, and you said when you went to your office, you said I believe. I mean, when I hear I believe, so there's a certain level of guessing here. Or is that correct, sir?
Well, number one, I've met him before. When the owner was there, Abel and I have had multiple conversations. So there's that. Secondly, if a person in a dispensary or any business identifies himself as the manager and then shows that they're the sole person there, has access and control of the building and premises, that leads me to believe that they are an employee at least, and at best take their word for the fact that they are a manager because they were given access control to over $50,000 worth of product that is in the dispensary downstairs, and access controlled over the second floor, which was selling illegal product.
Do you have the spelling of his name, sir? You said you went to the office and checked your records. Do you have the spelling of his name?
I can look for that for you.
I mean,
if-
you said, is he listed as a manager on your records?
Correct. Correct.
What's his name? Full name?
Mr. Peru, do you have an answer or are you
Yeah,
looking?
no, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. I have to look this up. I don't have this in front of me. I mean, Fram Ashami was what I wrote. The correct spelling of his name, and the record, what the record lists his name as. I would have to look, research that to get that information, sir.
But I mean, you knew we had a hearing today, and you said that, I mean, where you're trying to take my client's license, that's a major thing that you're doing here. And I mean, you're speaking as if it's for sure someone named Afram. We don't have a manager by the name you're given, and that's why I'm wondering, do your records indicate that there is a manager by that name? And if your records do indicate that, give me the spelling of his name so I can check it with our employees.
I believe that Mr. Peru, he does not have that information available. So let's move on from there.
I'll move on. I'll move on. And you said also you met the owner, and you said a person that you believe was the owner. You didn't give a name to the owner. I mean, did you go back and see who's the owner's name and in your records?
The gentleman sitting behind you, who you represented as the owner, that's the individual who I shook his hand and we've had multiple conversations. He knows who I am. I know who he is.
But that's not what you testified earlier. Okay. So you're saying you gave the purpose of this question, sir, is just to determine how you served process. Did you mail this first class mail or by process server or by anything? Did you mail this notice of summary revocation to summary action to the dispensary?
The records division did.
You sent it in the mail?
All notifications are sent via email and via certified mail out to
Okay.
the addresses on file.
Do you have the return receipt for certified mail?
I don't have that personally on my persons at the moment, sir.
And who did you send that certified mail to?
I did not send it myself. Like I stated, record sent that.
Do you know when they sent it and whether it was received?
I don't have any of that information on hand, sir.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions for him. I really believe.
Hold on, Mitt. We're still in the question, so I'm going to give an opportunity for the arguments to be. So just hold on. So the board has an opportunity to ask questions. So I'm going to ask some questions, and once the board asks questions, then the parties will have an opportunity to ask further questions. And I guess Mr. Peru, Mr. Peru, who did you leave the notice with, sir? Describe the individual that you left the notice with.
A African American male adult who identified himself as the manager of the business, who I've seen working at the business previously, and who had access to and had control of the building and had keys to both levels.
Now, you said you had seen working at the building before. Explain that. What do you mean you have seen working at the building?
I've been to this location before. I've been to during my past inspections of the facility getting licensed. I've been there, and then on my visit, the day that I met the owner, who's sitting behind his attorney, I went up there and to the second floor where the illegal activity was taking place, and the worker was working that same day as well. So, you know, I shook his hand. I shook the owner's hand. He was excited to show me his renovations of the space, and we did a walkthrough of the space, showing me what he had done to the second and third floor. And that's when at that point in time, I notified him and told him, asked him what he was doing and why he was operating the second floor when he had the dispensary license downstairs. And I don't want to get into the report, Mr. Chair, if unless you like me to, but
No,
that was my conversation.
it's not about the report. It's about all I care about at this juncture is the person who you met.
I gotcha.
That's what it's about. Yeah.
I gotcha. And unfortunately, he didn't have his identification, so that's where we're at a front. But I do know with my experience and with these closures that if a person has the keys to the facility and access to the spaces, that they are given some kind of control and they are an employee of the business. Therefore, leaving notification with them in person is common, whether it's a cease and desist order or any other order, that happens. And in this case, the owner, uh, who is once again on camera, was notified over the phone by myself about the actions being taken. So that's all I have, sir.
Mr. Nawash, you'll get an opportunity to
Oh
ask
no, I'm
questions.
sorry. I hit that button. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay, all right. But you still
But I
get
do
an
want to
opportunity.
follow up. Yeah.
No, you're going to get an opportunity to ask
Okay.
questions, so don't worry about that. Um, Mr. Peru, you said that he has the keys and he has access. Explain that in detail. What do you mean he has the keys and he has access, sir?
So, right, this is a unique case because they have a license for a medical cannabis retail license for the basement, right? The lower level basement. It's tricky how it looks, but it's the lower level. That's been a approved license, issued, purchased licensed legal product, and that's where their dispensary is located. The second and third floors was previously vacant, and in fact there were after hour alcohol parties being held there. And early on, through my multiple walkthroughs, helping them with construction and giving them consultation and advice to make the facility available per statute, they had mentioned talked about I had talked about what's happening upstairs, and they were excited when they obtained the lease for the second and third floor. So the second and third floor is the now where they decided to continue to operate unlicensed on the second and third floor after receiving his medical license for the basement. The individual that was working the day of the closure and the warrant executed by MPD was on the second floor. He had a camera set up and an iPad set up to watch the door of the downstairs of the actual dispensary. And then after having conversations, we were there, like I said, for a long time. I was concerned that making sure downstairs was secured, and he said it was not, that the product was still out on the shelves. So I went with him downstairs, and he had the access control buzzer and the keys to the dispensary, which is the legal dispensary, which only limited access for employees that are registered with ABCA could have. So that employee, this person, obviously was someone of a responsible party, and had the ability to control the licensed dispensary, as a trusted party, and was operating the second floor as well at the same time. So for those reasons, sir, I believe that he was a suitable person to leave a notice with.
Oh, thank you. Are there any other questions by any other board member? Okay, Mr. Nawash, any questions of the witness based on the questions I asked, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Did you, Mr. Peru, sir, did you talk to the landlord to ask about the businesses located in his building?
The landlord received notice and contacted me.
Okay. Did you ask him about the names of the businesses in the building?
I'm kind of confused about your question. The landlord,
Okay.
the
Okay,
landlord
let me
advised me.
rephrase it. let me rephrase it. Do you know, are you saying, is it your statement here today that you're saying that the business that my client owns, which is on the basement level, and the businesses on the second and third floor, or first and third and second floor, are you saying they're all the same corporation, the same business?
I didn't say any of that. What I'm saying is that Mr. Gabray,
I object.
What's the nature of your objection, sir?
The relevance. This is beyond the scope of questioning. We're at this moment discussing notice.
And that's the question that's well,
That's not.
I'm going to overrule the objection. I think what Mr. Peru, yeah, I'm going to overrule the objection at this juncture. You can ask the question. You can answer the question, Mr. Peru, if you can.
yeah, I didn't mention anything about LLCs or anything else. What I'm saying is the individual, sir, sitting behind you, Mr. Gabray, we had a conversation. He toured me through the space, showed me what he renovated, and I know that he is the true and actual owner of the medical retail license, and then told me and showed me that he had taken on the second and third floor, was renovating the second floor to possibly move the dispensary there, and possibly the third floor to open up a safety treatment facility, which is on premise for a dispensary. So that's what he presented to me, and that's the knowledge that I have of the situation.
You're not mentioning, Tom, are you referring to the date that y'all went there to close the store, or are you talking about some other time?
No, I'm referring to the time in my report, listed in my report, citing my conversations and interactions with the owner.
Oh, no, okay, but I want to clear, when you're talking about you talked to the owner and all that, because I don't see that anywhere. Are you talking about the same day, which is, let me see, what day did y'all go there? What day did they, January 15? Are you talking about January 15? Or are you talking about some other timeline?
I believe it's January 16th is the date that's in the
16.
record,
What-
sir.
You're saying you talked to the owner and all this stuff, because earlier you told us you called the owner and he said he wasn't there and he never showed up. Now you're telling us you talked to the owner and you had all these conversations with him. So are we talking about different days here?
Sir, yes, I am. I'm the day
Okay.
the day of the closure, I stated on record that I spoke to him on the phone. He said he was coming. He never showed up. After 4.5 hours, he never came. I even texted him. I looked through my phone just as we're speaking because all these questions are coming up about. I texted him at 3:36 on that PM on that day and said, "Call me, please," and he never responded because we waited there for him to come.
Did you see the lease for the dispensary?
All right, Mr. Nawash, I think we're going.
Well, Jan, if I may, I mean, what I'm hearing from Mr. Peru is he's saying there are multiple businesses here.
But-
He's talking as if it's one business, and I'm wondering if he saw the lease.
No, I think the issue, and I think you're moving away from the issue. The issue is that he's trying to identify the person who he left the notice with. This is where all of this came about. And
Yeah.
so one of what he had stated, I don't know, I think it's not relevant at this juncture what lease we had for the second floor, third floor, or basement. What all the witnesses testifying to is that the individual that he left the document with,
Fair
that
enough.
person was on the second floor, and that person also had access to the medical dispensary on the basement. I think that's all that. So that is that. So that's just to answer a question, sir. I don't think that asking about the lease. I just think it's not relevant at this juncture. I think he was just identifying who the person is who he left the document with.
Well, he also said that, Jan, in all fairness to me, someone's got to be fair to me. In all fairness to me, that he said, you know, he was upstairs. My client said that he leased this place, he owned this place. So he opened the door for me to say that. And I'm wondering, because I know it's not true. That's why I wanted to try
No,
to
but
get
that's
into
not.
it.
But I'm saying though that is not that portion of it isn't
I agree
relevant.
with you, Yana.
All
I
we're
agree with
talking
you.
all we're talking about right now is the person. So you'll have if we do move forward with this hearing, Mr. Peru will be called as a witness to testify, and you will have an opportunity
Okay,
to cross-examine him on all these other issues. The only issue right now is it's service. Okay.
okay.
All right. Do you have any other questions on service, sir?
No, yeah, I know.
And you'd have to call me Mr. Your Honor, Mr. Chairperson is fine. Okay, but I do enjoy that title. All right, all right, thank you, sir. But Mr. Jean Baptiste, any redirect of the witness? You're on mute, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, briefly. I just want you to clarify, Investigator Peru. So you stated that you know that this person or the employee, the individual that you came in contact with, and you're stating is an employee, you know that they're an employee because you've been in contact with them many times, and is that correct? Or
Because
you've
I've
seen
seen
him
him.
many times working?
Well, because I've seen him working, yes, and he verbally stated he was, and he had control of the premises.
And were you at any time when you visited District Cure, was the owner and that individual there together?
On the day that I referred to, that I went in there and discovered the unlicensed operation, and he gave me a tour.
I don't think the question
All right,
here
I have
is
no further
answered.
questions.
I don't think you have answered the question, Mr. Peru. Maybe the attorney needs to ask the question again.
Yes, so I stated whether or not you seen the employee and the owner at District Cure at any moment in time together.
Yes, on the second floor. Yes.
And this same employee, you stated that this same employee had the manager or the owner's telephone number and contacted him.
He did. When the owner wouldn't pick up my phone calls, I had him call him, and he picked up.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. All right.
Can I put my witness on the same issue?
No, sir, not on.
Okay.
I don't that big. No, sir. We don't need to do that. Just give me 1 minute, please. Okay. We're off the record for 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Give me, please. Okay, we're back in the record. The board is going to go into executive session to discuss the legal issues that were raised and to make a determination. I mean, just to discuss with our lawyers. So, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 ULC 00056, District Cure Dispensary, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The motion has passed. And I give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceeding to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. I'll ask that all the parties can stay. I'll ask all the board members log off and return to executive session, and we will be back. Thank you. We are back in the record. All right. The board went into executive session to discuss with our lawyer the legal issue that was raised. The issue it's whether or not the government had made a motion to deny for the petitioner not to move forward because they did not comply with the statute to file a contest this matter within 5 days. There were concerns regarding service. We believe it's the board's position that pursuant to regarding service 9707.5, that it says service upon a party shall be completed upon any of the following acts: personal service, or leaving the paper at the licensed premises with the owner, manager, or other employee of the establishment. And I think that B was met in the sense that the service was left with an individual that based on previous interactions, that Mr. Peru believed was an employee. So I believe that service was proper. The owner has also testified that he did find the notice in his spam, so therefore he did not contest the service. And also, there was also testimony that the initial attorney who the owner had retained could not effectively represent him in this matter. So the owner went and the owner went and retained the service of another attorney, and who promptly filed this complaint. The board, however, is not of the opinion that the failure to file this complaint within 5 days should prevent us from moving forward with a hearing on the merits of this case. And so for that, I make a motion that we deny the motion and allow this matter to move forward on the merits. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. And so therefore, we're denying the motion. And so we'll move forward with this matter on the merits. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Does the government wants to make an opening statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson.
Okay.
Good morning, board members. We're here today in a summary action matter concerning District Cure Dispensary, a licensed medical cannabis dispensary located at 2626 Georgia Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. Despite being granted a medical cannabis dispensary medical cannabis license on June 14th, 2024, the evidence would show that District Cure Dispensary continued to operate as an unlicensed cannabis retailer on the second floor of the premises. The district's evidence would show that the establishment ignored district regulations, sold unlicensed cannabis, and posed an imminent threat to public's health and safety. The evidence would show that the establishment had a licensed operation and then expanded its sales to include unlicensed cannabis. The establishment's owner explicitly told Supervisory Investigator Peru that the reason he was expanding to unlicensed operations was because sales of licensed products were low, which is a fact later confirmed by Supervisory Investigator Peru, who reviewed the establishment's licensed sale records and confirmed that they were not substantial. You will hear that on December 16th, 2024, ABCA Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru conducted an inspection of the establishment and observed unlicensed cannabis and cannabis products for sale on the second floor of the premises. These products were unlabeled, lacking the necessary district compliance information. The evidence will show that on January 8th, 2025, a Metropolitan Police Department undercover officer conducted a controlled buy on the second floor of the establishment, purchasing cannabis flower for $50. Field tests conducted by MPD confirmed the presence of THC in the cannabis flower. At the conclusion of this hearing, we will ask the board to uphold the summary closure of the unlicensed operation and summary revocation of District Cure Dispensary's license based on substantial evidence showing the establishment sold unlicensed and unlabeled cannabis products, violating district laws and regulations, admitted to knowingly engaging in these unlawful activities, poses an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public. The evidence will also show that the witness testimony presented today will make it clear that District Cure's operations blatantly disregarded district law and endangered the community. I also want the board to note that how the stories have also changed here this morning. First, it was that they had no idea about the notice or the hearing until, or the closure, until the owner checked his email days later. But then we hear from Supervisory Investigator Peru, who testified that he spoke with him on the phone and also delivered it to an employee of the establishment. And we also want to note that personal service to an employee is sufficient, as you noted earlier, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nawash, do you wish to make an opening now, or do you want to defer until you present
Yes,
your
Your
case?
Honor. Yes, Your Honor. And you have to forgive me. I'm so used to saying Your Honor, you're gonna have to deal with the problem.
That is fine, sir. I'm not. Go ahead.
Okay. The evidence will show you, Your Honor, that my client only owns one business, and that's on a lower level of is it 50 Florida Avenue? 2626 Georgia Avenue. That this is a building with 3 stories, that he only has one of the floors, that in the above buildings there are different businesses incorporated differently in the city with different owners. The record will show that we discussed this matter with the landlord, retrieved the leases and other documents for the above businesses. These are completely unrelated to my client, and the evidence will show that it appears that Mr. Peru may have been confused in this case, in a sense that my client has been, for the last few months, negotiating to lease the above floors. Not that they have a lease, to lease the above floors, negotiating with the landlord because according to the landlord, the businesses upstairs were going out of business, and the landlord approached my client about leasing those spaces. It never happened yet. They're still negotiating. They're still waiting for the other business to go out of business. I think this is more of confusion than anything else, and the record will show that everything that Officer Peru said is really, if you listen to the words that he used in his testimony, and he always prefaced every statement with "I believe," "I think." He wasn't sure of anything that he said to us here, and he didn't have the necessary document, didn't have the name of the person who he supposedly gave the papers to. I think he jumped the gun in this case, as the evidence will show. Assumed that my client owned the business above. I mean, and we couldn't. One thing we all agree on, the record will show, that my client was not there, that he didn't deal with the actual owner. He dealt with an unknown person, according to what's written in in the summary revocation that he dealt with some person who's unidentified, and this is and the evidence will show that based on this unclear conclusions as to what happened on that day, the government cannot meet its burden to show that my client did anything wrong. And certainly the documentary evidence that I retrieved from the landlord would clearly show these are completely different businesses. And I'll wait for the testimony of my client to clarify it more.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jean-Baptiste, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. At this moment, the government would like to call Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru.
Mr. Peru, you're still under oath, so I don't need to swear you in again. So go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Investigator Peru, could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, JASONPERU.
Thank you. And where do you work?
At the District of Columbia Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, ABCA.
And thank you. What is your position at ABCA?
Supervisor Investigator in charge of cannabis enforcement.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator?
I conduct inspections and investigations at licensed and unlicensed establishments in the District of Columbia.
And how long have you been involved in cannabis enforcement?
Since October of 2020.
Thank you. And you mentioned licensed cannabis establishments. Did you also mention that your work also involve establishments that sell cannabis without a license?
Correct. Licensed and unlicensed locations, cannabis businesses.
Thank you for clarifying that. What is ABCA's process when it becomes aware of an establishment selling cannabis without a license?
Once I learn of a location or a complaint comes in, I'll then look into it, via typical Google searching, social medias accounts, and then decide if the location is in fact appears to be selling unlicensed cannabis products. I will then, depending on what the investigation entails, possibly do a joint inspection with multi-agency partners, or visit the location myself, depending on the circumstances.
Did you participate in an investigation of the establishment named District Cure Dispensary?
I did.
And did you create a case report for your investigation?
I did.
At this moment, Mr. Chairperson, I would ask the board to allow me to show Investigator Peru Exhibit 1.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Jean-Baptiste to share his screen?
Access has been granted.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to direct you to a document marked as Government Exhibit 1 for identification. And Mr. Chairperson, I want to acknowledge that Exhibit 1 is already entered into evidence as it is case report.
Yes, it's part of, as per the regulation, the case report is part of the agency's record, so it is in our records. Go ahead, thanks.
Please take a moment to review Exhibit 1, Investigator Peru.
Sir.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do. It's the case report that I drafted.
And why did you create this report?
Based on the investigation, when I determined that the licensed operator had moved unlicensed operation to the second floor of his business.
And when did you generate this report?
On or around after the undercover purchase was made by MPD and EU.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of the case report that you generated during your investigation of District Cure?
It is.
Investigator Prue, did you visit District Cure on December 16, 2024?
I did.
And prior to your visit of District Cure on December 16th, 2024, did you review the sales records of the licensed establishment?
I did.
And what did you find?
That the numbers were low and that there wasn't any recent orders that were placed.
When you visited District Cure on December 16, 2024, did you speak with the owner?
I did. He greeted me at the door. Well, let's be clear. The dispensary is downstairs. I went straight up to the second floor. And that's where the owner greeted me.
Okay, and what did the owner tell you in regards to the reason why, and let me scale back. When the owner greeted you, what happened after that?
Well, I entered when I arrived at the business, I saw the lights on the second floor. And the second floor also had wrapping window treatment that had the District Cure symbol showing, as an extension of the dispensary. So I walked up the stairs, the lights were on, and then the owner, obviously he knows who I am. He greeted me and shook my hand. He was, excited to show me around and the renovations that he had made, and what his and the work that he had done to the property.
Investigator Prue, what did the owner tell you in regards to the reason why the establishment was operating on the second floor?
Well, reference to the unlicensed activity, when I saw the product that was behind the display case and up on the shelves, he stated that it was the medical dispensary downstairs was slow because of other illegal shops around him, and that he wasn't making, as much money as he hoped from the dispensary. So the only way to pay the rent and, because he took on the other levels, was to sell unlicensed product.
And did the owner say anything about where the owner say anything about if the product that was on the second floor came from the licensed dispensary?
Well, of course, that was my concern and my question. And he said it was not. He just labeled it that way with a familiar, quote unquote, familiar names of known cannabis product.
And can you please describe to us, did the owner lead you down to the licensed establishment?
Yeah, the day of my visit, of course, I had a question about the dispensary downstairs and if it was still operating. But he gave me a tour of the second and third floors. The third floor he was renovating and working on ventilation to possibly do a safe treatment facility.
And what did you see on the first floor and also the second floor?
Well, the dispensary was fully operational and was stocked with legal product, thankfully. The dispensary, the downstairs was available for customers or patrons. He did have product. And then, but the second floor, in the quote unquote sales area of the second floor, there was a different product, which was unlicensed product, not obtained from a DC cultivator or manufacturer.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to ask the board's permission to show exhibits 2 through 6 to investigate approve.
You have that ability, sir, to share your screen.
Investigator Peru, can you please let us know how you can tell the difference between licensed and unlicensed product?
Well, can you have him identify the document that he's reading first, sir?
Yes, please. Investigator Peru, do you recognize this document?
That's the photo I took that day when I was with the owner.
And what is this document that I'm showing you currently?
That's the photo of the second floor of their retail area and the shelves that contained cannabis products. And you can see the jars filled with cannabis flower. And that's the jars that I asked the owner about when I saw the names, questioning that it wasn't from the dispensary downstairs. And he said, and his response was, no, just the names are familiar. So we just put those on there.
Okay. And can you explain the contents in Exhibit 3, please?
So another picture of different products. If you look at the shelf, I guess you see the jar on top, and then you look below, then you see other vape cartridges and product that is not from DC licensed dispensaries. The Backpack Boys, Gelato stands out in the picture. The Friendly Farms stands out in the picture. That's not product that currently is on the DC licensed market. So those products could not be sold in a licensed dispensary.
What am I currently showing you as Exhibit 4?
More unlicensed product. That's gummies that contain THC, also not allowed to be sold in a licensed DC dispensary.
And was this also taken on the second floor at District Cure?
Yep, that's another picture of the shelf, and that is mushrooms in that small jar. That's clear.
And are you able to see this document, Investigator Peru?
I am.
And what is this document? Or what is
I
this?
believe that is the I can't, it's hard to tell, but yeah, I think that's the undercover purchase that MPD made. I would have to reference the report to confirm Exhibit 6, but I believe that's the product that MPD purchased doing an undercover buy.
Thank you, Investigator Peru. And are these photos that I showed you a fair and accurate representation of what you observed at District Cure on December 16th, 2024?
Correct.
And Investigator Peru, I want to go back to my question that I asked earlier. How can you tell the difference between licensed and unlicensed product?
Well, there's a couple things. The licensed product in DC has to be packaged in a certain way, has to describe where it came from, the manufacturer or cultivator it came from, has certain language that it's required to have. It has to state that the THC content on the packaging that it's from, and the ultimate way is, like my report stated, the seed to sell system metrics is a system that we have access to, and that the licensed retailers and cultivators use to transfer product between one another, and that all the product and inventory must be recorded and kept on file, and therefore I can determine how much stock of a product they have, and also when the product was sold.
Investigator Peru, are there labeling requirements under district law?
Correct. Those are some of the requirements.
What are the labeling? Can you please describe to the board what the labeling requirements are?
The packaging can contain imaging that appeals to children. It must say that you have to keep out of reach of children. It contains cannabis, the contents of the percentages of the THC of the cannabis, or if it contains other things besides just THC, where it was manufactured and produced. Yeah, that's the basic of it.
When you visited District Cure on December 16, 2024, were the labeling requirements met at the licensed establishment?
The licensed establishment downstairs on the first floor only had licensed product from DC. Yes.
Were the labeling requirements met at the unlicensed establishment?
No. That use the pictures of the packaging that you showed.
When did the licensed establishment acquire its license?
You mean the issuance of District Cure's license?
That is correct. Yes.
I cannot recall the exact date. I just recall I was involved heavily. One of the his partner, contractor, employee. I did a lot of visits at that location to give them guidance on making sure the facility met the statute requirements. I cannot remember exactly when it was issued in hand. I'm not sure if my report reflects that or not. If we can reference my report for.
Yes, I will move on to a different question, Investigator Peru. Thank you. Investigator Peru, what is required for licensed establishments when they sell medical marijuana?
I'm not sure to understand the question, sir. I'm sorry.
So when licensed establishments sell to customers, I'm asking what are the requirements?
Oh,
Do they have to
so
follow it? Yeah.
you're required because DC only has a medical program, you're required to register the customers and DC's allowance is to self-certify if you don't have a current medical card, but you have to register and obtain a medical card and an IE number as a registered person before you're allowed to purchase cannabis.
And is that part of the checks that licensed establishment need to do for customers? Are there any checks that they have to do?
Yeah, I mean, if a customer walks into a dispensary, and they say they want to purchase cannabis, the establishment should then say, well, hey, are you a DC resident, non-resident? Do you have a medical card from another jurisdiction? Or do you have a current medical registration number? And if they do not, then they have to register them, getting a photo of their ID, answering some questions before they obtain a card / number, and then they have access to purchase the medical cannabis product.
And did District Cure, well, can you answer, how do licensed establishment get their cannabis?
They purchase it from a licensed cultivator or manufacturer.
And did District Cure acquire the cannabis products on the second floor in that manner?
They did not.
Do you believe that the licensed establishment is the same establishment that operated an unlicensed cannabis retail on the second floor?
Absolutely.
And did you organize a controlled buy at District Cure?
I did.
And I actually want you to explain why you think it's the same establishment. My previous question.
Well, I mean, from initial observations, right? My whole purpose of going there was to check on them. I was surprised and disappointed at the same time. I use that word loosely because I had spoken with the establishment several times prior to them opening. And from the outside, at the doing my visit, the District Cure, which is his new name, District Smoke Shop was the original name. Um, and there's a signage outside still reflects some of District Tobacco Shop, DTS. But District Cure was his new logo, his new name that he'd showed me prior to registering it. I advised them how they had to do that to even get the trade name change with ABCA, and that logo was plastered all over the second floor as well. Using the perforated advertising mesh. So when I pulled up and I was watching from the outside, that's what I observed, and so I was like, "Oh, okay, they're making moves to move upstairs." So that's why I went straight to the second floor because that's where I saw activity. So that's number one, the signage. Number two, uh, I was greeted when the door opened by the owner. Um, you know, Friendly, smiling face, shook my hand, and was happy to see me and was professional and excited to show me around. That is what he was doing renovations of the location. So and explained to me what his plans were, and how he was trying to figure out what the best options were. Um, and as we started walking through the areas, of course, is when I saw the customer counter and the shelves and the exhibits containing cannabis product. And that's when I started to realize that he was operating an unlicensed business on this level.
And I do want to go back to my organized by at District Cure question. Can you take us through step by step how you came about to organize this control by at District Cure and what took place?
Yeah, so a place like this who has a unique situation of having a license downstairs and a dispensary up, I mean, a unlicensed dispensary upstairs. Um, you can see there's a time lapse between, a notable time lapse between my visit there in December and, with everything going on, the holidays, that I was able to circle back with MPD. So, there was a chance by the time January came that the unlicensed operations, would have been shut down. However, I still coordinated with my partners at NEU and asked them to conduct an undercover investigation and to attempt to do a buy, which they did.
Investigator Peru, what happened after the control by was completed?
MPD notified me that they got a positive buy, that they tested the product for was positive for THC, and then I drafted the case report that you showed earlier and submitted it for actions.
And was there a summary closure operation for District Cure?
Correct. Once the summary closure was issued, MPD obtained a warrant based on the purchase that they made, and we executed the summary closure and the warrant at the same time.
And Investigator Peru, can you describe what happened at the closure in respect to the padlocking, and if there was a padlocking?
Correct. On the closure notice, suspended the license in the basement and allowed for padlocking and closure of the second floor. Padlocking, being the language of the law, but I have a locksmith on standby that then replaces and changes the locks of the doors, of exterior doors, and secures the premises. And that's what we did that day.
On January 16, during the closure, what, if any, conversation did you have with an employee there?
Well, there's only one employee remained that was, he basically said he wasn't going to leave till the owner came. And, I tried calling the owner and was unsuccessful. And he called the owner and then handed me his phone. And, the owner, we spoke. I told him what was going on. I told him what would happen if, things continued, which they did. And I advised him that we were, closing the business. He stated he would be there in about 30 minutes. We were there for about 4.5 hours and he never showed up. At some point in time, I texted him and said, "Hey, we're still here, or can you call me?" And he never called me. And I haven't heard from him since that day.
Did you see any unlabeled product when the search warrant was executed?
Yes, NAU did. There was several pounds that was in a closet that was not yet packaged. And then there was other products that were packaged as well.
Okay, and you stated that, and I'm not sure if you stated, were the product tested on that day?
Yeah, and NEU conducts every time they come across product doing a warrant, doing a seizure, field tested the products to confirm that it was in fact THC cannabis.
Can you explain what it means for cannabis to be tested by a testing laboratory?
Yes, product to make sure that it does not containing any kind of there's a list of technical terms that I'm not going to lie and try and list them all, but contaminants that are not safe for public consumption. So the lab will the cultivators will submit batches of product for testing to the laboratory and then confirm that the product is safe for the medical market and for consumption by patients.
And how can you tell that's the case for a licensed establishment that it was tested?
Well, the testing requirement went into effect, I believe, November 18th of last year. So because the lab was established in August, now based on the same system, the seed to cell system metrics, I'm able to see product going to the lab, coming out of the lab, and then the lab will that results. And if I can always contact the lab to seek further information regarding any kind of tested product.
Thank you, Investigator Prue. I want to just clarify, if we did touch base with this, but did you serve the notice of summary closure and revocation of District Cure's license to the employee that was there on that date?
I did.
And just one last question, Investigator Prue. What were the results of your investigation into the establishment's licensing status?
I mean, they had an active license for the basement first floor.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Nawash, do you have any questions for this witness?
You're on mute, sir. I cannot hear you.
That's it. Thank you, Officer Supervisor Peru. Is that the right name?
That's fine.
Did you check with DCRA or the landlord to see who the upstairs business was registered in, whose name it was registered in, or what name was it?
No, I did not.
So, standing here today, you don't know the name of the business upstairs.
I do not.
Okay. And have you seen any documents that indicate whether it's from DCRA or Department of Buildings or any other agency in Washington, D.C.? Did you see any official documentation that says that my client is the owner of the upstairs second floor location?
I didn't see any documents from the city that says that that space could be occupied, period, or has a
Okay.
business license.
Thank you. Did you question or the landlord at all about the businesses in his building?
Question the landlord? No.
Okay. You said in your testimony that when you entered the lower level, it was full of merchandise, full of products, correct?
That the actual medical license dispensary was stocked with medical product, yes.
Yes. And could you approximate how much that would cost to put that much inventory in the store?
I think the employee had mentioned that the owner had bought like $50,000 worth when he first opened, but I
Yeah.
mean that can be confirmed, but no, I did not. Yes, that's what I
And
was told.
yeah. And you also mentioned that you checked the records with the merchandise that was being purchased by my client, and you said, and it didn't appear there were much activity going on, correct?
Correct.
And is it possible that the reason there wasn't much activity is because the place was fully stocked?
Yes, from purchasing new product, yes. Sales, if it's fully stocked, sales were down as well.
Do you know the official name of my client's business?
Well, the
The licensed dispensary.
yeah, the trade name, he changed the trade name to District Cure. That is the name now on record with ABCA.
And what is the official name with DCRA? Do you know?
I don't know what we use when you say official name. I'm calling the official name would be District Cure now as a trade name that established by ABCA. If you're talking about the LLC, I would have to refer back to the case report if the reference to the LLC name.
Are you familiar with District Cure Dispensary?
Yeah, that's the name I'm referring to. That's the licensed dispensary. Correct.
Yes. And what about District Smoke Shop? What is that?
That was his old name.
Okay. Yana, I think well, I'll get that up. Now, in order to share a document, I guess I hit the share button and just
Yeah.
it comes up.
You need to ask for permission first. I will instruct our IT person to give you permission, and then you can hit your share button.
Okay, I just want to know the physically how it's done. I never
So
did it on the
so you
system.
ask for permission first, and then I'll have the IT person give you permission, and then I believe you press the share button, and I think you should be able to share. I believe that's how it's done, sir.
I would like, Yana, I requested the ownership information for the second floor from the landlord, and I'd like to share it with you if that's possible.
Mr. Oriana, can you allow Mr. Nawash to share his screen, please?
Access has been granted. Once you click share, you want to select screen on the left-hand side to
Screen or
show which screen.
application?
Yeah,
Screen
or application, whatever your preference is.
Okay. And then
and then you just click on it. Oh, and then you click share once you've selected the screen or content.
System. Microsoft. There's a
And Mr. Nawish, have you provided the government with a copy of these documents, and can you also send a copy of the documents to our legal office too?
Yes, if I can figure out how it's done, I will do that. Let's see.
All right, you're sharing your documents, but I'm
Oh.
saying, can you also? So I guess we have a whole lot of documents. So I guess you need to
I haven't
highlight.
shared. I still haven't gotten a document. I'm still going in there too.
Right, but I'm saying I'm looking at your screen, so I'm seeing you looking through the documents, sir. So we're seeing all of that.
Okay, all right. Let's see. Okay, there we are. Okay. Did a document show up that says lease agreement?
Yes, sir. That's on the screen.
Yes. Mr. Peru.
Yes, sir.
Did you see this document before?
It's mine.
That's you. This is this is the lease for the bottom floor. Have you seen this document before?
I can't recall if I have or not in the file. I'm not sure.
Okay. I'd like this to be Exhibit 1, Your Honor. This is the lease for the actual dispensary.
Any objection by the government? Mr. Baptiste.
We do object. Yeah, we do object, Mr. Chairperson.
What's the basis of the objection?
As to this on authentication grounds, this is a Word doc, and I don't believe you can explain it.
We just said it was the lease for the dispensary, and now I'm going to show you the lease for the other place.
I guess the bottom line is that I mean, what's the document? I mean, I think that the government has questioned the authenticity of the document.
You know what? I could bring that up. I would draw it for now. I'll try to introduce it when I put it on direct exam of my client. And
all right, that's fine.
If that's the argument you're making, I'll put those up with my client's stern.
I believe so. And what I'd ask you to do also, sir, if you have exhibits that you wish to utilize, can you send a copy? I don't know if you've done that before, but can you send a copy of the exhibits to the government and also to ABCA Legal, so we'll all have the documents. So we'll
Is this
know
by
what it is.
email? By
Yes,
email?
by email. You can email the government and send also a copy to ABCA. Can someone please put the email address
Yeah,
for
if
the
someone
agent?
give me both emails, and maybe we'll, after the direct exam of my clients, we'll take a 2-minute break and I'll send all of them at once.
Yeah, we're going to take a break at some point because we've been going for over 2 hours. So we're going to take a break soon.
Okay, sounds good. Are we back? Am I back in the meeting here, or am I off?
You're always back in the meeting, sir. What you need to do, if you want to close your screen, you can now close your screen. So if you're done sharing documents,
Yeah,
so
let's see here.
to close the screen where the document is being shared.
Oh,
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, you're back.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any other questions for the witness, sir?
Okay. When you checked you said you went to the lower floor to look at the dispensary, the legal dispensary, and you did not find any violations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to bring your attention to the report you filed, that you submitted, that you prepared, I'm sorry, the notice of summary action, on page 3 of that, if you can look at it.
Sir, just to be clear, I do not prepare that summary action notice. That is prepared by the OAG.
Okay, that's fine. Do you have it in front of you?
I do not. If you can share it with me on your screen, I can look at it.
Okay. Well, there's one sentence I actually want to read for you from this.
I believe, remember that the witness stated that he did not prepare this document, sir. It was prepared
but he submitted it into evidence.
All right, but okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. On page 3, and I'm gonna post this once we take a little break.
What's the nature of the objection, Mr. Baptiste, Jean
It
Baptiste?
seems as if the attorney is trying to testify, and he needs to have a question for the witness. I'm not sure why he, yeah. So the
I
objection
am
is.
going to ask a question. I'm asking him about a sentence in the report that he relied on.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, and Mr. Now, if you have a question to ask, please ask a question.
Yeah.
Is there? Why don't you put the document, share your screen, put the document, and ask and point the witness to the page and the paragraph that you want him to look at, sir.
This one I'm gonna have to scan. This is from the notice of summary action, and I don't have that yet on my computer. Once we take a little break, I'll scan it. I just want to ask him from one sentence in there, since he put this into evidence, he relied on it, and on the second paragraph of page.
Hold on a minute. Is a summary action notice in evidence, or was a case report? The case report is in evidence, not the case report, which is different. The case report is a report that was written by Mr. Peru. That's what's in evidence. The document you're referencing is a summary action that was drafted by the Office of Attorney General.
Okay, all right. When the police officer went there, are you aware of who the police officer talked to? You said there was an undercover police officer who went to the second floor to purchase marijuana. Do you know who they purchased marijuana from?
I believe my report says that the police officer was taken to the bottom floor and then asked for their medical ID. And when they said they had no medical ID, they were then escorted back up to the second floor to make that purchase. I was not there. I do not know who the purchase was made from.
Yes, so we don't know who that individual is. It's an unidentified person. Is that your position at this point?
Who had access to the first and second floor, the dispensary and the second floor?
No, so we're talking what you testified earlier, sir. You said an MPD undercover officer approached the establishment and was identified and purchased actual marijuana flower, is what you testified. And the question is, do you know who it was purchased from? You said it was purchased on the second floor, and I'm wondering if you know who it was purchased from.
It was an unidentified male that the undercover came in contact with, who was led to the dispensary first. After saying they had no medical card, was then basically said,
Well,
"I still got you. Let's go upstairs."
The question.
Let's give him a chance to finish the answer the question, sir, before you ask another question. Were you done answering, Mr. Peru?
Yes, sir.
So we both the agreement is it's an unidentified person who sold the marijuana.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, for this witness, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Any questions by any board member of Mr. Peru? Yes, Mr. Meadows.
Inspector Peru, you just testified that the person that was the unidentified person, you were not the undercover purchaser, were you?
Correct. I was not.
Correct. So the undercover purchaser would not know the relationship that you previously had with the gentleman sitting behind Mr. Nawash, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
That's it. I guess, Mr. Peru, the question I want to ask you is that you'd shown some pictures. There are some exhibits that you show that there was substances that were alleged to be cannabis. What floor were these pictures taken on?
All the photos, Mr. Chair, were from the second floor during my first visit.
And so is the second floor um, al- al- does the licensee have a license to have products on the second floor?
They do not.
Now, who showed you the second floor?
The owner gave me a tour.
Who is the owner that gave you a tour?
Mr. Gabray, who's on camera.
And specifically, what did he tell you about the second floor?
That he renovated it, that he was excited about it, that he was, trying to, I pretty much, I think I remember him saying he was going to contact me at some point to get my advice to walk through it because he thought about moving the dispensary up there and then making a safe treatment on the third floor.
So, did you have any conversations with him regarding the products that were on the second floor?
Oh, absolutely, I did.
So,
Absolutely.
so what was the nature of your conversation with him and the products that was on the second floor?
Basically, it was like, what are you doing? This is you're in violation of your license. You can lose your license if you continue to do this. This is, an illegal operation. I gave him a pretty heavy speech, about and my disappointment to all the work they put in downstairs to get that license and all the visits I made to make sure that their facility was properly built out per the statute, that he would do this and move back in the other direction of because he did apply as an unlicensed operator. So as district smoke shop, they applied and met the requirements set forth by statute as an unlicensed operator. So that's important to mention, that prior to getting a license on the basement floor, he was selling unlicensed product. And then he got his license, did a full renovation, and then continued to sell unlicensed product on the second floor while he's maintaining his dispensary license in the basement.
So specifically, what products were for sale on the second floor?
As you saw in the pictures, Mr. Cherry, it was flour, loose flour, gummies, mushrooms, bars, a variety of edibles and flour.
So you're saying mushrooms. Can a legal dispensary sell mushrooms in the District of Columbia?
No, sir. Mushrooms is a Schedule 1 substance and is not allowed to be sold commercially in the district.
How did you know that mushroom was available on the second floor?
Well, you can see by my picture, I took a picture of the mushroom intentionally. When I mentioned it to the owner, I do remember him saying, "Oh, that's just for display. That's not for sale." But it was clearly out and available.
But outside of the mushroom, was there any other products that you believe were illegal products available for sale on the second floor?
All the product in those pictures were not from DC market.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow you, sir.
All the products in the exhibits that I took on those shelves were not licensed product from the DC licensed market.
But how do you know that they were not licensed product from the DC market?
Well, one, my extensive knowledge of what's available in the DC market, and the packaging that's required, and the labeling that's required, and none of those were as of such labeling or packaging or any kind of the required markings and packaging that DC has.
All right. I want to go back to you said that mushrooms were found, and but so why can't he sell mushrooms? What's wrong with selling mushrooms? Isn't mushroom a I I'm not a fan of mushrooms, but people have mushrooms that they eat. They go to a restaurant and buy mushrooms. So what's wrong with him selling mushrooms if he's selling mushrooms in his in this establishment?
Mushrooms contain psilocybin, which is a psychedelic effect, and is listed as a Schedule 1 substance on the DEA federal schedule. So therefore, in DC, passed a law that you can possess it for personal consumption. However, it cannot be sold commercially.
All right, thank you. All right, any other questions by any other board member? All right, Mr. Nawash, any questions of the witness based on the questions that I asked?
Yeah, just a follow-up. So you did not test to determine that the mushroom is actually a mushroom with an illegal substance in it?
Correct. I did not take anything, no products that day. Correct.
Yeah, you didn't test any of the products on the second floor, right? That
On
day.
that day, correct. I did not.
Okay. Yeah. No further questions. I'd like to put my client on, Your Honor.
That's not your time yet, sir. The government has the burden. The government has the burden to prove.
Oh, I
The
just meant I
government.
finished questioning. I just meant I finished my
All right.
question.
So, all right. So, Mr. Jean-Baptiste, do you have any redirect of the witness?
Yes.
I know you're very excited, Miss. I do look forward for the presentation, Mr. Nawash. So, all right, but okay, go ahead, sir.
Investigator Peru, I want you to explain in detail why you believe that the district cure dispensary license establishment is the same establishment that operated an unlicensed establishment on the second floor for us.
Well, there's without a doubt, it's the same owner. Without a doubt, he gave me a tour of the facility and described to me what his plans were. So there's no questions that Mr. Gabre was planned on operating, renovating the space to take over that space. I mean, there's no questions about that.
Investigator Peru,
No doubt in my mind, should I say? I'm sorry.
is the location of District Cure Dispensary's licensed operation and their unlicensed operation the same?
It's in the same building. It's in different spaces.
Thank you. And were the employees the same?
The employee was the same.
And did the employee have access to the upstairs and downstairs portion of the property?
He did.
And could the employees on the second floor observe what's going on in the first floor, the basement?
He could.
And when the controlled buy occurred on the first floor or the basement, was it not the basement? When the controlled buy occurred on the unlicensed establishment, was it the same employee who sold unlicensed product to the UC after the UC failed to produce a medical card?
Correct. According to the MPD's report, the UC was taken downstairs first, let in, and then asked for a card. Once they said, I don't have a card, they said, okay, I got you still, and took them upstairs. And that's when they sold them the unlicensed product.
And the product was tested, is that correct?
By MPD, correct.
And what was the result of that test?
Positive for THC.
No further questions.
Mr. Pruitt, thank you very much for your testimony. You have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Does the government have another witness?
Yes, at this point in time, the government would like to call MPD Officer Elson Torres, who should be in attendance. If he is not, please let me know.
Do not
Mr.
see him in attendance.
You say you do not?
I do not.
Interesting. He the investigator told me that he was he says he's called in. I just received a text from him. He has a call-in number 3148. Is the last four of his number.
Do you see a 3148 call-in?
What does it start with? 571?
I don't know. Yes, it starts with 571.
Okay. Let's see if this is it. I just elevated someone. I'm not sure who it may be.
Caller, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
I believe you're muted.
Caller, can you identify yourself for the record?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Can you please identify yourself for the record, sir?
Yes. Good afternoon. This is Investigator Torres, Elson Torres of the Metropolitan Police Department.
Okay, hold on, please, sir. So I can't see you, but can you raise your right hand, sir?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right.
I
You're a
do.
witness. Thank you. You're a witness, Mr. Southcott.
Thank you. Could you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes. My first name, Elson, ELTHSON. Last name, Torres, TORRES.
And what is your occupation?
So I'm a investigator. My title is investigator, part of the narcotic enforcement unit of the Metropolitan Police Department.
And as an investigator, or rather, how long have you been with MPD?
I've been with MPD for 6 years.
And how long have you been with the narcotics enforcement unit?
I've been with the narcotic enforcement unit for a year.
And as part of your duties as an investigator with the narcotics enforcement unit, or actually, could you just explain what your duties are as an investigator in the NEU?
So I'm an arrest team member. My unit is comprised of arrest team members and undercover officers. So we conduct undercover operations to include buying narcotics and authoring search warrants and executing search warrants.
And could you explain the difference? Could you explain the difference between an arresting officer and an undercover officer?
Yeah, so an undercover officer is the officer that is specifically during the operation buying the narcotics in an undercover capacity. The arrest team member's role is to be within a close vicinity of the undercover officer for officer safety purposes and monitoring the radio just for officer safety purposes.
And how is the undercover officer in communication with the arresting officer?
So there is an undercover officer usually watching the other, closer to the undercover officer, while usually able to see the other officer, and that second undercover is given updates, status updates via the MPD radio.
Approximately how many buy operations have you conducted?
In the past year, probably around 50 or more.
And are there multiple types of buy operations?
Yes.
Could you explain what those types are?
Yeah, so we have buy bust operations. So that what that means is we send an undercover in to buy narcotics or to attempt to buy narcotics, and then once the buy is if and when the buy is successful, they broadcast the lookout for the subject, and then the arrest team members, to include myself, go in and apprehend the suspect matching the lookout. We also conduct buy walk operations. So the buy busts are short term, the buy walks are typically longer term. And what the buy walk is the narcotics officer or the undercover officer goes in, attempts to buy narcotics, and if and when it's a successful purchase, then they'll come back and give an arrest team member the information, the relevant information, well, all the information from the undercover report from that operation. So then the arrest team member could then author some kind of warrant. So that will do a buy walk if either we're planning on doing more buys and doing an arrest warrant eventually, or some kind of search warrant, but it's usually for warrant purposes.
What's the purpose of having an undercover officer perform the buy and a buy walk operation?
The purpose is so we can confirm the warrants need to be completed within 72 hours of this operation. So when the undercover goes and does the buy, they're confirming that within 72 hours there's illegal narcotic being sold. And who's selling.
And during these operations, what is the importance of the undercover officer remaining undercover while they're conducting the operation?
Well, the importance would be that if a regular police officer or a uniformed police officer wouldn't be sold illegal narcotics.
Are there any safety concerns about the undercover officer not having their identity be revealed?
Yes. I'm sorry. Can you rephrase the question?
Sorry. Are there any safety concerns about the undercover officer not having it be revealed that they are working for MPD?
Oh yes, yeah, absolutely. And yeah, anytime the undercovers step out on any kind of operation, there's more risk involved rather than having a uniform on. And ultimately, I mean, the undercover could go somewhere that none of us from our unit have eyes on, and they can't carry a radio to keep their undercover status. So in a worst case scenario, the undercover may not have backup for too long of a period of time to increase risk.
When an undercover officer is performing a buy walk operation, is it standard procedure for the undercover to ask for the name of the person that they are purchasing illegal drugs from?
No, absolutely not.
Why not?
No, they try to do everything they can to not draw any attention, like any weird attention. Like their goal is to remain like forgettable, almost have the person like not even notice or forget that the undercover officer even was there.
So the undercover officer is not trying to investigate who employees are or who these people are.
Objection, Your Honor. Objection.
Are they?
Hold on. Let him finish the question, then I'll address the objection. So, What's the question?
Is it the duty of an undercover officer to attempt to ascertain the identity of the person who is selling them illegal materials?
All right, hold on, sir. What's the nature of your
He
objection?
changed his question a little bit, but he's leading him. I mean, I stayed quiet about it. I mean, that's not how you ask questions. You can't, your question cannot indicate the answer you want.
All right.
Just
Uh,
ask
all right.
objective questions. And moreover, Your Honor, I mean, none of these questions have anything to do with this case. He's asking him general questions. And so how is that relevant to us?
If I may respond, first, it's not a leading question. If it's not within their responsibilities, it's not within their responsibilities. He's free to answer yes or no. Second, I am establishing background for the officer's knowledge before I move on to the particulars of the buy operation that occurred. And so I will get to that in detail once it's appropriate. Third, the implication has been from opposing counsel that there was absolutely no connection between the licensed and the unlicensed establishment. And the implication was that when Investigator Peru was testifying, that he did not know who was the identity of the individual who conducted who sold product on January 8th. And I am attempting to establish that it is not standard procedure for undercover officers to figure out the identity of those individuals, because doing so would put them at risk, which is an issue that counsel has raised as a potential defense. And so it's more than appropriate to ask questions related to that.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection and allow the witness to answer the question. All right, let's move on.
So I'll rephrase my question. Is it typically the responsibility of an undercover officer when conducting a buy-walk operation to try to figure out the identity of the person who is selling them illegal drugs?
No, it is not.
Okay, I'll move on. In the course of your duties, have you conducted buy-walk operations at unlicensed cannabis establishments?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many buy-walk operations at unlicensed cannabis establishments have you conducted?
Approximately 5.
And how long have you been doing those undercover buy-walks at cannabis establishments?
I believe our first one, I believe we started consistently doing that, the ABCA operations around September.
September of
2024.
Thank you. And in the course of those operations, did you coordinate with anybody at ABCA?
Yes, sir.
Who did you coordinate with?
We coordinate with Investigator Jason Peru.
And how is MPD sort of, well, from MPD's side, what is the information that ABCA is bringing to MPD that is leading MPD to then conduct these buy-walk operations?
We receive locations and the court documents from Peru stating his process for issuing warnings and cease and desist orders to the locations.
Are you familiar with a dispensary located at 2626 Georgia Ave Northwest?
Yes, sir.
Is that dispensary named District Cure?
Yes, sir.
How did you first become aware of District Cure?
So I was assigned this location, given the information we received from ABCA Investigator Jason Peru.
And
but no particular other reason.
What information did you receive from Investigator Peru?
I received the location, address. Yeah, and there was a court document filed. I believe I would have to check my check my email for it, but I can't recall exactly at this moment.
That's fine. Did MPD conduct a buy walk operation at District Care?
Yes, sir.
When did that operation take place?
The operation took place on January 8th, 2025.
And what was your role in the buy walk operation?
My role in the buy walk operation is a REST team member, as I was discussing the roles earlier. So I was in the general vicinity during the buy for officer safety purposes.
And did the undercover officer complete a buy at that location?
Yes, sir.
What did the undercover officer tell you about what occurred when he completed the buy?
The undercover officer told me that they went into the bottom floor first of the location at 2626 Georgia Avenue, and they met with they were greeted by an employee at that location, and they were asked for a medical marijuana license. And then when the undercover officer stated that they did not have a medical marijuana license, they were escorted outside of the bottom level and up the exterior steps to the second floor of the location at 2626 Georgia Avenue. And they were served narcotics at the second level.
Was the person who the undercover officer purchased product from the same person who was present on the first floor of the establishment?
Yes, sir.
And what was the product that was purchased?
Give me 1 second.
It's just day work on
It was a green leaf substance that was placed inside a Mylar bag.
And what happened after the UC officer left the establishment?
After they left the establishment, they came back to our headquarters building where the undercovers, where my whole unit operates out of, and they met with me, and I spoke directly with the UC after the operation, or the undercover officer after the operation, and they debriefed me on what had happened, and they completed a report and sent me the report as well.
And did the undercover officer have the product on him that he had purchased?
Yes.
Did MPD test the product?
Yes.
At this time, I would like to be able to share my screen, and I'd like to pull up what's been marked as Government's Exhibit 6.
Ms. Doria, can you please allow Mr. Southcott to share his screen? I guess you have that ability.
Can folks see this?
Yes.
Investigator Torres, do you recognize this photograph?
Sorry, I can't see the screen. I'm just calling in.
Is a call-in, so he cannot identify any documents, sir.
Is there any way that you could get onto something where onto a computer where you would be able to identify the document?
Yes, give me a brief moment.
Just put the login information in the chat, but I guess you can't see it.
Okay. Okay. I just joined. Okay.
So can you elevate him, please, Mr. Oriana? Why don't you close your
Just
screen
that.
first? So at least we can see him, and then once he comes on screen, then you can share your
Okay.
screen.
I could see the screen.
Oh, well, we can't see you, but anyway, you can elevate. You can now share the information.
So I don't have a video.
Investigator Torres, can you see this image?
Yes.
Do you recognize this image?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
That's the picture that the undercover officer took of the product that they purchased on during that buy walk operation, and sent to me.
I'm going to scroll down to a different photograph. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, sir.
What is this a picture of?
It's another picture that the undercover officer provided me with the day of the buy walk operation at 2626 Georgia.
And what is the product on top of?
The product's on top of a scale.
And finally, this is what's been marked as Government's Exhibit 8. Give me a second. Stop being fairly persnickety. Can you identify what this image is?
Yes. Yeah, it's the product that the undercover reporter purchased that day during the buy walk operation at 2626 Georgia, next to one of our field test kits. And it's marking a positive color reaction to THC.
At this point, so Exhibit 6 is already in evidence as it's contained in the case report, but I move to have Exhibit 7 and 8 entered into evidence.
Yeah, I would object to that, Your Honor.
So what are Exhibits 8 and 7? What are 8 and 7?
7 and 8 are the images that the officer just identified as being the same image, the same item as what was in Exhibit 6, which is to say product that was purchased by the undercover officer on January 8th.
What's the nature of your objection, sir?
Your Honor, this witness is not the person who has personal information. His whole testimony is hearsay. He's talking about he's receiving it from an undercover officer. The only person who has personal information about this and about the chain of events is how we led to having this bag here in front of us is the undercover officer. He's the witness they should have brought here. This officer, with all due respect, doesn't have zero. I've listened to every word he said. He has zero personal information. When asked, what is this? Oh, that's the undercover officer gave me this. What's the other? That's what the undercover. Everything he's telling us is based on secondhand information. This is not reliable, and it's prejudicial to my client. And moreover, it's not self-identifying. I mean, yes, we see a bag there. That's all we see, and by a person who didn't retrieve it. This is hearsay. This is not admissible. If they want to give the officer who received it, then that would be a different story. But not a person who got it from someone else. It doesn't work that way.
Several responses.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
First, per ABCA rules, hearsay is admissible in this tribunal. So if anything, that goes to the weight of the evidence, not to the admissibility. But here, hearsay is particularly necessary when we are dealing with an undercover officer. You heard the investigator Torres explain that undercover officers need to protect their identity for safety reasons. Having them testify at a public hearing that is currently being broadcast on YouTube would not protect the safety of an undercover officer. It is standard procedure both in this tribunal and even in criminal court to protect the identities of undercover officers and to allow for arresting officers to testify as to the information gained by undercover officers so as to protect the identity of those officers.
Jan, if I may respond.
Yes.
This is not an accurate summary that we just heard. There are ways to protect the unidentified officer or the undercover officer. He could testify without even give us his name or without showing us his picture. This picture over here is being introduced by a person who knows nothing about it, tells us nothing about where did he receive it from, who was there. He doesn't know any of this. This can only be brought in or testified to by the undercover officer, and it can easily be done without, you can call him John Doe officer without showing us his name. But so this is so unfair to my client because I can't question the officer about where did he get this from, who was there. I'm asking an officer, if I want to question this officer about this, when Attorney General asked him earlier about something, he said, well, let me look at my notes. He sat there and looked at his notes, which someone else wrote. I can't question him about anything he's testifying. This cannot come in.
May I
Yes,
respond?
sir. Go ahead.
Again, as I said, hearsay objections go to weight, not to admissibility. Hearsay is admissible in this tribunal, and hearsay is particularly admissible whereas here there exist public safety justifications for protecting the identity of an officer. Investigator Torres knows all about the operation because he testified that he was in communication with the undercover officer. Those are his duties as an arresting officer. He met up with the undercover officer and was debriefed by the undercover officer immediately after the events took place. He can verify that these are, and has verified, what these pictures show, that they show that this is the product that was purchased by the undercover officer as part of his investigation. He doesn't need to have personal knowledge of the exact events in order to testify. He can testify as to what his role is in conducting this buy operation and in the standard procedures that MPD utilizes when conducting these buys so as to maintain the safety of officers.
All right. I'm going to overrule the objection. It's an administrative hearing, then hearsay is, and we do not strictly abide by the rules of evidence in administrative hearings, but however, in the administrative hearings, hearsay is admissible. Secondly, Officer Torres is also testifying to his personal knowledge of the evidence revealed to him. So that's the basis for the board to overrule the objection. So the officer can, over the objections of the petitioners, I'm going to allow the document into evidence.
Investigator Torres, could you describe what a field drug test for cannabis is?
Yeah, so it's a small tube that has a cap that opens up, and it has within the tube there's usually 1 or 2 capsules that are broken after a small portion of the product is placed inside the tube. And so let me rephrase. So there's a tube at the top, and you take off the top to test the product, and you take a small portion of the product, place it in the tube, and then you break a capsule. You put the top back on, and you break the capsule in the tube with the chemicals, and then you shake up the tube, and then there will be a color reaction depending on the test kit, well, depending what the testing kit is testing for.
Was there a drug field test that was conducted on the product that was purchased from District Cure on January 8th, 2025?
Yes, sir.
What was the result of that test?
It was the testing kit tested positive for a color reaction for THC.
And can you see that test reflected in exhibit number 8?
Yes, sir.
Could you explain how the vial underneath the Mylar bag indicates a positive test for, or lets you know that the product is tested positive for THC?
Yes, it shows the color purple.
And the color purple means that a product is tested positive for THC?
Yes, sir.
What color would it be if it hadn't tested positive for THC?
I would have to double check the testing kit. Yeah, I don't know that particular off the top of my head.
Okay. Looking at this image, does this product appear to contain a label identifying where the cannabis product was manufactured?
No, sir.
Okay. Based on the buy-walk operation, did you conduct a search warrant, or rather, did you draft the buy-walk operation which occurred on January 8th, 2025? Did you draft a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Would you recognize that search warrant if you were to see it?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'm pulling out what's been marked as government's exhibit number 9. One sec. I'm not sure why this isn't letting me see this too clearly. Can you see this document?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is this document?
That document is the search warrant that I authored based on the information received during the buy-walk operation at 2626 Georgia.
And what was the date that you drafted this document?
Let me make sure. It was January 8th, 2025.
And when was this search warrant signed by a judge?
It was signed January 10th, 2025.
And when was the search warrant executed?
It was executed on January 16th, 2025.
At this point, I move to have Exhibit 9 entered into evidence.
Any objection, sir?
No.
Without objection.
Okay. Investigator Torres, can you tell me about the execution, what occurred during the execution of the search warrant on January 16th, 2025, starting with what occurred when you first arrived at the establishment?
Yes. So we came up to the door, and an employee opened the door of that second floor, that the search warrant is for, and he was very compliant and verbally identified himself, and the rest of my team, part of my team, detained him temporarily, and the rest of my team went in and cleared that second floor. The team noticed a door that was opened that led to a landing that had a flight of steps going up to a third floor. So because the door was open, we went up the steps to the third floor and we cleared the third floor. And while clearing the third floor, MPD officers noticed narcotics in plain view. So we, well, I authored an amendment to this search warrant to include the third floor.
I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you
Okay.
right there. I'm scrolling
Okay.
down to what has been marked as Government's Exhibit 10. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is this document?
I'm sorry, is there a way to zoom in a little bit more? Or
Yeah, I
if
will.
not,
For some reason, when I'm zooming in, it's oh no, that's a different page. Can you is this clear?
yes, yes.
What is this document?
So that's the amendment I was speaking of before, which was submitted as pretty much another search warrant for the third floor.
And when was this document drafted?
That document was drafted the day of the execution of the search warrant, which was January 16, 2025.
And what was the purpose of drafting this document?
The purpose was to make sure, or to confirm that we were legally searching the third floor premises.
At this point, I move to have Exhibit 10 entered into evidence.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
Without objection.
Investigator Torres, how many officers participated in the execution of the search warrant on January 16th?
Approximately 10 to 12 MPD officers.
And was there anybody apart from MPD officers who were involved in the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, sir. The investigator, Jason Peru, was also present.
What was his role?
His role is to come in after the warrant is executed and serve the closure notice and change the locks of the establishments.
And how long did it take to execute the search warrant at the establishment?
So it took longer than usual due to the amendment, the emergency search warrant that was needed. So I would say it took approximately 5 hours, approximately 5 hours to execute.
And what is the ordinary procedure for MPD executing a search warrant for an unlicensed cannabis establishment?
The standard procedure is to, after it is safe to do so, we seize evidence to include narcotics that have THC in them and that specifically say that they have THC in them and any other controlled substance, for instance, mushrooms, and any variation of like edibles that contain THC or the psilocybin found in the narcotic mushroom.
Did MPD follow that procedure in its execution of the search warrant against District here?
Yes, sir.
Was a police report generated as a result of the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Would you recognize that document if you saw it?
Yes, sir.
I am scrolling down to what has been marked as government's exhibit number 11. I can scroll through this whole thing, but I just want to take a second and have you just look over this document and make sure that this is a copy of the police report. So I'm just going to scroll through.
Yes, sir.
Is this a copy of your a complete copy of the police report that was generated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, I move to have government's exhibit 11 entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Without objection.
Okay. So on this first page here, there is a public narrative section. Could you read what that public narrative is?
Yes. On the listed date and time, members of the Metropolitan Police Department executed a DC Superior Court search warrant at 2626 Georgia Avenue Northwest, District Tobacco Shop for operating without a medical cannabis retail license. Recovered from the listed location was loose green leaf-like substance, pre-rolled papers with loose green leaf-like substance, and THC edibles. An ABCA representative was on scene and posted a notice of summary closure for the establishment. A portion of the loose green leafy substance and pre-rolled papers with loose green leaf-like substance had a positive color reaction for THC.
Okay. And then does the police report describe a list of items that were recovered and seized during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Is that list contained in the internal narrative?
Yes, sir.
Could you read the items that were seized?
Yes, sir. 46 pre-rolled papers with green leaf substance weighing 52.6 grams, 13 THC hashish weighing 41.6 grams, 119 THC gummy weighing 12.25 grams, 2 jars of marijuana weighing 32.4 grams, THC hookah filling weighing 105.9 grams, 77 THC lollipops weighing 739.2 grams, 1 Mylar bag containing green leaf substance weighing 12.5 grams, 6 large bags containing green leaf substance weighing 2,137 grams, and lastly, 2 cartridges containing THC oil weighing 2 grams.
Thank you. And was a portion of these seized materials field tested?
Yes, sir.
And what was the result of that field test?
It was a positive color reaction for THC.
Okay. I'm going to scroll down to page 2 here. Could you read the first sentence on the top of page 2?
The subject in the sentence that starts with the subject, sir?
Yes, that's correct.
The subject inside the establishment was stopped and identified and was not the owner of the business and stated they were an employee.
Okay. I am now going to direct your attention further down this document to some of the images. What is this image of?
That image contains some pre-rolled papers containing green leaf-like substance, and the jars are hard to see from this picture what exactly is in them, just due to the variations we find in these shops. There's a variety of THC products that come in small jars like that.
And where was this photograph taken?
This photograph was taken at 2850 New York Avenue, Northeast. That's MPD headquarters building.
And when was this photograph taken?
The photograph was taken on January 16th, 2025.
And is this a photograph of products that were seized in the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
I'm scrolling down. Could you identify what is contained in this image?
Yes, sir. There's more pre-rolled papers containing green leaf-like product. There's some in plastic tubes and some in Mylar bags.
And where was this photograph taken?
2850 New York Avenue, Northeast.
When was it taken?
It was taken on January 16th, 2025.
And does the photograph depict products that were seized during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
What is this image?
They are THC edibles.
And where was this photograph taken?
It was taken at 2850 New York Avenue, Northeast.
When was it taken?
January 16, 2025.
Does this photograph represent products that were seized during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Same set of questions for this. What is this product? Or rather, what is this image?
The image is more THC edibles.
Where is this photograph taken?
2850 New York Avenue, Northeast.
When was it taken?
January 16, 2025.
Does this photograph depict products that were seized during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to bother with this next one. What is this image?
Those are bags containing green leaf-like substances.
And where was what state were the where was this image taken?
2850 New York Avenue, Northeast.
When was this image taken?
January 16, 2025.
Was this image taken of products that were seized during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Were the products that were that are depicted on this, were they seized in the form in which they are represented in this image?
Yes, sir.
Does this packaging have labeling identifying what the product is?
No, sir.
And I will skip this. And one last one. What is this image?
That's an image of a jar of marijuana.
And when was this photograph taken?
January 16, 2025.
Where was this photograph taken?
2850 New York Avenue, Northeast.
And was this image taken of a product that was seized during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, sir, it was.
I'd like to focus your attention on this photograph. There's a label on this photograph, and I was wondering if you could read that for me.
I can't make out the wording on it. Okay.
Can you read that?
Yes, sir.
What does it say?
It says Jack Harrer.
Okay. And at this time, I would like to direct your attention to what has been marked as Government's Exhibit 3, which is already in evidence. In particular, I'm focusing on this portion of the photograph on the bottom left. Can you identify what the label is here?
Yes, it says Jack Harrer.
So is in the police report, is that the same photograph, or rather, is that the same container as is contained in Exhibit 3?
Yes, sir.
Does this container have a label that identifies the source of the cannabis?
No, sir.
Does it say where the
No,
product is manufactured?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Does it say the product's ingredients?
I don't. Not to my knowledge, sir.
Does it identify the product's THC content?
Not to my knowledge.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. No, we need to take a break at some point, so I'll probably take a break after this witness. Do you have any questions for this witness? You're on mute, sir.
Officer Torres, thank you for being here. Did y'all apprehend anyone from the second floor?
No, sir. We temporarily detained the subject that was inside, but we did not arrest him.
And who was the subject inside?
The subject inside identified himself to be Mr. Ephraim Ashami.
And so if he and this person, he was on the second floor, right?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm curious, why wouldn't he have been arrested if he was selling illegal marijuana upstairs?
So he wasn't the person that our undercover officer identified having sold to him or having sold to our undercover officer.
And who was the person who sold to the undercover officer?
We don't have the identification of that person.
So why wouldn't you have that information? Wouldn't you have? So I guess, are you saying that when you bought the merchandise from the unidentified person, even after you purchased it, y'all never told him that you were the police, right?
That's correct.
And so when you went up to the second floor, so the information you received about what's in the location, would you agree that most of this information came from Supervisor Peru?
No, I didn't receive any information about like the specifics about what was inside the store from Investigator Peru.
What did Peru tell you, Officer Peru? I mean, Supervisor.
So Supervisor Peru, he gave my unit, like my supervisors, the location of this establishment that we're talking about today, and the court documents between the court and the establishment.
So when you in the report that was prepared, the notice of summary action, where it says that an unidentified person took
I'm gonna object to this question. This officer had nothing to do with the summary action drafting that was drafted by OAG. This was not something that he was asked to speak to. It has not been entered into evidence.
Mr. Nawash, yeah, and why are you asking the officer about a legal document, sir? If you want to go back to the case report, that's in evidence, but this is a document that's drafted by the government.
I understand. So this officer gave us a name a little while ago as to who they purchased marijuana from, and in the
No,
report that's done by
that's he said. All right, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
and in the report that was done by the attorney general, it says the person was unidentified. Unless I'm missing something here, so I'm just trying to figure out why does one says it's an unidentified person.
So
And when
No, but I think that's what the officer testified. You asked, what was anyone arrested, and the officer says no. The identified person was not arrested because that was not the person the undercover purchased the drugs from.
And all right, then how do you know, going back to Officer Elson, how do you know this was not the person that the undercover officer bought the drug from if the other person was unidentified?
So after we detained the subject that was inside the location during the execution of the search warrant, we conducted a show up. So we showed the undercover officer was able to see who we had detained, and the undercover officer did not ID that subject as a subject that sold to the undercover officer originally.
And did the person, when you went up there, when you went to the second floor to do the raid, did the person you detained temporarily, did that person tell you that he works for the first floor, for the dispensary downstairs on the basement level?
No, sir. Yes, I did not speak with him too much, sir. So I don't believe he said that, sir.
Okay. Just 1 minute. Just want to see if I have any other questions. No further questions for this witness.
All right, thanks. Any questions by any board members? Are here no questions? Officer Torres, thank you for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you. You as well.
All right, thank you, sir. Be well. Does the government have any other witnesses?
No further witnesses from the government.
Does the government rest?
The government rests.
All right, Mr. Nawash, how many witnesses do you have, sir?
2.
2 witnesses. All right, we're going to take a 20-minute break. Can I ask that you, during the break, email whatever documents that you have to the government and to ABCA Legal, sir? All right.
Did they
And
send
so
me the email that I'm sending this to?
I thought it was in the chat, but I'll ask that the email address be placed in the chat. And so we're off the record for 20 minutes. It's 1:35. So 1:50. So we'll be back on the record at 1:56. I'll ask everyone to come back on the record at 1:56. Okay?
All right, Yana, thank you.
All right,
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
All right, bye-bye. We're back on the record. We're back in the record. I need the government back so we can resume the hearing. I thought I saw Mr. Nawash, but now he's gone. Mr. Nawash, where are you, sir? I saw you earlier. All right. We have we have a quorum of board members. Do you have a witness you wish to call, sir?
Yeah, I just want to make sure they got the exhibits first. I sent it to, because I didn't get any emails, so I sent it to the Attorney General, and I will make sure they received it.
I've received a copy. I just want to make sure that we're operating off of the same documents. And so what you sent over was 4 documents. One was labeled second floor lease and is 5 pages in length. One was labeled lease agreement client and is 5 pages in length. One was labeled basic business license and is 1 page in length. And one is labeled filing certificate upstairs and is 1 page in length.
Yes.
Okay, then yes, I have received those documents.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you tell the landlord to call in now?
Okay.
Let him call in now. Yeah, we're trying to get the landlord to call in now. He was just waiting for y'all to come.
So who is that your first witness, sir?
That's my first witness, the landlord.
All right, so he's gonna call in.
Yeah. We're
Can
giving
he, rather than call in, can he come on video?
Meeting ID.
meeting ID. I'll ask him. They're asking, can he come on video? He's only got the phone. Yeah, he's on his phone, Your Honor, his cell phone. So this is the access ID number.
You can put yourself on mute, sir. I know your client is speaking to you, so if I don't necessarily need to hear what your client is. It's on
Okay,
record.
just 2 minutes. He should be calling now.
No, that's not what I'm saying, sir. I'm saying when your client is speaking to you, you need to mute yourself because we're on YouTube, so everyone is hearing whatever conversation that you're having with your client.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I would ask that the purpose of the chat is that I would ask that parties please do not place any information in the chat, and if there continues to be information placed in the chat, I'm going to ask that folks be prevented from I'm going to ask that the chat be disabled. Okay, so I'm just putting folks on notice that I do not want information to be placed in the chat that's not relevant to the case at hand. And if this continues, I will ask our IT specialist to disable that function. Okay. All right. Can you let me know when they call in user so we can elevate that person, sir? So find out when the person has called in so we'll know, portion of the cell phone so we can elevate that call in.
Thank you. He said he's trying to call now, so we're working with him. Let me find out.
And I know that our afternoon is going to be off because our hearings from this morning, so we're still doing our hearing. So all our afternoon hearings, all our hearings are off, but we will pick up as soon as this hearing is over, and we will pick up and move on.
Yeah, we might as well put the other. The landlord is having trouble logging in. He's asking, can we call him? But I guess I don't think we can.
No,
Can
we cannot call him, sir. You can
Yeah.
call him. You can call him and do a conference call with him. So
He's
you
on
can
my
call him.
phone?
Yes, sir. I believe that.
Yeah, he's on the phone if that works. I mean,
As long as we can hear him, then that's fine.
let me see. Speaks, Mr. Mola. See if we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Can y'all hear? You got to speak loud so the court can hear you.
We can hear him.
Yeah,
So-
this is Burhanu Molla.
Okay.
I'm having difficulty hearing him, I'll be honest.
Well,
Speak louder.
I can hear him, so but I'll ask that he
This is
elevates.
Molla.
I'm
One more
sorry.
time.
Burhanu Molla.
Hold on a minute, sir. All right, I can hear him. I will just ask that he elevates his voice when he's speaking. If he's having any issues, if counsel is unable to hear, please point that out to my attention. We can ask him to repeat, or if he has some legitimate issues that he cannot get through using the chat feature. I'm setting up the the login feature. I'm not sure why he would have that issues, but if we can hear him on a conference call, then we can try. If not, we will figure it out. Try to figure out how to have him log in.
Sir, I'm only going to ask you 5-6 questions, but speak as loud as you can. Scream if you have to, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
What? I'm sorry. What's his name?
Can you give us your name for the record, please?
Burhanu Molla.
Spell it.
B-E-R.
Slow.
H-A-N-U. And last name M-O-L-L-A.
Okay, Mr. Mola, can you raise your right hand, please?
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, it's your witness, sir. Mr. Mola. Okay.
Sir, are you what is your relationship to Abdel Gabra?
Yeah, Abel is my tenant since 2021 or something, about 5 years.
And
He's
what's
my tenant in the one in basement?
okay, and what's the address of the space that he rents from you?
2626 Georgia Avenue, Northwest Washington, D.C.
And how long has he been a tenant, you said?
About 5 years.
5 years. How many tenants do you have in the building?
2.
2. And when did you who is the second tenant?
The second tenant, the one in upstairs, Mastawisha Kadir. She is there since June. Yes, about 6-7 years. I mean, 6-7 months. I'm sorry.
Do you know if the owner of the basement has anything to do with the owner of the upstairs?
No. It's a separate business.
Did Mr. Abel Gabra ever tell you that he owns the upstairs location?
No.
Did the owner of the upstairs location ever tell you that she owns the the basement location?
No.
Do you know if Mr. Gabra has any ownership interest in the upstairs location?
No.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Wait, they might want to ask you something. Just wait.
Is that you, Mr. Southgard, or is that you,
Yes,
Mr.
yes.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So Mr. Mola, could you said your relationship between yourself and Mr. Gebra is that he is your tenant and you're his landlord, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know him in any other capacity?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
Do you know him in any context other than him being your tenant?
No. No.
How many times have you spoken with Mr. Gebra?
I mean,
Objection. Tell him when. Like, what's the timeline? Over 5 years or today?
Over his entire life, how many times have you spoken with Mr. Gebra?
And I sent him a lease last week about upstairs lease. I sent him. I think he have a problem with a court case, something, I don't know. But I received a letter about that. But he have a problem, and I sent him a lease, the one in upstairs.
You sent him a lease for the lease upstairs?
Yeah, I gave it. I gave it to him. Yeah, the
Okay.
one in upstairs, because he was asking me about the separate business that we have, the one in upstairs. I gave it to him, the lease.
So how long have you owned the property located at 2626 Georgia Ave?
Since 2003
And do you own any other properties?
in Washington D.C. No,
Do you own any other properties elsewhere?
Virginia,
How many properties do you own in total?
two.
And what has your relationship been as Mr. Gebra's landlord?
Just tenant and landlord.
I'm sorry, so have you visited Mr. Gebra at the property?
I visit him before I went to back home. Last time was maybe about 3-4 months. Yeah, 3 months ago.
So you haven't been to the property in 3-4 months, is that correct?
Yeah.
Since he started leasing the property from you, how many times have you been to the property?
Not very often. If I have something to do, I will go there, but not very often.
Would you say it's less than once a month?
At least once a month, yeah.
Okay. And what is your relationship to the upstairs tenant?
Just landlord and tenant.
And what is the name of the person who's on the lease on the second floor?
Mastawisha Kadir.
Could you spell that for me?
MESTAWESHA. And Kadir, KEDIR. Or double D, I think. KEDDIR.
And how many times? How many times have you been? So you said that Mr. Kadir leased the second floor property from you in June of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many times have you spoken with him since you leased the property?
I think I spoke with her last week, and before that, before I went to home, I spoke with her, because maybe once a month, the same time. Yeah, I think once a month or something. If I have something to do with her, I would call her anytime.
And are you familiar with the nature of the business that Ms. Kidder was running out of that space that you were letting to her?
No, but when we signed the lease, she's gonna do the business like a retail store or something. That's what she told me, and she sent me the license. I think she had.
Were you aware of any cannabis operations that were taking place on the premises?
No.
Were you aware of any cannabis operations that were taking place on the first floor?
Yeah, I know that.
But you were unaware of anything that was taking place on the higher up floors?
The upstairs one?
Yes.
No.
So your counsel provided us
I'm not his counsel, sorry.
with a copy of a lease agreement between you and Miss Ketter. And where does Miss Ketter on this lease agreement? Where does it say that Miss Ketter resides?
Oh, he reside northeast Washington. I think 50 Florida or something. I don't have the lease with me right now. But I remember it's northeast Washington D.C.
So if they reside in Northeast DC, then why does the lease agreement say that they live at 1485 St. Paul Avenue, apartment number 12 in St. Paul, Minnesota?
Oh, that's for upstairs, the master shop.
Right. I'm talking about the person who's upstairs.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the downstairs. Yeah, she came from Minnesota, and her ID on that time, the address is a Minnesota ID. That's what I got. I don't know. This time she had the DC ID or not. Sure.
So to your knowledge, or so prior to this hearing, you did not have any idea that there was unlicensed cannabis that was being sold out of your property?
No, I don't know. I don't have it.
Okay, I have no further questions.
So, Mr. Mola, so this is Donovan Anderson, the chairman of the board. So who owns or operates on the second floor, sir?
Massage cutter.
And so you say you don't know what type of business she operates on the second floor, is that correct?
Yeah. I never been there since when I signed the lease. When she renovated, I was there some couple of times, and I went home for the last 2.5 months, something, and I just come back like 3 weeks ago. And when I came, something happened in the property, and I received a letter from you guys, I think. And
So-
because of that, I just called them and talked to them about the problem they have.
Okay, so you said because of this, you receive a letter. What letter did you receive, sir, regarding the second floor, if any?
Yeah, I received the letter. It says they did I think some illegal activities, like a business about cannabis, something.
Right.
I received, and I called the guy, the one who sent me the letter. I called him, and he was asking me about the lease. I sent the lease to him, and at the same time, I talked to them about what happened.
All right. So you receive a letter to saying that that someone is illegally selling cannabis on your property. So what action, if any, have you taken regarding this tenant?
I talked to her, and I talked to Abel too, and he said he have an appointment with the court, and after that, he's gonna let me know about. I didn't take any action, but this guy, anyway, I didn't take any further action.
No, I'm confused, sir. Do you talk to her, or you're saying he or she? Okay, maybe. Okay, is it a male or female who rents the second floor?
Female.
A female. All right.
Yeah.
So you receive a letter saying that your tenant on the second floor is allegedly selling illegal cannabis. What action, if any, have you taken regarding the tenant on your second floor who you're told is selling illegal cannabis, sir?
Oh, I don't take any action, but I just told her, I don't need any illegal business in the property. And I talked to Mr. Abel in the one in basement too. And he was telling me he have an appointment with this case in course. I think this is the appointment, I think.
All right. So you're saying that this tenant has been there since June of 24. So how does she pay her rent? And has she been paying her rent?
Yeah, she paid me a cash, $3,000.
So she pays you every month, she pays you cash?
Yes, sir.
So how does she pay you cash?
Just to cash. Sometimes she came to Virginia, and sometimes I would go there and pick it up.
You go there where?
In the property. Sometimes in the cafe or something. It's a different time.
Okay, so when was the last so when was the last time you have been to the property, sir? The second floor.
Second floor. It's the second floor is closed. I was trying to get in, but it's closed, and I make an appointment nearby, and I got the money from her. The one in like the apartment or something. Close by.
Oh, you mean the second floor was closed?
I think she told me it's no one can get it. I think.
All right, so prior to this last time when she told you the second floor was closed, when was the last time you have been in the property on the second floor, sir?
It's before 3 months, because you remember I was telling you I was in back home
All right.
about 2.5 months. I just come back on 3 weeks ago. Almost more than 3 months. I never did that.
So about what month you think that was, sir? About when is it that you believe that you have been to the second floor of your property?
November, before I left in November. I left in November 15 or 14. Before that, I think a week before something. Yeah.
So what merchandise was being sold in November on the second floor?
I haven't seen anything on that time. She was doing some stuff.
All right. All right. Any other questions by any other board members?
Nope, I don't have any.
All right, Mr. Southcott, any questions of the witness based on the questions that I asked?
Nothing for me.
Any direct Mr. Nawash?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Mola, thank you very much for your testimony. Have a great day, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Do you have another witness you wish to call?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to call my main witness, Mr. Abel Gabriel. Let me point the computer to him.
All right, Mr. Gabrielli, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? I can't hear you, sir.
I do.
All right.
Speak up.
Okay, you're a witness, sir.
Give us your name for the record, please.
Abel Gabriel.
Can you have him spell his name for the
Spell
record,
your
please,
name,
sir?
please.
ABEL GEBRE.
All right. And what is your relationship to District Q Dispensary?
This is licensed dispensary.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I said, what is your relationship to the District Q Dispensary?
This is a lawful dispensary that is under a DC law.
And what is the address for this dispensary?
2626 Georgia Avenue Northwest, the basement.
Basement?
Lower level, the basement.
And how many floors is this building?
3 floor.
And how many businesses are in this building?
2 business.
2 business. How many do you own?
1.
1. And do you rent any of the other levels, any of the other floors?
No.
Do you have do you partner with anyone
No.
In renting the other floors?
No.
And are there other businesses in the building?
Yes.
How many, to your knowledge?
I don't know how many is. Let's say the one business up there.
Speak up.
I don't know how many business in the upstairs, but I know there is one business in the upstairs.
Do you know the name of the other business that's upstairs?
Yes.
What is it?
Herbal?
Herbal?
Yeah. District Herbal? Herbal. That's just herbal.
You don't
Sorry,
know
I
that?
couldn't hear that answer.
I'm sorry?
I couldn't hear that answer.
Yeah, speak up, please. Do you know the name of the business upstairs?
Healing Herbal. Healing Herbal.
Healing Herbal. Okay. How do you know this?
Just got the lease paper and the license from the landlord.
And what documents? Okay, so I'm gonna actually this is where I want to introduce Exhibit 1, but I'll do it all at the end. Or maybe I should do it now. I want to introduce the lease that he
You
secured from the landlord
you can
for.
have him have him identify the document, and then you can have him testify on the document. If you need to,
Okay.
if you need to put that in evidence, then you can ask that question, and then we'll
Yeah.
see where the government is. But you can have him identify the document and have him testify from the document, sir.
I'm showing you a lease agreement. Is this
Why don't you? No, sir. No, sir. No. Why don't you show us the document online? Have
Yeah,
him
that's what I.
identify. Yeah, but you're showing him something. I don't know what you're showing him, so you need to put the document. I believe you should still have the opportunity, the ability to share your screen. So you need to share your screen. Let us all see, and then have him identify the document, sir, on screen. You did it earlier, so yes.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's see here what's coming up. Nothing's coming up. Shoot.
You need to open the document. I see your screen, but you have not identified a document that you want to be open.
I know. I'm still trying to open it. Let's see here. The screen is coming so small that I can barely see. Let me see here.
It is your screen, sir. So you need to know where your documents are, sir.
No, I know, but did I do it early? It's not working. I'll get back to it. I'll finish with the questions. I'm having trouble. I'll get back to it.
So close your. Okay, fine. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Okay. You said that the business upstairs is called Healing Herbs.
Objection, that is not the name that Mr. Gebre provided for the business. This is leading the witness.
Well, he said healing something.
He
So
said herbal something.
Healing herbal. All right. All right. Let's move on. Okay.
Yeah. So you said the business upstairs is Healing Herbal.
Well,
how do you know this?
Okay. All right.
Objection, this is leading the witness. Not what the witness testified.
Right. If you need to, sir, let the witness tell you what the name of the business is, and let's all agree. Please do not. You just ask him. He answered the question, but if you need more clarification, maybe you need to ask him again.
Okay.
What's the name of the business?
How do you know the name of this business? What the name of this business is?
Ask the landlord to give me the license and the lease.
And when did you ask the landlord this?
After having a problem with the ABCA.
But speak up.
Yeah. Speaking up.
I love it. I don't think everyone can hear you. Speak up.
Okay.
How did you know? I said, how do you know the name of the business upstairs?
After I get the document from the landlord.
Okay. And what documents did you secure from the landlord?
The lease and the licenses. It's there.
Okay. I want to focus your attention on January 15, 2025. On January 15, did you know the kind of business that was on the second floor?
Uh, did I know what they do?
Did you know what kind of business they did? What did
Yes,
they do?
I know.
What did they do?
They was doing selling like herbs and CBD products.
Okay,
Sorry, I couldn't hear that answer.
speak up.
They sell herbs and CBD product.
And have you visited the second floor?
Yes,
Why did you visit the second floor?
I was thinking to have the upstairs because I heard about the license. The upstairs business is going down. I'm trying to get it to larger my business.
Are you saying you're trying to lease the
I'm
upstairs?
trying to lease the upstairs.
Have you leased it yet?
No,
Um, are you trying to lease it before the tenant leaves or after the tenant leaves?
I just heard the business, the upstairs business going down. So if there is a chance, I want to have the upstairs to own by me, just to make my business bigger.
And who were you negotiating with to buy the business? The tenant upstairs or the landlord?
I was talking to the landlord.
And do you have any relationship with the second floor business in the building?
No,
Do you have any ownership interest in the upstairs business?
no,
Have you ever worked for the business upstairs?
no,
Do you know if any of your employees work for the second floor business?
no, I have no idea about that.
Have you ever escorted any of your customers to the second floor?
No,
On January 15, 2025, were you at your business that day?
yes,
What time?
8 o'clock,
8 o'clock until what time?
11 p.m.
Were you 8 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock at
8
night?
o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in AM, AM in the morning, till 11 o'clock AM in the morning.
Okay, so about 3 hours?
3 hours.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask what the relevancy is of asking about January 15th. The search warrant was executed on January 16th.
Oh, I meant 16. Did I say 15? I apologize.
Yes, yes. For
I
this
meant
line of
16.
questioning, you've been saying 15.
Okay, I don't know where I got why it's I apologize. I don't know where I got that from. All right, I want to focus your attention on January 16, 2025. Were you at the business that day?
Yes,
And from what time to what time were you at the business?
8 AM in the morning until 11 AM in the morning.
Okay, so about 3 hours.
3 hours.
And where were you after 11 a.m.?
I go home.
Why'd you go home early?
I was feeling sick. I was having a little fever.
Were you at the business when ABCA visited your business on that day?
No,
Do you have any employees?
yes,
How many employees do you have?
4.
On January 16, how many employees did you have working in the store?
I was having 2 employers working in the store. There is a time coming change another one, probably 3.
3. So
Different timing,
is it different shifts?
different shifts.
And the 3 employees, is that including you or other than you?
Other than me,
Do any of your employees work for the second floor business?
no, that I know.
Have you asked your employees if they work for the second floor business?
Yes,
And what did they say?
they all deny.
And when did you ask them if they worked for the upstairs business?
After the incident happened, I received the email from ABCA. That's where I was asking them.
So So after when you talk to your employees after ABCA came on January 16, what did you tell your employees, or what did you ask them exactly?
I asked them exactly what happened on the paper. Did they take customer? Then they say no.
What paper are you talking about?
The ABCA emails. And they come and ask them about the allegation. They say they deny. They don't know nothing about that.
You said that you never took any customers to the second floor. Why would you not do that?
I can't take my customer to upstairs. I've been working hard to have the business working for me. I put all my saving, my time, everything there. So I want my business to be successful.
Have you ever told Officer Peru that you owned the business on the second floor?
No.
Have you ever told him that you leased the second floor?
No.
What did you tell him? What did you tell Officer Peru, if anything?
At the time I met Officer Peru.
Speak up, speak up.
The time I met Officer Peru, I'm just telling him I want to own the upstairs and export my business. That's what I tell him.
All right, you told him you want to own the second floor and expand your business. What did Mr. Peru say to that? Did he say anything or?
He was saying that he can sell the downstairs product to upstairs, but he didn't say anything. We can do, we can put the paperwork. That's what he said.
He told you can put the paperwork to do what?
To the dispensary in upstairs.
As of today, have you has the tenant on the second floor leave, or are they still there?
I think they are still there.
As of today, did you lease the second floor?
No.
Is English your first language?
No.
What's your first language?
Amharic.
Do you have a copy of your lease?
Yes.
Do you have the certificate of organization for the business upstairs?
Yes.
How'd you get it?
I got it from the landlord.
You heard earlier Officer Peru or Supervisor Peru say there was not much transaction selling and buying in your business. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yes.
What?
The time I opened the dispensary, I bought a lot of products. So I don't even sell like 5% of them, whatever the product I own. I have full of stock product in the store.
How much did you when you first when you opened the store, how much merchandise did you buy?
$55,000 to $60,000.
I know you said you didn't tell Officer Peru that you owned the second floor business. Have you ever told anyone that you own the second floor business?
No.
Did you ever go to the second floor business to work for any reason?
No.
You saw in the picture, in the evidence that was submitted by the officer who testified earlier, He showed gummies and lollipops and suckers. Do you sell any of this in your store? Do you sell gummies?
Downstairs?
Yeah, downstairs.
Of course, we do sell gummies.
You do sell gummies downstairs.
Yes.
What about lollipops or suckers?
We don't sell that.
Have you ever sold lollipops?
Sure.
I'm talking about the dispensary. Have you ever sold?
No.
Did you ever talk to the officer who testified earlier, Jason? I'm sorry, what's his name? Officer Ellison Torres. Did you ever talk to him?
You mean St. Peru?
No, not Peru. There was an officer who testified. We couldn't see his face.
No.
No. Did you talk to any? Did any officer question you or interrogate you after the 16th?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor, at this moment. And I'm going to try to figure out. I might ask the Attorney General if he could be so kind as to submit my exhibits. I'm really having trouble.
Well, we will. If you want to admit them into evidence, we'll ask the government if, as a courtesy, they can do that. But let's finish the cross-examination.
Yes.
I will say that I will be objecting to the admission of some of the documents into evidence, but I am happy to pull them up.
Right, he has to present them first, and then okay.
Go
ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gebra. So you are the owner of District Cure Dispensary, correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been the owner of District Cure?
Probably like 6 months.
6 months?
Yeah.
And how long have you been leasing the property at 2626 Georgia Ave?
I've been there 5 years.
So what would you do?
Hold on a minute, please. Hold on. All right. Mr. Gebra, I need you not to look at your attorney, and I need you to testify from your own memory, sir.
Okay, but I was confused when you asked me like.
Then if you're confused, sir, you need to let the person who's asking you the question, you let them know that you're confused, that you need them to clarify the question because you do not understand, sir. So if anyone asks you a question, if you do not understand, you can answer to say, I do not understand. Can you rephrase the question, sir? Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
So you said that you've owned District Cure Dispensary for 6 months, correct?
Yes.
But you've been leasing the property for about 5 years, correct?
Yeah, I've been having a smoke shop for on that property.
So what was the property before 6 months ago? What were you doing out of the property?
It used to be a smoke shop, so I applied for the license for a dispensary. Then it's become a dispensary. It used to be a smoke shop, district smoke shop.
What things did you sell at the smoke shop?
I mean, everything the smoke shop sells.
I don't know what a smoke shop sells. Could you explain what you sold from a smoke shop?
The cigarette, a hookah, a pipe, pepper.
Okay. And you said that you then for the past 6 months have been operating at this location. So when
I got
did
the license exactly?
Yes.
I don't know the date, 6 months, 5 months, 4 months. I don't know. But since I got the dispensary license, I've been running the dispensary license at the place.
Sure. And you testified that you have 4 employees who work for you. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are their names?
Santayo.
First name and last name?
Santayo Hailu. I might do a mistake with the name. I just know the first names.
Okay, so give me the first names of your 4 employees.
Santayo.
Okay.
Hailu, Brooke, and myself.
Can you ask him to spell those names
Yeah,
for the
could you
record,
could you
please?
spell those names for me?
I don't know how to spell them. I might made a mistake, but I
Do
can
your
try.
best. Do your best.
Sentaya is Sentey. The second one, Brooke, Brke. And Beza, Beza. And myself, Abel, Abel.
And so you said you only know the first names of your employees, correct?
Yeah,
How do you pay your employees if you don't know their last names?
accountant pay them. They send them a check.
So how often do you pay them?
And depend how often they work.
How are you tracking their hours?
I'll write it down.
But how do you know that they're at work?
I'm always there.
You said you're always there.
Yeah.
What's your establishment's licensed hours of operation?
The license of operation from 9 to 9.
Is that 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
Yeah.
But you just testified that on the day of the 16th that you were only there from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., correct?
Yeah.
So you're not always there.
I'm not. So wherever I want to go, I'm going to leave. I mean, if I want to come back, I come back and work.
So do you create sort of any tax forms for your employees for purposes of determining, how much they're being paid?
Or that?
Do you create any tax forms for your employees for purposes of tracking how much they're being paid?
No, really, but most of the time I work by myself because the business is slow. We don't have anything to sell, so I'm gonna be there by myself.
So I'd like to talk about the second floor establishment. What is the name of that establishment?
It's herbal. What was that? It's a herbal store.
It's an
Healing
herbal
herbal
store.
Healing herbal.
Healing Herbal. Okay. And how do you know the name of that establishment?
I got the document from the landlord.
So how long has the establishment been there?
What is that?
How long has the establishment been on the second floor? How long has Healing Herbal been on the second floor?
I'm not sure for how long it's been there.
Has it been when did you first become aware of them?
I have no idea. I mean, I have no idea about that, the first and second floor.
So you've been residing at the property since 2021. You've been leasing the property, but you didn't become aware. You don't have any idea of when somebody moved into the second floor.
I
Is that
mean,
what your
I
testimony
have
is?
nothing to do. I get into my shop and do my thing and get back. Then I don't know what's going on in the first and second floor. That's somebody's the property. I cannot get in it and find out what's going on.
So you couldn't even give a month of when Healing Herbal opened up.
What is that? What kind of? I don't get
You
it.
can't even provide a month when they opened up, could you?
I don't understand the question. Sorry.
Your testimony is that you are incapable, that you cannot say at all when they opened. Is that correct?
I don't understand this question again. I don't know.
Do you know when they opened? A month. Can you give me a month when they opened?
I don't know when they open.
You don't know. Okay. But you said that you have been onto the second floor, correct? When they were open?
It's not when they're open. I mean, I've been there.
But you haven't been there when they were open.
I don't know.
Have you been there when they were open? Yes or no?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So when they were open, what did you know that they were selling as a retail establishment?
Oh, they were selling a lot of product.
What kind of product?
they have CBD product and like a hookah, all those things.
Did you see any cannabis product when you were up there?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah,
But you're saying they did. You did see them with CBD product, yes?
I don't know it was a CBD or a cannabis product.
Okay. So did you have any concern about so your establishment also sells cannabis products, correct?
Yes.
Does it sell CBD products?
Do I sell a CBD product?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you have any concern about a establishment opening directly on top of your store that sells cannabis products and CBD products?
Do I have a concern where they open?
Yes.
I have no idea what they want to sell. I mean, I don't have a clue for upstairs.
Wouldn't an establishment selling CBD products directly on top of your store make it harder for you to sell products out of your store because of the competition?
No, I didn't think it that way.
So that establishment, you said that you only became aware. When did you become aware of sorry, you testified that you only became aware of the name of the establishment when you received a document from the landlord, correct?
Yes.
When did you receive that document from the landlord?
Since the incident happened.
Could you give me which incident are you referring to?
So about January 16th?
After January 16th?
Yes.
Okay. And so prior to that date, you did not know the name of this establishment that was situated directly on top of you?
Yeah, I didn't know about that before that.
Was there any advertising that this establishment that was on top of you had that was obvious to the public what they were selling?
I don't think there's, I don't see any advertisement on outside.
Okay. So you were present for Investigator Peru's testimony, correct?
Yes.
And so you heard him testify that he spoke with you on December 16th when he was conducting a regulatory inspection, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall that conversation with him?
Over the phone?
Was it over the phone or did you speak in person?
No, I speak him over the phone.
You did not speak to him in person.
No.
So you were not present on the second floor when he visited the establishment?
No.
So your testimony is that he was lying about him talking to you?
I'm
Is that
not
correct?
saying that. He didn't see, I never saw him that day over there.
So his testimony I'm talking about December 16th when he was conducting a regulatory inspection now, not January 16th when the execution was.
Okay, I understand now.
I'm talking about in December.
No, I met him upstairs, yes.
You met him upstairs. Why were you upstairs?
I was going upstairs to look around the shop.
Why were you looking around the shop?
I mean, I heard the first floor business is going to be out of business, so I'm just trying to take over. Then at the same time, I met Peru right there. I just show him around. I'm trying to bring all my business on this building. That's what we was having a conversation.
And so you saw the photographs that Investigator Peru took from that December visit, correct?
Yes.
Those photographs were of the inside of the second floor establishment, correct?
Yes.
And those photographs showed cannabis product for sale, correct?
I don't know.
You don't know? You can't determine based on examining those photographs whether there was cannabis product for sale?
I have no idea what it is, cannabis or CBD, whatever it is. I don't know what it is.
You sell cannabis as a living, correct?
Yeah.
And you're telling me that you couldn't identify cannabis?
I mean, if I see the cannabis, I can identify, but I'm not sure if it's a CBD or a cannabis.
Okay. And you also heard Investigator Peru testify about him being able to see that you could monitor the first floor, correct?
Yeah.
So if you were on the second floor, why were you, if you were working on the first floor, why would you need to be monitoring the establishment, the licensed portion of the establishment on the second floor?
I don't know about that.
Investigator Peru also testified that you toured him around the second and third floors. Why did you tour him around those floors?
Because I was just telling him I'm about to get that property to make it the whole building to be a dispensary.
Do you recall Investigator Peru telling you about the, or rather informing you that you were risking your license as a result of the operations that were taking place on the second floor?
No,
Do you believe, did he not tell you that?
no. The time we built the basement, the dispensary, Investigator Peru, he been helping me out how to do things. That's why when I see him upstairs, accidentally I was there. Then I just show him I'm trying to get this place to make my dispensary bigger.
So you testified that, or rather, did you hear Officer Torres's testimony detailing how when the undercover purchase happened on January 8th, how the undercover officer initially went down into the basement establishment? Do you remember that?
I have no clue about that.
I'm just asking whether you remember the testimony.
I don't. You talking about the one I hear right now while I was here?
Okay. And do you remember his testimony that after being denied on the first floor owing to the UC officer's lack of a medical card, that the individual who was working on the first floor took the UC up to the second floor and sold him cannabis product? Do you recall that testimony?
I heard that.
Okay. If there is no connection between the businesses, why would an individual working at your establishment sell someone cannabis on the second floor?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
I have no idea.
How closely are you monitoring your employees?
How close I monitor my employers?
Yes.
If I'm around, I'll be monitoring right there.
So can you say for sure that your employees were not selling unlicensed cannabis product out of the second floor?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Do you recall Officer Torres's and Investigator Peru's testimony about the execution of the search warrant on January 16th? Do you recall them testifying about that?
Come again? I don't understand that question.
Do you remember the officers testifying about the execution of the search warrant on January 16th?
Get the question, but can you just explain for me simple way, like to understand?
Did you hear the officers testify about the raid on January 16th?
Yes.
And did you hear Investigator Peru testify about the employee who is on the second floor? Do you recall that?
No.
You don't remember him talking about there being an employee who's working on the second floor?
I don't remember that.
Officer Peru's testimony indicated that the employee on the second floor let him into the licensed establishment on the first floor. Why would somebody who works on the second floor have access to the first floor?
I don't know what happened that day, but there was my employer downstairs. Then after that, I have no idea what's happening.
Who has access to the establishment on the first floor?
Oh, I have access to the establishment for downstairs?
Yes, downstairs.
I do have access.
Does anybody else have access?
And depend when somebody's open, they have access to open the store.
So who are the other people that would have the ability to unlock the downstairs portion?
I don't know that day who was opening the store, but I just left early. So there was somebody was there.
Was it one of your employees?
I'm not sure about that. But have to.
You don't, so your testimony is that you don't know who had access to the to the licensed portion of the
Yeah,
dispensary?
of course, it's gonna be my employers, but I don't know who was there. I mean, there was 2-3 people working at the same time. So
So your testimony is that you don't know exactly the name of the person who was there, but that whoever it was an employee of yours. Is that correct?
Objection. I mean, that's not what he said.
I'm trying to understand here.
But you're putting words in his mouth.
All
Just
right.
ask him a question.
I think
And
there's
he can say yes or no, and then I can ask further clarifying questions.
all right. Well, all right. I just think that the witness, and I think he stated English is not his first language, and so I will just ask for us to bear with him. If he says he doesn't understand, then we rephrase the question to ask him. All right. So, all right. If you need to rephrase the question, Mr. Southcott, please do.
Mr. Gebre, is there anybody other than you or one of your employees who has access to the licensed portion of your store?
yeah, my employers, they have access to my store.
Does anybody else apart from you or your employees have access to that portion of the store?
Nobody have access for that.
Nobody else. Okay. I'm just checking my notes. I have no further questions at this time.
Any questions by any board members? All right, Mr. Gebre, thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Meadows, you have a question you want to ask?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Gabre. I just want to understand, I'm hearing you correctly. You mentioned earlier you had 4 employees, and then you listed the employees, but you listed one of them as yourself, correct?
Yeah,
And then you spoke their first names, but you were unable to provide the last name of the employees.
yes,
So I'm supposed to understand that your employees have been working for you, I assume, for at least months, but you don't understand their last name?
I'm having a hard time to catch people's name.
Okay. I find that
Mr.
interesting.
Meadows. Mr. Meadows.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Let's see here. Is there a passageway? Is there a stairwell between the basement and the upper level
Oh, there's a passage, yeah.
on the inside of the building?
Yeah.
Does the woman that has the lease for the upper 2 levels, does she have access to the basement level?
Yes,
She does.
yes.
Okay. But earlier you said no one else except the employees and yourself have access to the basement level.
I mean, are you talking about the door? I mean, it's like a DC house. The backs, all the building, they have access.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to explain.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, Mr. Southcott, any other questions by any other board members? All right, Mr. Southcott, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Nothing for me.
Any redirect, Mr. Nawash?
Yes, Sean. Just a couple to clarify the questions that he may have been confused on. Do you have any reason to believe that any of your employees worked upstairs?
No,
Do you have any reason to believe that any of your employees sold marijuana from upstairs?
No.
I know you said you don't remember their first names in your mind, last names in your mind here, but you do have their names in the store?
Yes.
Speak up.
Yes.
So you have their names, you just don't have it memorized.
I don't know how. Yeah, of course. I have the name, but I don't know. I don't remember.
And where would their names be, like in full? Where would you have their names?
I just call them names. I know them names, but I don't know the last
Like
name.
when you pay them the checks, you obviously put their last names, correct?
Yes.
And so, who writes the checks?
Accountant.
Accountant. And you would just ask questions about access. And I think you may have confused people. You said, yes, you have access upstairs and upstairs have access downstairs. Tell us what you mean by
I
access.
mean, I have a door in the back. That's what I'm trying to say. But nobody have access to game store or upstairs store. But there's a door upstairs and downstairs. That's what I was trying to explain.
All right, so when you, so is it like a fire stairs? Is that what it is? Is it stairs?
It's just a door. I mean, I have a door. My store have a door. The upstairs has a door. There's no. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so if you went upstairs by yourself, let's say during after hours, would you be able to enter the stores upstairs if it's not open?
No, somebody have to open for you.
Someone has to open. Can someone come from upstairs to your place without it being opened?
No, somebody have to open for you from.
Someone has to open. Okay. That's it. No further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gabriel, for your testimony. Have a great day. Art, do you rest, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Art, since I think you might have forgotten such, since I remember, are there any documents that you're trying to move into evidence, sir?
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. So the only two documents I want to submit is just the two leases.
All right, so what are the, so.
The lease for the upstairs and the downstairs.
And does the government have an objection?
No objection to the submission of those two documents.
All right, so moved. All right, fine, thank you. All right.
Do you mind doing them for me, please?
The documents are what, so the two leases, which will be respondent, I guess 1 and 2 are introduced into evidence. All right. Okay. Now it's time for closing. What I need specifically is for the parties to specifically instruct the board what it is that they want the board to do. Okay? So we'll start with the government. Do the parties, do they want a 5-minute break, or they want to go directly to closing?
I'm happy to go directly into close.
Okay, fine. Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'd also just like to save a little time for rebuttal if necessary.
Since you have the burden, so yes, I'll give you the last word, sir.
Thank you. May it please the board, the evidence is clear that in spite of the representations to the contrary, that District Cure operates as one entity, which started as a licensed operation on the first floor and then expanded to performing unlicensed operations on the second and third floors of 2626 Georgia Ave Northwest. Because it expanded into unlicensed operations, District Cure justifiably was summarily closed and had its license summarily revoked. The justifications for the summary closure provisions are apparent. As you heard, District Cure was operating as an unlicensed cannabis establishment that poses an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public. In particular, the unlicensed establishment distributed and made available for sale or exchange cannabis that was untested by a testing laboratory and that failed to contain any label identifying the source of the cannabis, including where it was manufactured, the contents of the package, and the cannabis or cannabis products, ingredients, and THC content. Those two justifications independently mean the District Cure posed an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public, justifying summary closure under DC Code Section 7-1671.08 G2C and 2D. Now, you heard Investigator Peru testify how licensed product is labeled and tested such that you confirm whether cannabis product has been properly tested and labeled. And the differences between properly tested cannabis and labeled cannabis are stark. You heard Investigator Peru testify that when cannabis product located on the first floor, what that looks like, how it provides information about the THC content, where it was manufactured. And you heard him talk about the metric system that is put in place from seed to sale that tracks when cannabis is first cultivated and then tested and finally sold. And that bears no resemblance to the unlicensed cannabis product that was found on the second floor of District Cure. Now, you saw images from SI Peru's December 16th, 2024 visit of that unlicensed portion of the establishment on District Cure's shelves, and you saw that the same cannabis in the same unlabeled packaging in MPD's police report on the summary closure, which occurred on January 16th, 2025. Now, it does not appear to be contested at this hearing that the establishment that was operating out of the second and third floors was an unlicensed cannabis establishment that had unlabeled cannabis and was operating in violation of district law. It appears that the establishment's only defense is that these two entities were legally distinct and factually distinct from one another. And therefore, while the summary closure of the second and third floors may be justifiable, the summary revocation was not. But the summary revocation is appropriate here. DC Code section 7-1671.06V1 makes clear that this board can revoke the license of a business who violates provisions of district law regarding licensed medical cannabis. And section 7-1671.06BC2 states that a retailer shall cease any unlicensed activity once its license is issued by ABCA. And because District Cure was engaging in sales of unlicensed cannabis products, summary revocation is appropriate. Now, the establishment argues that there were separate leases and that these were separate business entities, and that the unlicensed activities in the second and third floor bore no connection to the licensed activities in the first floor. But this argument is simply too implausible for this board to accept. The landlord testified that there were separate leases for the first and second floor, but he appeared to have no knowledge of any of the operations that were taking place. The landlord testified that he had no idea that unlicensed cannabis was being sold out of his property, and only upon the closure of the establishment did he learn of the illegal cannabis operations. Even then, did he take any action against the tenant? No. But District Cure wants us to believe that this individual can credibly testify that there were two separate legal entities that were unrelated, despite the fact that he can't identify any merchandise that was being legally sold, and despite the fact that he had not been to the property since November at the earliest. Now, the evidence also shows that the unlicensed and licensed operations were two parts of the same organization. Now, Investigator Peru testified that both had the same owner based on his repeated interactions with Mr. Gebre when Mr. Gebre was in the process of receiving his license, and then when he was operating on the second floor. On Investigator Peru's visit in December, he testified that Mr. Gebre welcomed him into the establishment and was showing him around as to the renovations that he was performing and about how he expanded. SI Peru testified that there was the same signage and logo which existed on the first floor of the licensed portion as well as on the second floor of the unlicensed portion. This testimony was then corroborated by the testimony of Mr. Gebre, who testified that there was never any different logo or advertising that was put up by the name of the operation that was supposedly operating as a distinct entity on the second and third floors. Mr. Gebre struggled to provide even the name of the establishment, and he was unable to, or rather testified that he only became aware of the establishment's name after the summary closure occurred when he reached out to the landlord for documentation relating to this. This is true also when, and this, it strains credulity to believe that Mr. Gebre was aware of there being an entirely separate legal entity that was operating, that was not advertising to the public, that was selling substantially the same product, which was apparently unconcerning to Mr. Gebre, in spite of the fact that you had competition from walk-ins for the exact same materials, but he was unconcerned. And you also heard testimony from both SI Peru and Officer Torres about the lack of signage that occurred between the that would differentiate between the establishments. You heard Investigator Peru testify that the owner, after showing him around the unlicensed portion, led him down to the licensed portion and took out his keys so that an inspection could occur. You heard Officer Torres testify that when the undercover buy occurred, a District Cure employee initially led the undercover officer into the licensed portion and produced keys to unlock it. But when the undercover officer said they didn't have a medical cannabis card, that employee then led the UC upstairs into the unlicensed portion of the store, where that same employee sold the UC a $50 bag of unlabeled cannabis product, which later tested positive for THC. Now, this in conjunction with Mr. Gebre's testimony, where he said that the only people who had keys, who could provide access to the downstairs licensed portion were people who were in his employment. So it strains belief that he was letting other individuals who were from an entirely, unconnected commercial establishment that just so happened to be operating out of the same physical location with the same advertising and the same employees, but we're supposed to believe that these are distinct entities. Now, there are tests for determining whether particular entities are the same business entity. 9 DCMR section 158 identifies ways that you can tell whether multiple entities are in fact actually the same entity. And there are 4 provisions that are contained within it in terms of determining whether multiple entities are in fact actually the same entity. One of those is the unitary business presumption, which says that a unitary business can be presumptively shown by the presence of business activities in the same general line of business. Here we had the exact same line of business. Both products or both establishments were selling CBD and cannabis products. The next factor relates to functional integration and determines whether business segments are part of a unitary business depending on the facts and circumstances of the case. And functionally integrating factors such as shared management, operations, or resources may indicate a unitary business. Here, we had shared operations based on the fact that you heard Investigator Peru testify that you had employees who were on the second floor who were observing what was going down on the first floor, based on the fact that when the undercover buy occurred, you had individuals who worked on the first floor who then went up to the second floor. The third factor is common control and operations. Evidence of common control and shared operations can support the arguments that multiple units are part of the same business. If you have sharing of corporate operations such as legal, advertising, and maintenance and repairs. Here we have the same landlord, we have the same advertising, and intermingling of affairs and shared resources can indicate that these separate entities are not actually independent. And finally, you have intertwined business transactions. And that's the existence of contacts and business transactions that closely linked these different entities. So we had the same landlord here, we had the same property, we had the same advertising. All of those things point in the direction that these were not 2 separate entities, but one. Even perhaps though, more damning than any of that analysis, we have the owner's own statements. During SI Peru's regulatory inspection in December, the owner told SI Peru that he had to expand into unlicensed operations on the 2nd and 3rd floors because his licensed sales were too low, a fact corroborated by SI Peru's review of the metric seed to sale program. And so the conclusion is inescapable. District Cure is one entity that operates on the 1st floor and the 2nd and 3rd floors of 2626 Georgia Ave Northwest. And that licensed entity was engaging in unlicensed cannabis operations that pose an imminent risk to the health and safety of the public. Therefore, the board should uphold the summary closure of District Cure and the summary revocation of its license. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hold on, please.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
This closing statement that was just made by opposing counsel really shows the weakness of the government's case. The entire case, every word they said is based on the assumption that these two businesses are one. They made this giant leap, and then everything else they said was based on that assumption. They could have done this without assuming. They were there at the business. I asked Officer Peru, did you talk to the landlord? Do you know who owns the upstairs business? Did you check the lease, the articles of incorporation? Did you check any of this? And Peru said, no, no, no. He didn't, but he just assumed it was the same business. We brought people with actual personal information. They brought nothing from anyone that has personal knowledge. We brought the landlord, granted at the last minute, who spontaneously answered you that these are two separate businesses. One has been there for 5 years, another one has been there since June or something along those lines. This is significant. It can't be brushed aside. You had an opportunity to cross-examine the landlord. There was an opportunity. And you did. And the landlord kept repeating, these are two separate businesses. One came 5 years before the other. I guess the most difficult thing or is that their main witness or the person that they're accusing of being an employee of my client who supposedly went upstairs, they said it's an unidentified individual. And they just brush that aside as if it doesn't mean anything. They have the burden, not us. The only burden they met is to tell us that some unidentified person. Well, why is this person unidentified? You were there. You could have asked him, what's your name? They raided this store. They went upstairs. I asked him, did you apprehend this person? Did you ask him if he owned the business below? They didn't ask any of that. And yet they expect to terminate a dispensary that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars based on an assumption. When we don't have to assume, when you could have asked direct questions. You could have asked on the day that you were there, who are you, sir? What's your name that you're taking me upstairs? Do you work for the business downstairs? They didn't ask any of this. They assumed the only thing my client is guilty of, and I think that's probably why that causes the biggest problem, is his English is terrible. And he's unable to articulate his views. We saw that here today. You ask him one question, he says one thing, and a few minutes later he says something else. Not because he's changing his story, because he genuinely doesn't understand. A perfect example of when we were talking about the back access. He said, yeah, we can go upstairs and we can come downstairs. At first, the government got excited, thinking, wow, this is an admission. Until I came and redirected him, I told him, what do you mean by access? He was talking about a common stair area that doesn't allow you in each other's stores. I think he shot himself in the foot with his language. We can't ignore the fact that the landlord came here who's unattached to any of us. And the government tried to question the landlord. Sorry about that, I have dry mouth. The government attorney tried to question the landlord to see what his relationship is with my client, presumably to show that there's entrenched relations between these people, that this person will come testify a self-serving testimony. No. There was no relations. We called this person at the last minute after we saw the evidence that came in with no preparation. I asked him 4 or 5 questions, and you repeatedly asked him numerous other questions, and he was consistent. These are 2 separate businesses. Every piece of evidence, I realize in administrative procedure, under the Administrative Procedures Act, the rules of evidence are more lax. I realize that. But at the same time, the rules of evidence are not thrown out the window. Every piece of evidence, every iota, every word that was presented by the government was hearsay. Nothing was based on direct information. Nothing, not one thing was based on personal information. This is significant. It can't be ignored. We're talking about taking a person's livelihood based on assumptions. He himself testified that, yes, I went there. He didn't deny it. He could have said, no, I never went up there. He said, I did go up there. I went there more than once. Why did you go up there? He says, I'm trying to buy the place. The landlord said that he approached him trying to buy the place. Trying to lease it, I'm sorry. Because he's in the basement level and he wants to be upstairs. He testified that he heard that the upstairs business was going out of business and he's trying to take it. There's nothing that he said that was contradictory or inconsistent. It may have sounded that way, but once we clarified the language, once we explained to him what is being asked of him, he answered appropriately and consistently. These are consistent arguments that are being made. I don't own Nabab business. I never worked in Nabab business. I have no interest in Nabab business. I have a lawful license. I'm a dispensary. I'm selling legal products. And contrary to what the government said right now, even the closing statement, I had to sit here and cringe. He said that my client said something that was never said. It's all based on assumptions. Everything, the government's entire case is based on assumptions. They said that my client admitted to owning this place, to going up there and selling. He denied that. He denied that. We had Officer Peru. I still don't know what was the significance. I'm sorry, not Officer Peru, the Officer Torres. I still don't know what was the significance of his testimony. He was reading off a piece of paper that someone else wrote. This would not be accepted. I realize this is an administrative court. This would not be accepted in another court. When you could bring the person who actually did this, the officer, supposedly the unidentified officer. I did criminal law in the past, and in situations like this, there are ways to do it. He could come and testify behind the screen. We don't have to show his name. He could say, I'm John Doe officer. I'm the one who went there. But he would be speaking under personal information. This prejudiced me. I could not question. I could not ask one. This is why I only asked one or two questions to Officer Torres. He doesn't know anything. He didn't see anything. All he showed us was weed, marijuana, presumably, that came from the second floor. Okay, so the second floor sells weed that may be unlicensed. Y'all didn't arrest him, but you still haven't tied that weed to my client. When I asked Mr. Peru, I told him, is the dispensary violating any rules? He said, no. The dispensary is following every rule. He never found one violation with the dispensary. He found violations with the upstairs, but we don't own the upstairs. They have their own owner that they didn't arrest. Why wouldn't they arrest or at least interrogate the owner? Why wouldn't they interrogate the above owner and ask him these questions that are being told or testified to here that, wow, he owns the upstairs. Okay, you were there. You detained the owner of the upstairs. Why wouldn't you ask him, do you own this? Do you have part ownership downstairs? Does the downstairs have part ownership upstairs? Unbelievable. Unbelievable that they had this person in their hands and they don't ask him. Not one question. And you put me in an uncomfortable position, prejudicial position, that I have to sit here and listen to an Officer Torres who didn't go there, who didn't see anything, and to testify as if it's all true. I can't cross-examine him. He doesn't know anything. He showed us pictures of marijuana bags. What does that tell us? He showed us gummies and lollipops. What does that show us? What? Nothing. He said, I got it from upstairs. Well, okay, that's only significant if you tied the downstairs to the upstairs. The entire testimony of Officer Torres is irrelevant because it only makes sense if we establish beyond 100% that downstairs and upstairs is one business. It was never established. It may not sound right, it may smell bad, it may look suspicious, but we in the law, we can't go based on, wow, I have a hunch this is not right. There has to be actual evidence. There has to be actual evidence. There was none presented in this case. I know it may seem like it, but if you really look at it, there was nothing presented. There was nothing presented. Everything that's presented is from upstairs, but they never made the initial link. The initial link is important, and that's where their failure happened. And it's inexplicable. And the thing is, again, we don't have to be in this position. We don't have to be my word versus Officer Jason Peru's word. It doesn't have to be my client's word against Officer Torres' word. We don't have to be in this position. You could have asked the second floor owner to come here today. You could have subpoenaed him. I don't know if you have the power of subpoena, but you could have at least asked him. He was detained. Most people are scared to death when they're being detained by police officers, and they would answer anything. They didn't ask him. And yet you had an opportunity, you blew it, you didn't ask, and now you're saying, oh no, they have to be the same. And so we're closing your license. Tough. I don't care if you spend your entire livelihood on this thing. If we have a hunch that this is the same business. Look at the closing argument. All we heard was summary legal conclusions. No facts. I listened to every word opposing counsel said. Not one iota of evidence. All he gave us was conclusions of law. I presumably was reading from a statute. That's not how it works. That's not how it works. Certainly, it was prepared before today. So, oh, did I lose y'all? No. Certainly, it was prepared before today because it was reading from it. I know when someone's reading from a piece of paper. The government did not meet its burden. Did not meet its burden. My client, his testimony is stronger than anyone that the government brought because he actually has personal knowledge. The landlord actually has personal knowledge. They testified based on personal knowledge. It's much stronger than certainly Torres, who saw nothing, didn't go over there. He was just reading from a piece of paper. Or Officer Peru. Why wouldn't you, I'm not going to say that he's lying, but when I looked at the interaction between opposing counsel and my client right now, and before that with the Honorable Mr. Anderson, when I saw the questions, and similarly with the questions with Mr. Meadows, Supervisor Meadows, in every interaction between all three of you and my client, there was an instant misunderstanding where the questions has to be repeated a few times before my client understood what was going on. So why wouldn't this happen with Officer Peru? This is why I wanted him to come and testify today without an interpreter, because he didn't have an interpreter today. He's
Hold on,
not
sir.
a literate man.
Hold on. But one was never requested. I just want the record to reflect that your client never requested an interpreter.
Well, that's my
Which
point.
is available.
No,
But okay, I just want to make sure that you're not saying that he needed one and
no,
one was not provided.
no.
Okay,
No,
okay.
what I'm
I
saying
apologize.
is, even if I could give one, I didn't want one, because even though I knew his English at best, if we talk about 1 being or 0 being no English to 10 being fluent, I would give him 3 at best. The reason I wanted him to testify, because even in my own talks with him, every other sentence became misunderstood. And I saw the same thing happen with all 3 of the people who asked him questions here. Everyone. I mean, to the point that Mr. Meadows at some point, it seemed to me, got frustrated and says, I have a trouble believing this. And I had to redirect him to get it clear. And I had to use, maybe it's a little bit easier for me because my parents are immigrants from a different part of the world. And I understand how to talk to people who barely speak English. You have to use very simple language. And sometimes you have to repeat it using a different set of words. I think this is all a misunderstanding. And here the ABCA, which I really believe is sincere, I really believe Mr. Peru really believes that my client owns the upstairs. I really believe that Mr. Torres probably believes, I don't believe anyone's lying here. I don't believe that, Mr. Southcott lied when he gave anything. I don't believe that. But I really believe it's one misunderstanding over the other based on assumptions over assumptions, and we got into a disaster. This is a simple case. You can't ignore my client's testimony, who's the only one who has direct knowledge. You can't ignore the landlord's testimony, who has actual direct knowledge, and give more weight to people who don't know anything, who have no personal information. It doesn't work that way. And I don't want to say anymore. I think I got dry mouth. So I want to cut it so I can let y'all go home early.
No, we still have a full calendar because this is the first case that we had that started at 10:30, sir.
That's 3:30, so I took your day.
You took my entire day, and we
I'm
have
sorry.
maybe
It's
like
his
5 more
fault.
cases. Well, it is the operational justice, so we still have our full calendar to move forward with. But I want to thank. All right, Mr. Saska, do you have the last word? So I'll give
Yes.
you 4 minutes, sir.
I'll make a brief rebuttal. So there are several points in opposing counsel's close I'd like to address. One of them is the fact that opposing counsel makes much hay of the fact that it was an unidentified individual who, in the summary or in the undercover buy, who took the UC officer from the first floor to the second floor and sold them unlicensed product. For reasons that Officer Torres explained, an officer conducting a UC buy isn't going to ask the identity of people who are engaged in that type of operations because they don't want to appear suspicious and give away that they are engaged in police activity. They're trying to appear to be blend in and be forgettable, so those individuals are not going to be asking those questions. So it's completely unsurprising that this person is unidentified. But what we do know is that based on Mr. Gebra's testimony, that the only people who had access to the first floor were employees of his. And so when opposing counsel comes and says that our entire case was based on hearsay and based on assumptions and based on conclusions, that's not true, because we have the testimony of S.I. Peru, who testified as to his direct interactions, not hearsay, with Mr. Gebre on December. We have both investigators Torres and Peru, who testified as to their participation in the raid which occurred, the execution of the search warrant which occurred on January 16th of this year. That is direct testimony based on experience that both of those individuals had from being present in the establishment. Both of them could describe the layout of the establishment. Both of them, SI Peru talked about how the establishment did not shared, rather, not just didn't have different, but shared advertising between the first and second floors. That is unrebutted testimony. And so the district is willing to concede that there were separate leases that were signed between the first floor and the second floor, although the district will note that those leases are signed in the exact same day. Regardless of that, the evidence shows that in spite of the fact that they may have created a legal fiction to try and preserve the argument that they were separate entities, there was such a commingling of the entities based on unrefuted direct testimony that supports the conclusion that in fact these were not separate legal entities, but were in fact the same business entity. They were sharing employees. Individuals who were on the second floor could look at operations that were happening on the first floor. The owner of the first floor was present on the second floor. And most damningly, the owner on the second floor, when Investigator Peru came, confessed and stated that the reason why he was expanding into the second and third floors was because of the low sales of licensed product, and that's why he had to expand into unlicensed product. This is direct testimony that Investigator Peru provided, which is contained in the case report. So the suggestion that the district is basing its entire case on hearsay and inference and has no substantial facts and direct testimony to back it up simply isn't supported by the record. There is ample evidence showing that these operations that they try to say are distinct are in fact the same. There is the landlord could not testify as to what operations was taking place on the second floor. He could not testify at all as to what product was being sold. So his argument that, oh, well, he said that they are separate entities, that carries no water because he wouldn't know. Contrast that with SI Peru, who visited both establishments on multiple occasions and saw that they were substantially the same, being run by substantially the same people. You heard SI Peru say that he is convinced that the same person who was operating the first establishment, or the establishment on the first floor, is operating the establishment on the second floor. And the evidence bears that out. When the undercover officer went down to the first floor to try to buy licensed product, he was directed by the same employee up to the second floor so that that employee could sell him unlicensed product. You have this commingling that is unrefuted, that those events took place. That there was unrefuted testimony that you had this transfer of an overlap in terms of ownership, in terms of employees, in terms of location, in terms of advertising. Mr. Gebri himself testified that he had no idea what even the name of the establishment was until after it had been closed. And yet we're supposed to believe that these are totally legally separate entities and that he would have no objection whatsoever to the fact that, in spite of the fact that his business was predicated on the sale of legal cannabis, that he was unaware of unlicensed cannabis being sold, in spite of the fact that he was present in the establishment and saw the same jars that we saw the same gummies that we saw, and yet his testimony says, "Oh, I didn't know that was cannabis," even though that is his line of business. It strains credulity. And so the logical conclusion here is that not that these are separate entities, but rather a legal conclusion can and should be drawn that these are the same business entity. And as such, it is appropriate for this board to uphold both the summary closure and the summary revocation. Now, I will say, in the event that the board decides that, in spite of all of the evidence to the contrary, somehow the board decides that these are separate legal entities, the summary closure of the second and third floor should still be upheld, because there's been no testimony that has been provided by any party to refute the fact that there was unlicensed cannabis sales that were happening on the second and third floors that was resulting in the sale of unlabeled cannabis. And that on its own provides an independent justin for summary closure of that establishment based on the labeling provisions, meaning that that establishment was a threat to the health and safety of the public. Both the summary revocation and the summary closure are appropriate, but in the alternative, the district wants to make clear that at the very minimum, the summary closure should be upheld. Thank you.
All right,
Yeah,
thank
if
you.
I might just say one
So,
more thing.
no, sir.
Not in rebuttal, because I
No.
forgot to.
You forgot to what, sir?
You told me to say what we wanted, and I forgot to tell you. That's all. You know, in terms of this summary, we don't object to them closing the upstairs. It's not ours.
All right. Okay. All right. And I was supposed to have asked you that at the beginning when you presented your case. How are you gonna? But I guess it's clear to the board that you're providing two leases. So it's your assertion it's two separate businesses, and as stated by counsel, that's a legal fiction. But that's up to the board for the board to determine whether or not it's two separate businesses or whether or not that's a legal fiction as the government is claiming pursuant to 9 DCMR 158. Okay, all right. So thank you for your presentation today. Let me close this case. I'm in the board. So as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24 ULC 00056, District Cure Dispensary, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 24 ULC 00056 District Cure Dispensary for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 4-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. The board will issue its decision. It says within 5 days. It said must within the board will issue the decision within 5 days. I think that with the whether or not this matter was appealed timely, maybe that might impact our timeline, but I think the regulation says that we have 5 days from the date of the hearing to issue our decision, and we will comply to issue our decision. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 24 ULC 00038 Street Lawyer Services. This hearing has been canceled. The next case on our calendar is a fact-finding hearing for Best Stop Dispensary, license number 129825. I'm hoping that the parties are online. Mr. Oriana, are you able to elevate the rights of the parties for this case?
Sure thing. Azam Awad, your access has been elevated. Adanek Gabriel Mesco, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
I thought we were going to have a witness from maybe Mr. Towson. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sean, I'm sorry. Our head of licensing.
I don't see him on.
I'm looking for Mr. Gordy.
I don't see him on. Let me reach out.
I'm going to ask all right. I'm here now. a feedback. I see that there's someone online and there's another name, but there's no picture. Who's the other person? There's a Gerber Meskel. Who's that person? Or can that person turn their camera on? Are you both in the same location?
The location, the person with my partner is Azim Awad. I see on the
No, I'm sorry. I was asking, were you in the same location?
no.
All right. Do either you have ma'am, do you have some headphones you can use?
Sorry, I don't have any headphone.
Mr. Azad, do you have a headphone you can use, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Let me see if it helps when you use a headphone.
Yes, sir. Is this better?
I'm hearing a feedback. I'll ask Miss Gerber Meskel, why don't you mute your line? Just turn your line on when you need to speak. You can speak, Mr. Azad. Let me see if I can speak, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Azam Awad.
I'm sorry?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Azam Awad.
No, just hold on a minute, please. I'm getting some feedback, so I was trying to find out how can I. Are you on two lines, or are you online and on your phone? I'm just trying to find out if I see that you are on both. You're online. Is there anyone on the phone? Have you logged in twice, or you just logged in one time?
I have just logged in through the computer system, sir.
All right. Okay. All right. So let's start. Because time is of the essence. So, Mr. Aswad, if I pronounce your name correctly, please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to the establishment.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Azam Awad. Spelling is A-Z-A-M as in Mary. Last name Awad, A-W-A-D. And I am Ms. Adanesh's partner at the location at 3439 B 14th Street Northwest.
All right, so Ms. Gabor Mescal, please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship, please.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My first name is Adanech and last name Gebermeskel, Gabor Mescal. I'm a partner with Azam Awad, the location for 3439 14th Street Northwest.
All right. All right, hold on 1 minute, please.
Just confirming, we need Mr. Gordy on the public hearing, correct?
Yes, the hearing for this matter, yes. No, let Mr. Gordy, Miss Government, please mute your line. Only unmute yourself when you're speaking. Mr. Gordy needs to be in the public hearing, in the public meeting for this case, not executive. All right, let me while I'm waiting for Mr. Gordy, so let me ask a question, Mr. Azad.
Yes, sir.
You stated that you and Ms. Mescal that you're partners in the Best Stop Dispensary. Can you tell me about your business, please?
Yes, sir. So, Best Stop Dispensary, we're partnering up in order to open up a licensed dispensary in Washington, D.C., and be able to provide all the different cannabis cures for people in the Washington region, and also be able to, provide advice and ways for people to be able to obtain their licensed medical cards. This is why we are joining forces in order to try to provide this service for the public.
And when did you apply for a license?
Initially, actually, Ms. Geber Mescal applied for the license, I believe, during the July open period.
Well, I can ask her Ms. Geber Mescal, when did you apply for a license, ma'am?
And I'll mute myself for the record.
Please, yes.
Yes, sir.
I applied the license July 1st in the beginning of when the license is open. I'm a first applicant, submits the application and approved as a standard medical cannabis application.
And so when you applied, who was on the application? Who were the owners?
In the beginning, in July 1st, there was two partners. Me, Adanish Gabriel Mescal, and Heriti Barehe, and the placard is issued.
Hold on. So what percentage did you own, and what percentage did the other individual own?
50%.
50%. Okay, so what happened to the other partner?
As soon as after the placard is issued and the payment is done, at that point, Heriti Barihi, she would like to withdraw based on her personal problem. She don't want to continue with me on the license.
Okay, so as soon as at what point? I'm sorry. At what point did she withdraw?
At the time of placard payment.
And so, what did you do after that?
I asked her, just the placard is ready to be posted and we have to pay the payment and have to post it on the location. She innocently told me she don't want to continue this whole process no more because she has something personal problem on her personal life.
And so she no longer is interested in pursuing this business, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what did you do regarding ownership?
Okay, as soon as she withdraw, I pay the whole 8,000 payment and I got the issuance, the placard. And I posted on 4600 14th Street, the location which is I am a tenant still today. And I posted on the location. But in the meantime, I was planning to open on that location, 4600 14th Street, as a cafe and pizzeria place. That was my beginning dream. So as soon as the placard I posted because the address was qualified, everything is okay. I changed my mind and sent email to ABRA in the cannabis department. Can I change my standard application to conditional? They told me, yeah, you can change your standard application to conditional, and whenever you got any location, you can use it anytime. So I was a dream to open a cafe in 4600 14th Street. So I changed my mind as soon as I got a confirmation from ABRA, cannabis department. I changed my application, standard application, to conditional license, and I am now still continue my cafe in 4600 14th Street.
But on the application itself, when you change it from standard to conditional, did you change the ownership? I can't hear you, ma'am.
At that point, when I changed my license from standard to conditional, I was 100% ownership. So I just changed it, and ABRA, cannabis department, accepted my conditional application. So 100% ownership, and it's changed to conditional license. And at the meantime, after I changed my license to conditional, I meet with Aziz. He's a good person working. I decided to work with him. And when I asked him, he has a location. He has a good location to move to any conditional license. So we agreed to work together. So we applied in 3439 14th Street. And we got the fact-finding hearing today.
All right, so because the reason why you have the fact-finding hearing is because there's confusion over ownership. That's the purpose of the fact-finding hearing. But did you file any documents with the agency to say that? But let me ask you a question. What type of business entity did you own with your previous partnership? What type of business relationship was that? I can't hear you, ma'am.
Which one?
All right, when you
Hello?
applied, you got the standard license, and which was moved to conditional, but the license that was issued to you, you own 50% and your partner owned 50%. Is that correct?
No.
When did you change your ownership relationship with the agency, ma'am?
As soon as she changed her mind at the time of placard issued, I changed my mind, and
No,
the ownership is.
no, I'm sorry. All right. Did you ever reach out to the agency to say that you were 100% owner of the business, you want to change your ownership status? Did you ever do that?
What I did, let me explain what I did in my knowledge. As soon as I decided to change the license from standard to conditional, and the agency accepted my opinion. You can do it in conditional. What I did is I got a permission. I can change my license to conditional. So
No, listen, you're missing.
the
Hold on.
ownership.
Yeah, go ahead now. Go ahead.
The ownership, I only inform the agency when Azam is coming to as a partner. I put all information, Aziz information, everything, his information, personal information, his social, every information I submit to the agency in the meantime, at the time of when I meet Aziz.
Okay, so when did you advise the ownership? I'm sorry, when did you advise the agency? And how did you advise the agency that I'm sorry, what is her name?
Aziz?
No, your previous partner.
Harati?
Yes, what's her name?
Harati.
Spell that for the record, please. Spell her name for the record.
Hirity.
What's her full name?
Harity Araya, 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 her last name.
All right, so when did you change the ownership of the business with ABCA?
At the time of when I am a partnership with Aziz.
And when was that?
When I applied to the new location with Aziz. That time is now in end of December, I think.
So
December.
what information did you provide to the agency?
All Aziz information, my partner information, personal information, I just submit everything, the whole document, the whole package. What I fill out in the beginning, I fill out for Aziz again. 50% discount. I put on the summary page, Adanish 50%, Aziz 50%. I put all his information at the time of application to standard. When at the time of change of my license in general.
All right. So does what's her name again? I'm sorry.
Adanish?
Miss Adanish, did you sign any paperwork with her officially ending her relationship with that are no longer in business?
Yes.
Did you provide that to the agency?
Oh, which is, I don't know. I'm just getting fact hearing meeting. Just I'm attending. I don't know which document is required or not.
No, I'm just asking you, ma'am, have you provided any documents to the agency to say that she is no longer your partner, that she's no longer your partner, that
Only form, yes. The only form I submitted is there is a standard summary of share form in the agency. Every shareholder have to be completed summary of share. Whoever the partner have to complete the summary of share document. I completed that form properly, submitted to the agency.
okay.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Gordy, can you come on camera, please?
Yes, sir. I'm actually in the middle of a move, but I'm here.
I need you, Mr. Gordy. So I should have been informed that you were needed for this. I know that we decided this morning that we needed your testimony this afternoon.
I'm here, sir.
All right.
Yep.
So, can you state and spell your name for the record, sir?
Sean Gordy.
And where are you currently employed, sir? Mr. Gordy, are you there? Mr. Gordy. All right, Miss Government Skills. So you can come on. So you have all right. So you have a conditional license, and you have identified a location, and so you have requested you have now informed the agency that you have a location to open your business. And what's the location that you have identified, ma'am?
3439 14th Street, North West.
And Mr. Avad is your 50% partner in this now in this business to move into this location. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Awad, I'm sorry if I pronounce your name wrong. Please forgive me, sir. Is there anything that you want to add, sir? You can unmute yourself and do that, sir.
Yes, sir. So everything that Ms. Adinesh said, I was already informed of this prior. Her situation with the old partner that is no longer existing, and she, brought the opportunity over to me. I was already in the middle of a contract for the 3439 location, which I was getting ready to lose because of license issues. I was not going to move forward with that location until Ms. Adinesh explained to me the situation that she was going through, and I offered to be her partner with that, and to also use this location instead of forfeiting it.
All right, thank you.
You're very welcome.
All right, Mr. Gordy, let me
Yes.
go back to you, sir. So just tell me, what is your relationship with ABCA, sir?
I'm sorry. I'm the chief licensing officer in the licensing
All right.
division.
All right, so are you familiar with this establishment? It is this conditional license, Best Stop Dispensary.
I am.
And how are you familiar with this establishment, sir?
We received an application for and from Best Stop, specifically the entity Addis Ababa Inc.
Mr. Gordy, is there any way you can just? I need you to be stable because you're losing. I need you, whoever
Yeah,
is driving, just pull over because I can't
I
have you
did.
testifying and then I'm losing you, sir.
Yeah, I did. And then that's when the signal was lost, like it is now. And so it goes in and out. That's why I try to move to a different location.
All right. So what problems, if any, does your division have with this license?
So Best Stop, Addis Ababa Inc. submitted an application, and as the witness testified, it was placarded as a standard application with location. The witness contacted, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay. The witness contacted the licensing specialist, the sign specialist, to let her know that the partner, as the witness stated, withdrew, and that the location in which they were placarded for was lost. I believe there was some disagreement or separation with the landlord. So the Addis Ababa Inc. or Best Stop, as it was trading as, did not withdraw the application, but did request to have it converted to conditional. That's the last the specialist and ABCA heard from Addis Ababa. Somewhere on July 1st, the entity headed by or being represented by Mr. Your other witness, um, filed an application with a new location, and the application was accepted, or at that time, when the Addis Ababa application was converted, and then the licensee or your witness returned to ABCA saying that there was a new entity, new partnership, and new location, then that's when the licensing specialist flagged alert management to pause the application, because the original Addis Ababa application was not properly withdrawn. There was no transfer of ownership in terms of if the original two owners were on the application and one owner removed herself, and then your witness absolved the other 50% to where she now owned 100%. We were not aware of that. And in addition to that, the entity in which she represents was she owns 100% of now is not the applicant, uh, and not even the same trading organization, but a different applicant now that's being represented by Mr. Amza, who is your second witness today.
But what my confusion though, Miss Mc, I'm sorry, Miss Mc, Gemma Mescal stated that she has a conditional license. So what entity, as far as license is concerned, what entity owns the conditional license? Is that correct?
That's correct. So if and hence the request for the fact finding, because if she's saying that she now owns 100% of the original applying entity, that being Addis Ababa Inc., but then saying that that entity no longer exists, then therein lies our confusion and concern. And then to then reappear with another partner, that being the gentleman that's your second witness today, and applying for a license, then in theory, this gentleman also applied for a license in which the second entity is under a different partnership, and this Amwa is now changed to. That's when it changed to Best Stop, which originally was under a different entity. Then where did the first entity go? And if it's a conditional license, then that license has to be resolved, or that status of condition has to be resolved with the original applying entity, if she is to move into a second entity. Otherwise, she's asking us to issue one conditional license for the old entity, Addis Ababa, which no longer exists, and which, from what I've told, and then secondly, the second entity in which she's a partner of with Mr. Amza Awad.
But so how many conditional licenses are out there or have been issued by the agency
One,
to these two parties? And the conditional license was issued to what
Addis
entity?
Ababa. Addis Ababa.
So
The
so who is so who is so while we have an fact finding here on Best Stop Dispensary, what is Best Stop Dispensary?
That's what we'd like to find out, sir.
Okay.
Because
Hold on, ma'am. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
right, because when your witness resurfaced, because she did mention Hariti Rara, who was representing the Addis Ababa entity, um, that which was that Addis Ababa incorporated entity was originally trading as Organic Dispensary, and that's what your witness is representing, along with the partnership that was dissolved. So it was the Addis Ababa Inc. trading as Organic Dispensary that she absorbed, and the remaining 50% requested a conditional license because they lost the location. And so that license is in conditional status as we stand.
All right, so I'm sorry, what's the name of the license that's in conditional status?
It is Addis Ababa Inc. trading as Organic Dispensary.
That is a conditional license, and who are the owners as far as ABCA, excuse me, is concerned? Who are the owners of Organic Dispensary?
We had Hariti Aria, whom your witness mentioned, was 50% owner, as well as the witness. We were notified that Hariti, the other partner, fell off by somehow. I don't know if I guess the witness explained the story, but we were notified that that person was no longer a part of the entity, and that they wanted to assume the 50% and convert it to a conditional because that entity also lost their location.
All right. So has the agency approved Ms. Gibber Mescal as a 100% owner of Organic Dispensary?
I believe so, yeah.
So she owns 100% of Organic Dispensary, and this dispensary is and this is a conditional license. Is that correct? Because there's no location.
That's correct.
All right. Okay. So now, does Best Stop Dispensary have a license?
No.
What is Best Stop Dispensary from the agency's perspective?
They submitted an application on July 1st for, I believe, a location. I don't have the placard in front of me, but I don't believe it was placarded.
All
I
right.
don't know if the witness can speak to that.
All right. So Best Shop Dispensary applied for a license, and who are the owners of Best Stop Dispensary as far as the agency is concerned?
Well, when they submitted their application, on the application for the entity was Amza Awad, whom I believe is your second witness, and the first witness that you have. And so when they submitted that,
And Miss Gabor Mescal, so you're saying Miss Gabor Mescal, she submitted, as far as she submitted, she and Mr. Anwar submitted an application July 1st as 50% owners of this Best Stop Dispensary. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the agency's problem with this?
That the witness, the first witness, wanted to, our understanding is that they wanted to use the Best Stop license with the new entity and new partnership in lieu of the original Addis Ababa organic dispensary license, in which we had questions about, you know, how her going into another partnership, new location, etc.
So what is the agency's concern?
Our concern is that if the applicant, what happened to the original entity, and if the applicant was still pursuing the first license, and has she totally absolved herself from the original license, and then now has joined partnership with the second license or second application, Mr. Amswar, and are they moving forward with the second entity dissolving the first entity?
But let me ask you a question though. Can Miss Gabor Mescal, can she have ownership, at least 50% ownership in two entities?
Yes.
So why is there concern? Why, if okay, she has a conditional license. She is not applying. And maybe if I'm incorrect, please let me know. She has a conditional licenses for organic dispensary, and now that's conditional. She's applying as for a license under Best Stop Dispensary. I don't understand why there is any confusion. I mean, I can understand if she was trying to apply for a yeah, I'm confused. Is she trying to resurrect the organic dispensary? How is she trying to resurrect the
Well,
organic
I'm
dispensary?
not nodding yes. I'm just kind of affirming that that's sort of our confusion, and that's why we wanted to, when we received the second application, that when it came to the board, I don't think that she was clear about what she was doing. And, rather than think it was something nefarious going on, we wanted to have a conversation with her as well as the other party, the second entity, to see exactly what it was they were doing. Because if they were now moving into this second entity and being in Best Buy, then is she then foregoing the first entity, Addis Ababa, and was she clear about what she was doing?
All right. So, Miss Gabriel, what entity did you form to get into a real what entity did you what entity did you agree to join with Mr. Awad?
In the beginning, my company was Addis Ababa Inc. That's correct. And then when at the time of my partner was Azam, because I tried to move the entity, trade name, everything based on best stop dispensary LLC company and trade name. I have the trade name. I revised the article of organization between which shows Azam and me 50% ownership. I changed the revision. We have an amendment on article of organization. So I moved to in the same Best Stop Dispensary LLC and Best Stop Dispensary.
All right, so so are you asking the organization, do you still have does organic dispensary still exist?
No, because there is a possibilities in a dispensary department. You have a right to change your corporation. You have a right to change your trade name. There is a form. I completed that form and submitted to cannabis department. There is always whenever somebody did any change, there is a form. I do all the forms change.
Okay, so you have changed your name from Organic Dispensary to Best Stop Dispensary, and you now have that both you and Mr. Azad are the 50% owners of this new entity, Best Stop Dispensary. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
And Organic Dispensary no longer exists.
God, we registered already Best Stop Dispensary. We don't need no more use Organic Dispensary. Yes.
And so, and I guess I need to find out from Mr. So did the agency, did you receive a conditional license for Best Stop? Well, I guess what you're saying is that you've reorganized, you've changed from organic to Best Stop, and so therefore Best Stop is the entity that now owns the conditional license. Is that what you're saying? And you have provided ABCA with the new ownership of the new entity.
Correct. I agree. That's a correct thing. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Gordy, are you there, Mr. Gordy?
I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Are you not? Do you understand what was presented here today?
I do, and she's provided the clarity that we need.
Okay. All right. Well, that was the issue, ma'am. Thank you for being here today. You have provided the clarity, and this was the fact-finding hearing to get some clarification regarding ownership. The agency will move forward with processing your application, whatever that means. That doesn't mean you're going to get a license. It just says that the agency will move forward in processing your application. Okay? Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you guys all for your time. We appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. All right.
Have a great
now we move to our afternoon schedule. We just get to our afternoon schedule all the way to 4:20, also it's 4:27. So the first case on our afternoon calendar, which was initially a 1:30 hearing, it was a fact-finding hearing on DC smoke. That hearing is canceled. The next hearing on our calendar is a fact-finding hearing regarding Ronald Douglas, trade name Mr. Buttersworth, and is Mr. Douglas available?
Yes, Chairman. Ronald Douglas, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. So Douglas, can you turn your camera on, please? I believe that Mr. Gordy is still required. So Mr. Douglas, can you please turn your camera on, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I'm still with you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Douglas, all right. I cannot see you, Mr. Douglas. I think based on the based on the lighting. I think it's based on the lighting. I can't see you. I cannot make out your face, sir. All I see is a dark shadow.
Maybe I shouldn't be right. There we go.
Okay,
How's that?
that's better. Okay, that's better, sir. Thank you. Okay.
All right.
The board called good afternoon. The board called a fact finding in this matter of the conditional license of Ronald Douglas regarding concern in interactions with ABCA staff. The board will hear from the agency's licensing manager, and then the applicant can provide a response if he so chooses. The purpose of today's hearing is to make a record for consideration by the board at a later date. As this is a conditional application, the board will not make a decision on qualifications until a full license application has been filed and deemed complete. If the board determines that a qualifications proceedings is necessary, then the board will provide appropriate notice and documentation at that time. All right, so and this is a fact-finding hearing. It's informal. Parties are not sworn in. At fact-finding hearings, the board cannot legally order any party to take any specific action. Fact-finding hearings are just informational for the board. And so, Mr. Douglas, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
RONALD Ronald Douglas.
And Mr. Douglas, and you are the owner of you have a conditional license for I'm sorry, you have a conditional license for an entity called Mr. Buttersworth. Is that correct? At 13, is that Mr. Butter, Buddaworth? Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, Mr. Butterworth.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Gordy, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Sure. My name is Sean, SEAN, Gordy, GORDY.
All right,
And I'm the license.
Oh yes.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So, Mr. Gordy, can you please share with us any concerns, if any, that you have regarding Mr. Douglas's interaction with the agency? Mr.
Yes,
Douglas,
sir.
can you please mute your? I cannot see you, sir, but can you please mute your line, sir, please? Go ahead, Mr. Gordy.
Thank you. Our concern is with Mr. Douglas stems from at least 2 years ago and rising to recently. And I apologize, I don't have my laptop and documents in front of me. I can in a second, but the applicant applied for a medical cannabis license, and during the application process, we were introduced to him as he had concerns with first clean hands for the business entity as well as him as the individual who was 100% owner. In that time, my interaction with Mr. Douglas had been initially somewhat somewhat professional. However, it really dissolved to very contentious and very, incredibly combative. And so in emails, which was provided, and as well as in person, my first meeting with Mr. Douglas it started out, again, respectful and professional, and then dissolved to him screaming and threatening, in which I walked away from that original interaction with him into then him emailing me and calling me and somewhat berating me by phone. Then he came into the office a second time, in which we had conversations, in which he again became aggressive, very disrespectful, and then ultimately was asked to leave. We did not hear from Mr. Douglas for quite some time, in that he had tried to secure the documentation he needed. He ultimately provided the tax documentation from OTR, and then was awarded a conditional license. We did not hear from Mr. Douglas for a few months, in which he then resurfaced into the office, and he walked into the office one day, and I don't have the date in front of me, but I'll pull it up. And so he came into the offices of ABCA at the Reeves Center at 14th and U, and he encountered first one of our licensing specialists who was on duty in our first floor medical cannabis office. And Mr. Douglas had an elderly gentleman with him, in which he then asked to for some information about his conditional license. The licensing specialist assisted him, and then he wanted more information, in which, her not being the assigned specialist, she reached out to the assigned specialist, but apparently that wasn't fast enough or enough for Mr. Douglas, because then he began to get extremely aggressive and disrespectful to the licensed specialist on duty. The conversation itself, the service itself, really denigrated into him calling her a fat bitch, repeatedly called her fat, waved his hand in her face, to the point where she was extremely fearful for her own safety, and she had to stand up and take a step back from behind the desk. And then according to my licensing specialist, the gentleman that was with Mr. Douglas even asked Mr. Douglas if he can calm down, and Mr. Douglas said no, and continued to berate my licensing specialist, whom left the office and walked to nearby security desk, which was probably about 50 feet away, 50 feet away, and requested the help of security. Security spoke to Mr. Douglas. He claimed that he could calm himself down, and they allowed him to go upstairs. This is not the first time. As I mentioned, Mr. Douglas's behavior had been a concern of my team. His assigned licensing specialist also emailed me, and we met to discuss Mr. Douglas's behavior before his interaction with the licensing specialist that was on duty. She too expressed concern about Mr. Douglas's behavior, and ultimately wrote an email to me, which I think I included in the exhibit, and expressed concern that she does not want to work with him alone, in which I assured that didn't happen. And we had one other specialist who encountered Mr. Douglas, I believe, by phone. I say all that to say that each interaction with Mr. Douglas had been extremely contentious, extremely disrespectful, and very threatening to all three staff persons. All three happen to be women. I too, in my experience, in-person interaction with Mr. Douglas. Had to walk away from Mr. Douglas because it became threatening. And just leading up, and so my conversation with Mr. Douglas, we tried to handle it professionally, speak with him. Hey, let's make sure that, you know, you don't treat my staff this way. It's not necessary. You know, what you said to my staff person, calling them those names, is unacceptable. He apologized and thought he could move on. Just 2 weeks ago, Mr. Douglas, assumably preparing for this hearing when he received the invitation to attend this hearing, called me one evening, and I didn't know it was Mr. Douglas. And he introduced me, hey, this is Ronald Douglas, and I just want to tell you I want to know what's going on with this hearing. And I told him that any questions that he had about the hearing, about the process, reach out to our legal team during business hours, and they will be happy to help you. You can start with the person who invited you, and they can point you to the right direction. And he proceeded to then say to me that he was, to summarize the many things he said, that that he didn't understand why he needed a fact find, and we don't need to be fact finding. Why would we ask him in the last 2 weeks or right before a hearing that he had to appear at a hearing? This is a game. This is a sham. Ask me where I live. This is a sellout. And do you know that I've been shot? He went into a whole diatribe of who he was, who he is, and threatened me by phone, and to the point where, again, the conversation was reduced to threats, profanity, argument. And I said to Mr. Douglas several times, Mr. Douglas, I'm gonna have to let you go. Mr. Douglas, we don't need to have this conversation. And so he continued to go on, and which I hung up the phone. He called back. He left a message on my voicemail, which which was provided, which was again laden with more anger and aggressiveness and threats. And so we asked that a fact finder be held with Mr. Douglas because not only from our experience from government employees and servants of the District of Columbia, but we also have concern for customers who may need to counter Mr. Douglas and his operation if he's issued and afforded the opportunity to possess a medical cannabis license in the District of Columbia. We collectively expressed that concern that if he can't get through the process of interacting with us that way, we can only imagine what customers would go through. So again, to summarize, my staff was terrorized by Mr. Douglas. My staff was threatened by Mr. Douglas. My staff was disrespected and berated by Mr. Douglas, whom at each time he's done that, it's gotten progressively worse. And he interacted with us like it was nothing wrong with that. So our concern is that Mr. Douglas is shown through this process. His behavior is unacceptable, and that we ask the board to again address this very serious issue, issues that involve safety and just almost mental abuse to our staff. That won't be accepted at ABCA.
So Mr. Gordy, so specifically, what were the threats? What specific statements did Mr. Douglas allegedly say to staff?
So just 2 weeks ago, or a couple weeks ago, several weeks ago, when I spoke to Mr. Douglas, he in the course of him losing control of himself, said he'd been shot several times. I don't know who he is. I know where you are, and that you all are not going to take this from me. I work very hard. I'm a black man in the city, and y'all are all alike. Y'all trying to take my license, my business, my livelihood. I'm not gonna let it stand. Y'all gonna hear from me. You gonna know who I am. I said, okay, and that's when I kind of hung up the phone. But then also my staff, the licensing specialist that I'm purposefully not naming, unless you require me to. When that person was on duty, Mr. Douglas not only berated her, called her, talked about her body size, being a black female and who she was, and that she was a bitch, and called her a bitch many times and waved his hand at her, and to the point where he approached her and invaded her body space, which was very threatening to her, and caused her to, exit from the other side of the desk and try to find security and try to find some help. And as well, there have been when he was working with the sign specialist, he had again used all types of profanity with her, and told her that he would come down there and that y'all are not going to do this to me. And so, which prompted her to write the email in which I shared as part of the exhibits as well. So, Mr. Douglas has, in every interaction I've found, including myself, and the one incident with me, before he even interacted with my staff, I believe after one, he actually followed me to the elevator after I walked away from him because he was, threatening or rising up like in a threatening manner while we were talking in our first floor office. I walked away and I told him to have a good day. And as I walked away, he followed me to the elevator, rode the elevator up with me, and was standing with fists balled. I had to, I was hoping the elevator get to the fourth floor, not for me, but for him. So again, the disrespect and the feelings that he can intimidate government servants to what he wants or what he thinks situation should be, is concerning for us.
Anything else you want to because I'm going to give Mr. Douglas an opportunity to speak if he so desires, but anything else you want to say, Mr. Gordy?
No, I think I've captured everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Douglas, as I stated, it's a fact finding here, and the board will not make any specific findings today regarding your license. We're just gathering information, and so if you choose to respond, you can. You do not have to. I appreciate the fact, sir, that you appeared today. But if you choose to respond, this is your opportunity to respond, sir, if you choose to. You need to unmute yourself if you're going to say something, sir.
Certainly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Am I still visible to you?
Yes, sir. I can see you well.
Okay. First and foremost, I think everything has just been miscommunication. And when there's a breakdown in communication, it can go several ways in a city. So, I was taking notes here. Mr. Gordy never articulated a threat that I made. He said I balled my fist. He said that I said I knew where he was. He said that I said you're going to find out who I am. First and foremost, I'm a poor black man. I got this license through the social equity part of the ABCA's office, where you can get a cannabis license. I got this through social equity. In order to qualify for social equity, you have to be a convicted felon. And there's several other factors on welfare, so forth and so on. So I'm a convicted felon on welfare with some documented mental health issues. I got SSDI as a result of my mental health conditions. But I asked this office several times in communication, where is the felon? I am part of the district's cannabis office felon program. Where is the felon in the office that can relate to me? Because I don't think any of you guys can relate to me. I've been to federal prison for marijuana. in prison, there's certain behaviors and tendencies that you pick up. I've been in the poor, impoverished community my entire life. I asked Mr. Gordy, where was he from? He said he was from Southeast too. I gave him an example of when you go into a Giant and said Alabama Avenue Southeast in the 20032 zip code of Washington, D.C. If you're returning something, you have to tend to prepare yourself for a confrontation because the attitude in such retail environment tends to be a little aggressive and upsetting. This has been my environment my entire life. For an example, I went to Giant and on Alabama Avenue right there, and I asked where he lived to see if he could relate to where I'm from, because I'm a convicted felon from Southeast, impoverished, poor man on welfare. I need you to be able to relate to me. You're a college graduate with a high-end job whose mom is proud of him. I failed at everything I've done in my life. This is an economic opportunity where, if I'm lucky, I can create generational wealth. But I need to know if you can relate to me before I go on my spiel, before I spill my heart and soul. So I'm going to a Giant, I'm getting a cake that says, "Happy birthday, Grandma." And then I asked them to put this, and can you put that? And do you know they was like, you, that's it. You can't get no more. That's it to the word. That's it. You got all you can get. There's no limit to what you can put on the cake. So, I mean, this is just the general environment that I live up in. And it's conducive to non-productivity, and communication tends to break down. But I've also told them often, I have a master's degree in social science. So I got a master's degree, so you must forgive my delivery. But if you can get past my tone and maybe my body language, I'm not a liar. I don't threaten anyone. I will not antagonize you. I will not look down my nose at you. I will only tell you the truth and stand on it. If I'm wrong, I'm the type of person in a nightclub, I've said all of these things to Mr. Gordy. If I step on your shoe, I'll not only apologize, but I'll get down on my knee with a napkin and wipe it and say, "Excuse me, brother, forgive me," to ensure that it doesn't go into a clash, because I know my people. I can relate to the frustrated, aggravated black man. So I just asked who was the felon in the office that can relate to me. It's a shame that you have a felon program, but don't have a felon who can come out the office and maybe talk to that felon when things break down in communication. Yes, I called the woman a fat bitch, but I did not walk in that office, and I hope you guys review the tape, because like I said, this seems to be a witch hunt to me. I rubbed elbows wrong with a few people in the office. The first interaction was in May of 2024 when I applied and was given my license. I got frustrated with the fact when I came in on the last day and nobody's answering me or replying to me, the last day for approval, I come in and find out that I have 10 more steps to take. So I was frustrated with not finding out, yes, you've been approved, but no, you have to go do this. You have to go get a notarized paper. You have to go this. And I expressed frustration and disdain with that, not with a person. I wasn't mad at Jacqueline, or I believe her name is, my first case manager that he mentioned. I wasn't mad at her that I was upset with the fact that I thought I was at the beginning, the end of my process, but seems I was just at the beginning. And I asked her, why can't I be frustrated? And yes, I always use race, forgive me. I said, why can't I be frustrated as a black man? Why can't I bang the table and say this is fucked up? As long as I don't say fuck you, excuse my language. These are the examples I use. Why do I have to say gosh darn golly gee when I'm upset? I'm not upset with you. I am upset with the circumstances. And where I'm from, I have a tendency to express myself with that kind of language, but not to you personally. I'm not saying F you, sir. I'm saying this is a effed up situation. Jesus Christ. I gotta go do this and that now and that. So I rubbed her wrong. She couldn't understand where I was coming from. She took it as if I was personally upset with her. That's the original. That's in 2024. I came in with an old man to get a copy of my license that I already have, conditional license that I have. This was in October. I didn't get a hearing notice until January. It took 90 days for you to decide that I should have a hearing, fact finding. It seems like a witch hunt. I done now rubbed elbows with the lady who I called a fat bitch. after communication broke down. What I tried to tell him was that was provoked ignorance. I didn't come in there just ignorant. I came in with an 88-year-old man who owns a property who gave me a lease. I finally got my lease and secured a lease. He wanted to see a copy of my conditional license. He didn't believe that it was legitimate because on the news they were reporting how many dispensaries they were shutting down. And he didn't think that my letter saying that I had a conditional license was legit. So I took him into the office just to request a copy, just a printout. Can you guys just print out my conditional license I have? The lady at the desk told him that I don't have a license. I said, well, what does conditional, why does it say license after conditional? Conditional license if I don't have a license. And I try to explain to her, you might know something I don't, but you're not articulating the facts to this man. Now you have him believing that I am scamming and lying about my license. You just told him I don't have a license. And why would I be in ABCA office for a copy of my license that I don't have? And she responded with whatever she responded with. And then I went back, and as communication broke down, she got her sass and her baggage, and she got her body language and all of that. And of course, that's provoked ignorance. I'm not at work. She's at work. I am doing business in a public building. So I go to DMV to get a copy of my license I already have, to get a duplicate copy of my license. I get in an argument with the clerk and go down to the next clerk and they print me off a copy of my license. I leave and go home, and now they're gonna revoke my driving privileges? I just came in for a copy. Communication broke down. Somebody felt the way about that communication. Totally understood. But I have no intention of working in my business at all. I'm just going to be the owner. I intend to have a general manager, and employees. I don't intend to be there. So why should my character or lack thereof in public communication? You go to Walmart, you argue with the bakery clerk, and you get fired from your office position? I shouldn't be allowed to have an economic opportunity to create general wealth for my family because I got in an argument or two with the ABCA staff? If this was any other office that I had a lapse of communication with, would I be threatened to lose my license? No. So this is a personal attack, man, where I rubbed some people wrong in my breakdown of communication, and now they're trying to see to it that I can't feed my family as a result. What does my character or lack of communication have to do with business? I'm not going to be there at that business, have no desire to be there. You're going to take my license because you don't like the way I talk? That don't make sense. And threaten, how come they continue to help me? After the exchange with the fat B, I went upstairs. Mr. Gordy came out and saw me and the 88-year-old gentleman that I came with. Mr. Gordy came out and explained to him that, yes, Mr. Douglas does have a license. Mr. Gordy came out, and before he gave me help, we addressed what happened downstairs. I said my piece. Hey, man, she got out of line, and I had to talk to her. And that's it. Y'all need to check her, correct her, and retrain her because she got out of pocket. And after addressing that, he assisted me. He told the gentleman that, yes, my license is legitimate. He went back in the back of the office himself and printed out the duplicate of my conditional license. Bring it back to Mr. Early. Got on one knee in front of Mr. Early and broke down everything in my license to let him know that's legitimate, that he can give me the lease. And after that, Mr. Douglas will have his placards. I thanked him. We were happy. He let him keep the copy. And then we got up and left. For another footnote, he like 7 foot. I'm 5'9", 131 pounds soaking wet with 2 bricks in my pocket. I ain't physically threatening nobody. I'm from the community where I don't take that wild. I remember people going postal. I remember people will come back and kill everybody at work. I'm not saying this is what I do. This is why I don't threaten people in public. I didn't threaten nobody. And if you review the tape, I didn't get in that woman's face and put no hand in her face. And furthermore, for her to get up and come out of the office, she would have to come within 1 foot of me. to get out of the door. So why would she be intimidated of me in her face and then get up and walk right past me to go out for security? What happened is, after I called her a fat B and said, let me up, man, and whatever I said, I left out to go upstairs. Why would, if this didn't require incident reporting, security came over to me, but they still let me go upstairs. When I went upstairs, Mr. Gordy still assisted me. He still talked to my landlord. He still gave me a copy of everything. And then he went about his business and I went about mine. 90 days later, I got a notice that I'm going to have a hearing, that they might take my license because I had the interactions in the ABRA office with ABRA staff. And again, what does a disagreement while I'm in public? I'm not at work. Everybody conducts themselves a little different at work. I'm not at public. I'm out in public. I wasn't at work. So I shouldn't be held to conditions of standards like I was on the clock and duty. I was in public. The person who was on duty ought to be retrained to condition. And I hope before you make any decision, you go and review all of them tapes. And why are people so threatened still helping me?
Person, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. You're back on camera, Mr. Douglas. I put myself on mute because I was hearing a feedback, and that's why I don't like putting myself on mute, because I start talking and then folks didn't realize. Mr. Douglas, no one is threatening your license, sir. No one is taking away your license at this juncture, sir. Okay, so let me just be clear that you're at this juncture, sir, your license is not threatened. The purpose of this hearing is that, and I like the fact that you put on the record that although you had negative interactions with certain staff members, that Mr. Gordy, who testified earlier, that he assisted you to ensure that you have what's required. So I appreciate the fact that you did put that on the record to say, in spite of whatever problems that you might have had, that Mr. Gordy assisted you with your concerns. So I'm going to bring this hearing to a close, and I just want to put some things on the record. The board is ending this hearing. As stated at the beginning, Mr. Douglas. Yes, sir.
I asked the office for what rule
but I'm gonna explain to you, sir. I'm gonna explain to you.
I only asked them, not you. I asked them and they never could tell me. What rule did I break in the application that I signed?
I'm gonna explain to you what's going on, sir. Okay? I'm gonna explain to you. And remember at the beginning of the hearing, I stated that the board is not making a decision, we're just having this hearing. So anyway, but I just want to state this, sir. I just want to advise you that as a licensee, you will be charged with enforcing the district laws on your premises, resolving conflicts with customers, and maintaining security on the premises. You'll also have to interact with DC government personnel such as ABCA, the Marshal, MPD, and others. You may have to deal with government officials investigating your business and notifying you of violations. In all of these situations, it is the expectation of the board that you handle them in a cool and professional manner. If you cannot be trusted to address these situations professionally, then you may not get a license, or you may not keep a license for very long. Finally, if you choose to pursue a full license, the board will look into your conduct. Therefore, it behooves you to operate in a professional and civil manner moving forward, sir. Character, I mean, when we have a license, fitness and character are issues that the board can look at to make a determination if the person can qualify for a license. But we're not at there, sir. Your license is not being threatened. We're just having this hearing to state that you have had some unfortunate contact with some staff members, and just saying to you publicly that we look forward to working with you, and we will, as you've stated, although you had whatever interactions that you had with Mr. Gordy, that Mr. Gordy treated you professionally, and what we just expect and anticipate that if you get a license, you will work professionally with everyone either customers or investigators who might come to your establishment in a professional manner, sir. Okay?
Yeah, what's the if based on now? What's if I get a license? I already have a conditional
You have,
license.
right, but
My next step was just bring the police.
your
And once
next,
I bring the police, I got my placard. So
yeah,
now what's the if?
there's no issue, sir. What I'm
Only
saying is
reason
that,
I got these hearing notices in
sir,
January.
sir,
Oh, I
sir.
would be open now. That's the
No,
last piece. I would be open now.
no, sir,
But
that's
I
not
had to
true.
call because I didn't know, and nobody would explain.
No,
This is just a hearing, Mr. Douglas. No one that I tried to email, not Mr. Gordy, not anyone who emailed me these notices, told me this. So I don't know what was going to happen today. Didn't have any idea what to expect. And every time I reached out to prepare myself for this character and fitness aspect of the Rick, nobody would tell me nothing. I don't know what that is. I don't know what it means. I don't know what they said it's for when you got in an argument with staff at the office. So I felt like, wow, I got in an argument with the staff and you're going to take my license. I'm just explaining. So
Mr. Douglas,
that's why I don't know what was going on. I thank you for your clarification, but what's the if now? I have the lease. The only reason I haven't brought it.
Mr. Douglas, no one is taking your license away from you, sir. You have a conditional license, and no one is taking your license away from you, sir. Basically, the next step, if you have a location, you will come to the agency, and the agency will move towards processing your license. However, character, I'm not saying that anything that you have done so far is a disqualifying factor. I'm just saying to you, character and fitness are issues that the board can look at in agreeing to give any licensee a full license. Because one of the concerns that we have, sir, we are granting you a license. It is a privilege to have a license. And so we want to make sure that this privilege that is granted to you, that when our investigators, invariably, if you have a license, an investigator is going to come to your property, and we're going to ask for the manager or a manager or the owner, and you need to be there, and we want to make sure that your interaction with our employees are professional, and we also want to make sure that your interactions with anyone who comes in your facility is professional. That's all. Okay.
Yeah, and can I suggest y'all get a felon on your app staff to deal with your felons that apply?
Well,
Just
there is. I hear your recommendation, sir, but you're aware that there is an office of returning citizen, their office for returning citizen, and maybe you can reach out to that office, and maybe they can help you facilitate the process.
I'm sure I'm not the only convicted felon that applied under the social equity. And if this is just a lapse in communication, I ain't threatening nobody. I wouldn't do that. You can go look back and review the tapes. He never told you, articulated a threat. And again, I haven't threatened anybody for just the tone of voice and language to be such a big deal that it could possibly take away someone's license when they're not even at work. It's terrible.
No, sir, there's, as I'm stating, your conditional license currently is not.
I got that, but to have to go through this just because I had a discord. We broke down in words. We argued. It takes two to tango. Me and I didn't threaten anybody. I didn't get in anybody's. Now let's just assume, for argument's sake, that I didn't threaten anybody and I didn't get in anybody's face. A breakdown in communication warrants this. That's why I think that there needs to be a felon working in that office to work with felons, because I think someone who did time and was a felon wouldn't have been offended by me. They would have been able to relate and understand my communication and where I'm coming from, even if I chose to use the bad words, they call them. They would relate, they would understand, just like me when I run business. If someone's yelling in the bank that I work at, I say, ho, everybody, let me get that. Excuse me, bro, what's going on? Talk to me, man. What's up? Everything all right? Man, no, man, this is some mother. Don't make no goddamn. Hold on, brother. Talk with me. I got you. I'm gonna get you now. Don't I? But you got to let me know what's happening. It wasn't me that did it now, but I'm gonna make it right. Talk to me. See, I know how to work with that. Ease that situation. Get that brother what he need. Keep everybody safe. Get him out the office. There's no one in Abra who can do that, man. If everybody's getting so wrinkled over a loud tone in certain language to the point that it has to come to this, then you need somebody in the office who can relate, because I'm telling you, what you got from me, the rant you heard today, the way I rambled, how Donald Trump calls it a weave, how I may go into this story to bring out this point, that's all I did. How did I change character today when I got so passionate? I just changed suddenly and learned how to get my tone? No, sir. I'm not disrespectful. I'm not ignorant. I've been to federal prison and I went the same way during that time. I would have gotten killed in there if I didn't stand up for right and principle. I would have died because I present myself like I am right now in Southeast Washington in these impoverished streets. And the reason that I didn't get killed and I don't is because I don't be wrong. I will not threaten you. I will not cross the line. I'm just expressing myself with passion. When Martin bangs the table and says it on the podium, when Farrakhan, when Malcolm bangs the table, the crowd goes crazy. But when the brother is passionate in the office about his point, everybody's insane about it. But how come no security was called and no incident reports? Why didn't they walk me out? I was so threatening, but they still let me go upstairs. These things don't add up. I was so threatening, but they still gave me assistance. This 7'2" and I'm 5'4", and he was afraid I'd cut it out. That's exaggerating. And this is how I know it can tell you that this is a witch hunt. They got angry at me for whatever and are trying what they're trying because they're trying to take a brother's economic opportunity. Why wouldn't they tell me that that's wasn't what this was?
All right. Okay, Mr. Douglas. Thank you for appearing today and thank you for expressing your views, sir. You have a great day. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, hold on. Now, would you feel like the way that I was to you today, that I shouldn't get the chance? Just a personal question. I shouldn't get a chance to see my family because of the way I talk to you today?
Mr. Douglas, I have informed you that you're currently your
I know.
license is not.
And since that's established, I just wanted to know personally if it was possible. Would you do that, sir? Would you take away my economic opportunity to feed my children because the way I talk to you today?
Mr. Douglas, this hearing is over. You have a great day, and thank you for being here. And I know you've been here all day, sir.
Right.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
God wouldn't allow that. You couldn't do that. That would be being God, man. Playing God over somebody's words or your.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Have a great day. All right. The next case in our calendar is Easy Day Edibles, license number 126412. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. I don't. You said Easy Day Edibles?
Yes, that's the case. Is there anyone here from?
I don't see them.
All right, let me call the next case. Let me call
Cross LLC. Do you see them there?
I'm sorry. Well, they should know who they are. This is for Easy Day Edibles. That's the trade. If there's someone online for Easy Day Edibles, that is a fact finding here, and they need to be here.
It's
I'm sorry.
Green Cross LLC. If they're in the chat,
Yeah,
no, but all right. It's Green Cross LLC. Their trade name is Easy Day Edibles. This is their own trade name. They should know their own trade name. So I never call the LLC. I always call the trade name. And so if it's your trade name, if I call the case, you should know your own trade name. All right. So if there's someone there, the trade name is Easy Day Edibles. If that person's there, can you turn your camera on, please? I see Green Cross LLC. Can that person turn their camera off? If you either turn your camera on, or I'm going to move on to the next case until you figure out how to do that. Okay, Mr. Oriana, I think they're having some concerns, some issues. Is there any, can you provide them any assistance?
Please check your microphone setting under the down caret under mute, and then just see what your microphone setting is, and maybe try an alternate microphone. I think they logged off. Maybe they'll log back on.
Okay.
They're elevated, but not sure if their microphone is working.
All right. Are you able to, if you're Easy Day Edibles, if you're unable to participate this in with your camera, can you call in, please? I know that you've been waiting for a long time for your hearing because this hearing was scheduled for 2:30, and it's now 5:13. So, I think in the chat, the login information where you can do a call in.
The join by phone option.
Yes, and join by phone. While we're waiting for that person to call by phone, let me just let me do something before I forget. Let's do the notice of meeting, legal agenda, medical cannabis. No, that's gonna be hold on. All right. I'm asking the person from Easy Day Edibles, can you call in, please? Okay, I'm gonna move on to a different agenda and ask that you do the call-in feature. Okay, so what I'm gonna do right now, while or so until the person gets online, I'm gonna do the legal agenda medical cannabis. And there are two. The first matter on the legal agenda medical cannabis is review of an offer in compromise. This is for capital THC, which is case number 24 ULC 00058. And the first offer in compromise is as follows. Number one, cease operations. Respondents shall cease operation as an unlicensed cannabis retailer selling cannabis and cannabis products or take any action that violates DC Code Section 7-1671.08. Respondent has provided proof that he's no longer leasing the premises and has vacated the premises as evidenced by attachment A. B. The District of Columbia shall have the authority to enforce this offer in compromise in Superior Court for the District of Columbia or for any other avenue as outlined in DC Code Section 7-167.12 AF. 3. Collection of personal items. Respondent may schedule with ABCA enforcement a mutually convenient time to retrieve personal items as listed in 2B from the premise. Respondent shall be accompanied by a representative from ABCA and the Metropolitan Police Department. A. If respondent wishes to schedule a time to retrieve personal items, it shall contact ABCA enforcement within 7 days of the board approving this offer in compromise. ABCA will not return to respondent any item seized by ABCA or MPD. B. Personal items respondent may retrieve are cash registers, credit card terminals, non-cannabis products and accessories, clothing and food items. 3. pending licensure. Respondent is not precluded from proceeding with its pending medical cannabis retail license application under the trade name Equinox DMV. I therefore make a motion that this offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. The second case on the legal agenda, medical cannabis, is a review of offering compromises for the landlord. This is for capital THC1, case number 24 ULC 00058. This offering compromise is number one. The landlord affirms that capital THC has permanently vacated the premises. Two, landlord affirms that it has either one received affirmative confirmation from capital THC that it acknowledges the termination of its lease and has vacated the premises, or two, has evicted capital THC from the premises as evidenced by Exhibit A attached. Three, landlord acknowledges that it is responsible for returning any property owned by capital THC that remains in the premises and over which capital THC has a legal right of return. Four, landlord agrees to not lease the premises to any unlicensed cannabis distributors at any time in the future. Five, landlord agrees to notify ABCA when it has leased the premises to a new tenant and to provide the tenant's business name, owner, and contact information. Six, ABCA shall make the keys to the premises available to landlord for pickup at the offices or any other mutually agreed upon date, time, and location. Seven, the OIC shall not take effect unless and until the board issues a final order approving an OIC between the government and the licensed establishment, capital THC, which is we've just proved. I therefore make a motion that this offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 4-0. We're at the end of that. We're at the end of that agenda. So let me call. Yes. So let me. I'm going to now recall. It's a fact finding. It's Green Cross LLC, trade name Easy Day Edibles, license number 126412. Can I have the parties who are on the phone? Can I have them introduce themselves for the record, please?
I will. This is Alan Manstoff. I'm the owner of Green Cross LLC, doing business as Easy Day Edibles. I have here with me is Sierra Cockrell, who's my attorney here at McGowan and Kenner. You hear me okay now?
I can hear. So are we? All right. So I need everyone to introduce themselves. Who's gonna? You said you have an attorney who's there.
Yes, hi, Chairperson. Apologies for the technical issues. My name is Sierra Cockrell, CIERA-COCKRELL. I'm an associate with Kenner McGowan PLLC and counsel for Easy Day Edibles.
Okay, so let me go ahead.
Alan Manstoff, it's ALANMANSTOF.
So those are the two folks that are here. Okay, this is a fact-finding hearing, and I believe the requester, Easy Edibles. Well, let me ask, what is it that I'm sorry, what's your name again, ma'am, the attorney?
Sierra Cockrell.
Ms. Cochran, what is it that your client has requested from the agency?
Green Cross is requesting to purchase from out of state non-psychoactive cannabinoids, CBD, CBG, and CBN. These cannabinoids are not available for purchase in the district, and the business wants to use them as part of their recipe for their edibles.
So can you tell me let's start off. What's the business, please?
The business is Green Cross LLC, trading as Easy Day Edibles.
And what type of business is this?
Oh, medical cannabis manufacturer type 1.
Okay. And so can you tell us what are the chemicals that are being requested?
Yes, sir. The cannabinoids that are being requested are 1, CBD, 2, CBG, and 3, CBN.
And how are these chemicals produced?
I'll let the client answer that question if that's okay.
That is fine, yes.
Okay, these are actually called isolates, and it's an isolated molecule that's created in an extraction process by a medical lab. The final result after this product has been refined, you end up with these 3 cannabinoids in different containers, let's call it, CBD, CBG, and CBN. These isolates are non-psychoactive, and they are used in multiple configurations within the cannabis industry to aid in the entourage effect of the THC that's been introduced into, in our case, in our gummy edibles. I want to also point out that another manufacturer, type 1 and type 2, is already producing product, end-use product that has these 3 cannabinoids in them. It's Phyto, and you all had approved their request to have novel cannabinoids purchased from out of state last January 24th and 2024. I'm just asking to do the same thing they're doing. They already do produce multiple configurations using these cannabinoids in their products that they release to the legal medical community here in DC.
All right, so are these chemicals derived from the cannabis plant?
They are derived from the cannabis plant, yes.
Yeah. And who's the seller and producer of these chemicals?
There are multiple labs throughout the country that that produce these products. There's one in particular that I'd like to consider using. It's called Red Mesa Labs, and they're in Utah.
All right, so you're talking about you want to use the lab in Utah. Are there any other jurisdictions that you're aware of that produces?
Yeah, there are. I'm sorry, sir. There are other labs throughout the country, really, that are producing these. I can do some additional research to find out where they all are. There's actually one in Maryland, and there's another one in Virginia. So they're closer in. This one that I would particularly like to use, the one in Utah, is extremely well known and does good work.
All right, so let me ask you another question. So the chemicals that you intend to use, do these chemicals qualify as cannabis under federal law, or do they qualify as hemp derived?
They qualify as hemp under federal law, Chairperson.
So they qualify as hemp. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So are the chemicals subject to testing under state cannabis systems?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
So are the chemicals subject to testing under state cannabis systems? Or any states, state, yeah.
Yes, sir, and have to have a hemp license in most states to be able to produce them.
And additionally, there's a certificate of analysis, and it's always called a COA. The COA comes along with any of these products to show that its purity and its lack of, there's no insecticides. It's a very pure product. So it has a chemical analysis that goes along with this. The other thing I was going to bring up is we have a lab here, the ClearSight Labs here in DC, and Michael is the owner of that. So I've already had a conversation with him, and he would be happy to retest any of these products that I bring in then they could be shown to be pure and ready to be used in our system.
All right. So And this is probably for the do these chemicals qualify as cannabis under the district's controlled substance laws and Chapter 16B?
They do because they derive from the cannabis plant.
And you just stated that Fido, but let me ask you a question. No, this is do you know whether or not any current cultivation center or manufacturer in DC, do they produce any of these chemicals?
They, please.
Well,
I'll let the client answer.
Fido does, I believe, and they produce their own CBD. I had a conversation with, actually, as a coincidence, I had a conversation with the head of sales at District Cannabis, and she confirmed that they do buy their products from out of state, but the only one they produce is CBD.
Yes, Chairperson. So for a little bit of clarity, on January 24th, 2024, the board approved District Cannabis's request to purchase these novel cannabinoids from out of state. But as Mr. Manstoff stated, Fido Cultivation, District Cannabis does produce CBD themselves, but not CBD, CBN, and CBG.
Okay. So just tell us just what's CBN used for?
CBN is a cannabinoid that is used primarily for relaxation and sleep. CBN combined with the terpene that we do use, it's called myrcene. That gives you a very relaxing effect and helps you doze off and go to sleep. There's it's an
inflammatory.
It's also an anti-inflammatory, helps people with joint pain and so forth. The other two cannabinoids are also anti-inflammatory properties also.
Okay. And did you talk about CBG?
CBG is used in conjunction with the THC oil that we use, which would give more of a, not a euphoric, uplifting feeling, but more of a energetic feeling. CBG is more of an energy-producing type of entourage effect.
Now, for a DC manufacturer cultivation center to produce, do you know what type of equipment, if any, they would need?
No, I don't. I know that there's it's called a short path distillation apparatus. I'm not a chemist, so I couldn't even tell you what the name of this equipment is. But from what I understand, they can produce, Fido can produce the CBD relatively inexpensively, so the equipment they have. I've had conversations with other labs and asking the same question. They indicated that's a very expensive and lengthy process to set one of these labs up to produce these other cannabinoids. So the answer is, I think no one's going to do it here in district unless there's a huge market for it, and there's really not.
All right. I know it's a very. Is there any questions that any other board member might want to ask? All right, then. What I'll say, is there any final comments that you wish to make?
Any final comments?
Yes.
Yeah, there's one. Okay, I'm extremely happy to be part of this program in the medical community here in the district. I'm excited to get my operation up and running, and also I want to be able to provide the best therapeutic entourage effect I can put together for my formula, so the public can enjoy Easy Day edibles in the way that I would like for them to be produced. To actually have the entourage effect, it really does work, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking forward to producing my product and get into the hands of the DC public. That's it.
Thank you. All right, thank you for that. I am aware that we have. I'm aware that the board previously agreed for Fido to do this. We're having this fact-finding here because I think the board needs to look at its implications of, because as you are aware, hemp is, CBD is still cannabis under DC law. And
Yes,
so
yes, Chairperson, we
also, yeah,
understand.
and so we need to holistically look at um, these approvals and come up with a policy. So the board will take this matter under advisement,
Yes,
and
Chairperson.
we will issue a decision accordingly whether or not we will allow this to occur. Okay, thank you for being here today. I apologize for the wait. I did not anticipate that our 10:30 hearing would run through almost 5 o'clock.
We
Okay.
understand. One question for you, Chairperson, if I could. Would it be
Yes.
helpful to provide the source that the client, the business is thinking about purchasing from?
Yes, that's one of the questions. I know you can provide that. You can provide that to our legal office, to abca.legal. Well, I don't, abca.legal. Yes, the address is in the chat, so you can provide that information and any other information that you think would be helpful. If you're aware of, you stated that maybe you did. I think you said West Virginia and Maryland. I think you stated you allow this to occur. I know that Maryland has, as you know, we are a medical only state. So
Right.
if I'm not sure if you mentioned West Virginia
It's Virginia
or
and Maryland.
Virginia.
Yeah.
All right, so Virginia is also a medical only state. So if you can provide us information about what Virginia does, I believe that that's more applicable to us since they are a medical state
Okay.
rather than yeah. So
Adult
so
use,
any
right.
other
Okay.
state, yeah, any other state that if they do this that only have a medical program, I think that would be helpful for us.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank you very
Chairperson and
much.
members of the board.
Yeah. Thank you,
Have a great
Chairperson
day.
and members of the board. I appreciate your help.
You're welcome. All right, thanks. All right then, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm going to be at the record for about 5 minutes, okay? All right. So let's just take a 5-minute break. All right. All right, we're back in the record. We're back in the record. I would like to call our final case for this afternoon. It's a fact-finding hearing. This is Total Wine and More, license number 130474. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of all the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Tom Quinn, your access has been elevated. Stephen O'Brien, access has been elevated. Kelly Rep, access has been elevated. Robert Schaefer, access has been elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Okay, all right, so can everyone please turn their camera on, please? First and foremost, I want to apologize to everyone. Uh, although your case is not as late as I thought it is. Initially, I was asking for us to push this case up to 2:30 because I thought our day would have been very short. So why were we having a 3:30 hearing? However, our 10 o'clock hearing went through almost 4 o'clock, so I apologize and I appreciate it. All right, so I'm going to have all the parties introduce themselves, and then I will just proffer. So, Mr. O'Brien, can you introduce yourself for the record, please? I cannot hear you, Mr. O'Brien.
Can you hear?
I can hear, but I think you need to turn up the volume. Well, while you guys are waiting, the board calls this fact-finding hearing in DC Fine Wine and Spirits, trade name Total Wine and More. This fact-finding hearing was called so the board can investigate whether the public placards posted at the establishment were properly posted in accordance with DC Official Code Section 25-423A. I'm sorry, 423E. It is my understanding that a request came in from us from a group of 5 or more, and regarding the placard, they also they want to be a party in this case. But let me call the case, and then I'll state what the board's position is. So go ahead, Mr. O'Brien. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Sorry for the technical glitch there. Stephen O'Brien, STEPHENO''Brien, with Manal Mahmoud, MANALLE, last name MAHMOUD, counsel for Total Wine.
Who is this? I think the client is who's the client? Do we have a representative?
Mr. Schaefer was introduced, but Mr. Schaefer had to log out because of another commitment.
Yeah, I'm here now. I apologize.
Okay, so Mr. Schaefer, please spell and state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Schaefer, last name SHAFFER, and I work at Total Wine and More.
Okay, and I think we have a Mr. Rep. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this matter?
Yes, good afternoon, almost good evening here. Yeah, my name is Sheldon Repp, REPP. I am the representative of the group of five that's protesting this application.
All right, thank you. Mr. Quinn, please spell and state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson. My name is Tom Quinn, TomQuinn. I am here on behalf of ANC 3E. We are the second party in protest. And I apologize for my appearance. I did not realize I was actually going to be a party to this call. So thank you.
Well, all right. This is a process that this is a process that we're going to take, Mr. O'Brien. I know there have been motions and filed the board already on our calendar yesterday. We made some determination the process that is going to take. The group of five or more and the ANC are not parties to this matter. However, this is a public hearing, so I will allow the group of five or more to express to make a comment regarding their concerns, and the ANC, if they so desire, can make a comment regarding their concerns. But they're not parties to this matter. We will proceed with the applicant, but we're allowing we can start with the group of five or more that they can express what if any concerns that they currently have.
Regarding placarding.
Regarding the plaque, yes, Mr. The purpose of this hearing is the placarding. It's their concerns regarding the placarding and whether or not the establishment was properly placarded for the 45 days. And so therefore the decision is whether or not the applicant has complied with the statute, and if the applicant has not complied with the statute, what remedies what is it that the board should do? Should we state that the matter has to be replacarded and go to start the process back for the roll call? Okay. So that is the only issue that this is about. It's about the placarding and the concerns, because I said before, this was brought to our attention by the group of five or more and maybe the ANC. So therefore, that's why as this fact-finding hearing, and so they can comment, but they're not a party to this matter. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Rep.
Yes, thank you, Shelley Rep here. Based on your decision yesterday, I prepared like 3 minutes of remarks. Is that okay with you?
Go ahead, sir. I'll give you 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for giving our group a few minutes to speak. If possible, we ask for a brief period after Total Wine's presentation to respond.
No, sir. No, sir. This is your one and only opportunity
Okay,
to.
I understand.
You need to put everything here now.
Yes,
Okay.
I said if
All right.
possible. Okay. This is a fact-finding hearing, as you say, on the issue of whether Total Wine and More's public notice of its license application complied with ABCA requirements. The facts clearly show that they did not. Under DC law, a licensing applicant is required to post 2 notices for 45 days. Total Wine's posting of each of these 2 placards was deficient. Applicant now admits that a member of its staff visited the subject site on December 23rd and found that one of the 2 placards had disappeared and the other was folded over and, as shown in their photo, unreadable. Community members visited the site before then, including on December 13th, 10 days before the 23rd, and failed to find one of the placards at all. And as they said, it's missing, and took a photo of the folded over placard. The folded over placard was located in a construction zone inaccessible to the public. As Total Wine states, the premises are in a construction zone surrounded by chain link fence. However, the public can get close to the building on the building's Wisconsin Avenue side, as one lane of traffic on Wisconsin Avenue is closed off so pedestrians can traverse the block. One or more of the placards could have been posted there, but they were not. We note that it is applicant's responsibility to maintain the postings. Clearly, Total Wine failed in this regard. These facts should settle the matter before this fact-finding hearing. Since the placards were not posted and readable throughout the 45-day notice period, the placards should be posted anew. That's the appropriate remedy in our view. We suspect that Total Wine will state that our group had actual notice of the application. In our case, we only learned of the application on December 12th, and were only able to file our protest within a couple of hours, with a couple of hours to spare on December 23rd, the closing date of the protest period. Most members of the public were not aware of the application. Only a handful attended the ANC's December 12th meeting, which is where we learned of it. And we believe that might have been the only public forum where the application was presented. Community input has been severely curtailed. Placarding would provide time for more residents to learn about Total Wine's plans and their impact on the neighborhood. That's the main purpose of requiring public notice in the first place. Those are my comments. We do have photos, which we were told we might be able to share if you want to. I can show you a couple of those.
This is a public comment period, so I'll allow you, Mr. Oriana. Can you please allow Mr. Shep to share his screen if he's able to do so?
Access has been granted.
Just a minute here. Okay, here we have the photos that were taken on December 13th, excuse me, within the notice period. It shows this is a construction site. The road, this is 44th Street here. It's totally closed off to traffic. There's no sidewalk nearby. So that's just a picture of the site. You move down. This is the specific placard that was folded over and unreadable. Once again, there's no sidewalk nearby here. This was taken on December 13th. Moving on, this is I mentioned that they could placard on Wisconsin Avenue. I know this is sort of a small picture, but this is looking from Jennifer Street up Wisconsin in the direction of Bethesda. You can see this is the area that has been the road that has been blocked off so pedestrians could walk along here. This is the only side of the building where there is a sidewalk or walkable where the records could be posted, and they were not posted here. This is the Jennifer Street and 44th Street, which is the other side from the one where the placard, the folded over placard was. We believe this may have been where the missing placard is, but we didn't see it there. We didn't see it there on the 13th. It's not there now. Moving on. Once again, this is the construction. This is where the placard is. It's right there. Once again, you can't, the street over here on the right, 44th Street, it's blocked off, road closed, as you can see. There's no way that any pedestrian can get up there to look at it. Just have two more photos here. Again, once again, this is the folded over placard, the unreadable folding over placard, totally deficient notice in our view. There it is once again, the totally deficient notice. And once again, this is 44th Street, 44th and Jennifer, showing that this that's blocked off also for construction. We presume that this may have been where the placard was before. So that's all I have to share. Mr. Anderson?
I guess just a question now. You can close your screen. The question I just I'm curious about. The purpose that of course, you can close your screen, please, sir.
What do I do here? I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes, you're fine now. The purpose of the placard is to advise the community, to put the community a notice to say that that this establishment is applied for a license, and that you have the 45-day period that you can protest if you so desire. But you, sir, you file a protest. Mr. O'Brien, can you mute your line, please, sir? So, Mr. Rupp.
Yes.
Your group filed a protest.
We were just barely able to get it in before the closing period. Yes.
But you got it in, and so you were granted stand-in. And it's my understanding you went to the roll call, and maybe you're participating in mediation. I'm just trying to find out, assuming for argument's sake that everything you said is correct, what is the harm?
The harm is to the public here. While we were able to see this, most residents were totally caught unaware, and they've only been learning about it since. We did attend the roll call hearing, and all we did there was raise the notice, the placarding issue. We did not engage in mediation because we thought it was improper at that time to do that.
But I think the issue is that you represent a group of 5 or more, so for all intents and purposes, you represent the community. The ANC was given stand-in, so the ANC represents the community from the ANC's perspective, and you, from the group of 5 or more, you also represent the community. Now, if the ANC had signed a settlement agreement with this establishment, you would have been out of luck because you couldn't even have protested this. You'd have lost stand-in. So I guess what I'm saying is that you're granted stand-in. You represent the community. This is the opportunity that you can participate. You can have conversations with the applicant to find out more information. And if the parties are able to sign a settlement agreement, you're able to do that at this juncture. So I'm just curious, since I could understand, at least from my perspective currently, and I have not made up my mind, is that if you were not granted, if you did not know about you didn't see the notice, and if you fail to protest this matter within the 45 days, and if your argument is that, okay, we never saw the placard because it was not there for the 45 days, and if it was there, I would have protested. But the purpose of the placard is to put the community on notice that they can protest this, and you have done that. So I'm just curious what harm that you suffer, because as a group of 5 or more, you can represent the rest of the community.
Well, we do not pretend to represent the rest of the community.
But I'm saying as a group of 5 or more, because all that would occur is that maybe another group of 5 or more, or maybe another community group could possible, but the ANC has, you are a group of 5 or more, so you can, so if this matter goes to a hearing through your protest, you can call 100 witnesses in the community. All the folks who could have protested, you can call them as witnesses as a part of your group.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Anderson, but once again, we do not represent the community. We only represent the people that signed our protest letter. We understand, to get to your point about the ANC, we understand that the ANC is talking to Total Wine about a possible settlement. As you point out, if they under, what's it, 603, 609 point whatever it is, that would cut off the ability of anybody to protest.
Well, just a group of 5 or more. The abutting property could still protest, and a community group could still protest, but that would block
But
off
only,
any. Yeah.
only if there's replacarding, another notice period, and that certainly would be sufficient there. So you understand? Any more questions on? Can I help you further on that? Put it that way.
Okay, that's fine. All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Quinn, do you, as with the public business portion of the portion of the hearing, if you want to say something, I'll give you an opportunity. You don't have to, sir.
Chairman Anderson, ANC 3E has not taken a position on the notice, so I therefore don't have any testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions if it helps, but I don't have a statement. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Well, all right. So I have we're going to start the hearing. As I stated before, as a public hearing, I gave the the group of 5 or more an opportunity to speak, and so now we're going to formally start the hearing, and the board is the only parties who will be asking questions. Mr. O'Brien, what is your client's position, sir?
Excuse me. Our position is that the Administrative Procedure Act, which governs the board's conduct of business, doesn't require perfect notice. It requires reasonable notice. Now, I think Mr. Rep's position boils down to, if the placards are not up for the full 45 days, then we have to start over. Ipso facto, open and shut. But that's not the law. First of all, the placard's public notice have to be published in the DC Register. That was done in this case. Second, ABCA has to provide the affected ANC with notice. That was done in this case. Third, the applicant has to post placards 45 days in advance of expiration of the protest period. And I have a witness here who will describe it that was exactly what was done. So maybe if I can ask Mrs. Lomax to come up and sit where Manila is.
All right, and this is a fact-finding hearing, so we do not swear witnesses in, so she's not under oath. But you can, ma'am, can you please spell and state your name for the record, and you can ask her questions.
Good evening. My name is Olivette Lomax, spelled Olive like Victor, Ette, Lomax, like X-ray.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Lomax, how are you employed?
Mount Nelson O'Brien Sand Ground,
In what position?
legal assistant.
How long have you been employed with us?
I've been employed here for approximately 16 and a half years.
Okay, what is the nature of our practice, legal practice?
We're almost exclusively assisting our clients obtain their ABC licenses and representing them before the ABC board.
Okay, and what do you do at our law firm?
I prepare ABC applications and renewal applications. I renew and obtain business licenses, and I renew municipal permits.
Do you have any involvement? I'm talking now about in general. Do you have any involvement in placard posting?
Yes.
What is that involvement?
I visit Abra and pick up placards, and I take them to post them at the different establishments around DC.
Over the 16 years you've been with us, can you estimate how many times you have posted placards?
Hundreds of placards, hundreds. I wouldn't be surprised if it were thousands. I'm not.
Okay.
Many hundreds, I would say.
All right. What's the preferred placement of placards in general?
The preferred placement is normally right where the establishment is going to be situated.
Okay, on the outside of a building?
Well, we tried to post them interiorly on the inside on windows, facing outward.
And why is that?
To protect it from the weather and from people being able to pull the placards down.
Okay. When you do you ever allow clients to post the placards for their own applications?
No, we never allow clients to post their own
Why not?
placards. Some clients tend to be a little cute where they try to post the placards in a way where the public wouldn't be able to see it. So we just do not allow our clients to post placards. I post them.
Okay. If you are advised that a particular site that you're to post placards at is a construction area, what do you do?
Normally I would visit a location such as FedEx or Staples. I would get the placards laminated and hole punched where they would insert grommets or eyelets, metal eyelets, to keep the placard from being destroyed or being able to tear.
Okay. And then what would you do with the placards? Where would you post them normally?
I would normally post them as close to the establishment as possible.
On what?
On a fence, secured by zip ties.
Okay. How many times over the years do you think you posted placards on construction fences?
A lot. And you wouldn't give you a number? I would say hundreds.
Okay. Now I'm going to invite your attention now to Total Wine.
Yes.
All right. What were you told to do with respect to posting placards at Total Wine? What instructions were you given?
I was just told that the plaque where the Total Wine was a construction site, and to post them on the fence.
Okay, so what did you do? Where did you get the placards?
I went to Abra, picked up the placards, and then I took them to FedEx. Well, in this case, it was Staples, and I got the placards laminated with grommets, and I secured it to the fence with zip ties.
And when did you do that?
This was done on November 8th, 2024.
All right. Now,
2024.
Okay. Sitting here now, how do you know it was November 8th?
I was able to review our client's November invoice, and I also have it notated on my phone with a picture with date and time.
All right. I'm going to ask Ms. Mahmoud to if we can elevate a photograph.
Please allow Miss. Who is whose computer should I elevate? Should I allow to share?
It's the one that I'm speaking to you through.
All right, Mr. I need to tell our IT specialist what to look, who to give the rights to do that. That's why I'm asking, sir.
They still have access.
You have access. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Ms. Lomax, can you identify this photo?
Yes, these are the photos that I posted the placards at Total Wine.
Okay. Does this when did you take this photo?
This photo was taken November 8th.
All right. Does it fairly and accurately depict the conditions that are shown as of November 8th?
It does.
Okay. Now, where in relation to the placards, and we see two placards,
Yes.
Faber placards posted, where in relation to the Total Wine site are those placards?
I would say, I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Okay, there's a building behind it.
Right,
Okay, where in that building is Total Wine?
it's right behind that construction interest, placard, if you will.
The
There-
blue
there-
placard, the
yes.
blue sign?
Yes.
Okay, it's behind it.
Mhm.
Okay, all right. You posted those placards on November 8th.
Yes.
Okay. What's the I think there's a second photograph here. All right. That appears to be one of the two placards in the previous photo.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you take this photo of that one placard?
I wanted to show context between where the placards were posted and the street.
Okay. Right. Subsequently, did you learn that there was an issue with the placards?
Yes.
How did you learn that?
You contacted me by phone on my way to work and learned that the placards were not posted. So you asked me to ride by the site and see if the poster were still posted on the fence.
Okay. And when did you do that?
That was on December 23rd.
Okay. Was that the last day of the placard posting period?
Yes.
Okay. Could we have the next exhibit, please? Okay. And this is a photo, Mrs. Lomax. Did you take the photo?
I did.
When did you take it?
December 23rd.
Okay. And what does it show?
It shows that the placard is hanging by one zip tie.
Okay. When you say you describe that you laminate the placards, you have grommets in each corner.
Yes.
How do you fasten them to the fence?
With a heavy duty zip tie.
Okay. Can they be easily ripped after you fasten them to the fence?
No, not at all. When I'm usually taking down placard, zip ties, I would normally have to cut it with scissors. It's not easily done.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for Mrs. Lomax, subject to any questions the board may have.
Yeah, I have a question for Ms. Lomax. So Ms. Lomax, do you know that the placards are supposed to be up for 45 days. Do you typically go back within the 45 days to check to see if the ones that you have posted, if they're still there?
I do not.
Okay. So you went back. I mean, the picture that was shown, I only saw one. Maybe I missed it. The first picture you showed two placards. This picture you only show one. So when you went back there on the 23rd, was it just only one placard there, or was the other one there?
There was only one placard posted.
So do you have an idea what happened to the second placard that you posted?
I do not.
Now, you took the picture. Did you go there to look to see if the placard was still in good shape, or was it damaged? I know you said that it was laminated, but did you physically go up to the placard to look to see what condition it was in?
Yes, I can tell that it was a little damp, but it still was protected by the lamination.
So it was still affixed to the wall, although one of the posts was down, but you're saying that you could still read it?
I didn't try to read it. But if you look at the placard from the photo, you can still see some words from Mr. Rep's photo. You can make out some words.
But I'm asking you because I'm asking you about your pictures. You went, I'm sorry, you went on December 23rd and you took a picture. So I was asking you, the time you went to take the picture on December 23rd, were you able to, did you have bird's eye view, or did you just take it from a? Were you just driving by, take it, or did you actually go up there and take a picture and look at the placard and maybe affix it back to the wall?
I went up, took the picture. I walked up, took the picture. I did not try to read the placard.
And you didn't try to affix the other side back up?
I'm sorry?
You didn't try to attach the side that was down. You didn't try to attach it back to the fence?
No.
Okay. Any questions by any board member, any of the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
Ms. Lomax, thank you for your testimony. Just to verify, you stated that you've put up hundreds, if not thousands, of these placards, correct?
Yes.
In your experience, I know you stated that you did not know what happened in this instance, but given your vast experience of posting these across the city, can you provide us with maybe a handful of examples of situations where placards have been compromised, where it's out of your I want to word this correctly. Could you share with us experiences having put up placards of the placards being compromised, maybe by other people or by other elements? Are there any examples you could give us? I know you're not aware of what happened with this one, but can you give us a range of like what's to be expected in the line of duty that you do?
I'm not quite sure I understand.
Okay, let me try to give you an example from my end. So in a previous life, I've done work on political campaigns, right? Competitive campaigns, right? Where there may be competitors that have torn down signs as a result of my team and I putting up signs, right? There could be a weather induced situation that causes the placards to be damaged. It could be someone who's just for no reason, maybe a kid just playing around and trying to be destructive, right? Those are a couple of examples of situations I've incurred in a previous life putting up signage throughout DC. And I was just curious from your experience putting up placards, if there were any like standard potential situations that you could name where a placard could be compromised or in a situation where it's not viewable.
There were times where I posted placards. It was on Massachusetts Avenue. I want to say 2nd or 4th Street. And there were homeless people standing around. And the owners, they were afraid that the homeless people would actually tear down the placards. I even had owners to tell me that they were afraid to have their placards posted outside because their competitor would tear down their placards. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. No further questions from me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chair, following up, Ms. Lomax.
Hold on, Mr. O'Brien. I'm asking the board members if the board members have questions. I'm trying to get some more light here for myself, but so I'm trying to find if other board members have questions before I give you a chance to ask questions, sir. Any other questions by any other board members? Hearing none. I guess I'll give you an opportunity, Mr. Bryan, to ask if you need to ask a follow-up question.
Following up on the question that Mrs. Lomax was asked, you told the chair that you do not routinely go out and conduct a placards check during the 45 days. Okay, but from time to time, have you become aware that placards are down?
Yes, I have become aware.
All right, and what do you do when you're advised that the placards are down during the 45-day period? What do you usually do?
I would contact the licensing specialist, let them know that the client notified me that the placards were down, and I would go by and pick up the extra placards and post them, repost them.
Replacement placards.
Replacement placards.
Okay. And does ABCA staff routinely accommodate the request for replacement placards?
Yes. Okay. Yes. I'm able to go by the same day and pick up the placards and post them.
Okay. Why did you not do that in this case?
I did not go, why did I not go by?
Yeah, what?
Going by, I mean, Total Wines is a ways from my home and from our office, so it can tend to be kind of expensive for the.
Did it have anything to do with, we were talking about the 45th day of the posting period?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, if we'll let Mrs. Lomax go if there's no other questions for her.
There are no other questions for Ms. Lomax.
Now, I had arranged for Mr. Gordy to participate today.
Do you still need Mr. Gordy to I don't know where Mr. Gordy is, but do you still what can you provide us a proffer with what testimony you'd expected to receive from Mr. Gordy?
I will give you a proffer. And I've talked to him several times, including I think yesterday or the day before yesterday. In his experience, it is not uncommon for placards to go down or disappear during the 45-day period. And he would attribute it sometimes to weather, sometimes to sabotage. That's my word, but that's what he said. He mentioned the word competitors. He said when ABCA becomes aware of it, they will replace the placards. As soon as they become aware of it, notify the applicant, and that's what Mrs. Lomax stated, that she usually would go down and get the replacement placard and put it up. But Mr. Gordy would not testify, would represent that he did not do that in this case because it was the 45th day of the protest period. He learned about this either late on the 20th or early on the 23rd of December being the expiration. He went out, he sent somebody out who reported they couldn't see anything. He reported that to me. I sent Mrs. Lomax out to see what she could see, and she reported back. But it was the 45th day. What will be the point of issuing replacement placards to be taken down a couple hours later? That's what Mr. Gordy would say.
I mean, I don't think that's necessary for us to have testimony from Mr. Gordy. I mean, if you believe that you need to have him, we'll try to find him. But I don't.
I represent in good faith that that's what Mr. Gordy would say.
All right, then that's fine. Then we'll take that. We'll take a notice of that. I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary for the board to have any testimony from Mr. Gordy.
Okay.
And
Now,
I guess, go ahead, sir.
I notice I would also represent, and I know that Commissioner Quinn is with us, but if the chair, Mr. Bender, was with us, he would confirm that I telephoned him on October 28th, which is 10 days before the commencement of the placard period. And it was a courtesy call to Chairman Bender to tell him that the Total Wine application was coming his way. I'm not sure that Mr. Bender would confirm the date, October 28th, but I'm very confident that he would agree that he had a phone call from me as a courtesy, telling him it was coming, and that this phone call was the first he had known about it, meaning it was before the ANC was notified by ABCA.
I think Mr. O'Brien, the ANC has stated, you have Mr. Quinn here from the ANC, and Mr. Quinn has stated that he does not take a position. So the ANC is not so the ANC has not taken a position, and from what the record reflects was that the ANC had a meeting on December 12th where they voted, a notice meeting where they voted to protest the application. So therefore, if the ANC had a meeting on the December 12th, so therefore the ANC had to have sufficient notice for them to inform the public prior to December 12th that they would be considering taking a position at the Total Wine. So I think that the ANC's position is not, well, we know what the ANC's position is because as stated before, they have protested this matter, and I don't think that they are contesting the notice requirement.
Okay, I brought the conversation that I initiated with Chairman Bender up only on the subject of reasonable notice. It was in the DC Register. The ANC received notice from ABCA. The placards were posted correctly, as you've seen, and we went the extra mile to initiate contact before the placards went up. Initiate contact with the ANC. And that takes me back to what the Administrative Procedure Act requires. Not perfect notice, just reasonable notice. The Mr. Rep represented several times in his statement that he was not representing anybody else, any other than his 29 signatories to his protest. But what he is attempting to do today is represent them. And he's saying that there's other people out there who didn't have notice and they need notice. Well, not a single person in the 2 months, almost 2 months since the placard period ended, has come forward and said, I didn't get notice, but I would have protested. Not a single person. Now, I don't doubt that maybe later tonight or tomorrow morning, we'll have some person come up as a result of what I'm saying now. But they'd have to say that they were out of the country most of November and December, but they usually walk by this site every day. And if they had walked by this site and they were only back in the country for the last X days, even 10 days of December, 10 days of the protest period, if only the placards had still been up, they would have seen it and they would have protested. But there's no such person. Anybody coming up with that would not be deemed credible by anybody. The as noted in the Office of People's Counsel case that is cited in our memorandum, there are statutory grounds for protest of an ABC license. Each of those grounds has been alleged in the ANC filing. It's a boilerplate, but it's adequate. That it says real property values, peace, order, and quiet, economic pedestrian safety, parking, residential parking. Each of those issues is now before the board. So even this mythical late coming protestant could not introduce more issues. Every issue is here. As you stated, Mr. Chair, Mr. Rep can call anybody he wants as a witness. So the community here, through the ANC and through Mr. Rep's group, has placed every single issue that the board can act upon on the table already. So reopening this at great prejudice to the applicant, reopening with new placarding, pushing this back 4+ months, would not result in any issue being presented that isn't already on the table. With regard to the where placards could have been placed, Mrs. Lomax testified that she put them as close as she could get to the entrance to Total Wine. Now, I don't know how many board members are familiar with Mazza Gallery. It is a shopping center that's occupied the entire city block for 30 years. It's now being renovated to become residences. But it is an enormous building. And it's bounded by Western Avenue on the north, Wisconsin Avenue on the east, Jennifer Street on the south, and 44th Street on the west. This site is at the corner of the building, the northwest corner, 5401 44th Street. Thank you. It was suggested that, well, the placards could have been placed at the corner of Wisconsin and Western, a full city block away. Or it was suggested that the placards might have been placed at 44th and Jennifer Street, a full city block south. If we had posted placards a block away from the licensed premises, we would be subject to criticism from the board, and rightly so. We don't know what happened to the placards. Notwithstanding our best efforts, weather could have gotten them. Best efforts, laminating, grommets tied to the fence. Weather could have gotten them. They could have been the casualty of construction activity. Or it could have been sabotage. We don't know, and I don't suggest or argue sabotage in this case. I don't have the factual grounds for that. But I would suggest to the board that a ruling that, hey, 45 days is 45 days. And if it's not up for 45 days, that's the end of the conversation. Such a ruling by the board would, number one, encourage in future cases sabotage. An opponent, a competitor, knows that they can just rip them down and starts all over again. But that's not what the law requires. Section 25423A of the code says the placard shall be up for 45 days. But that has to be read in conjunction with subsection E, which will excuse 45-day posting. And I'm quoting here, unless the applicant has fully performed all other notice requirements and the board determines that it's in the best interest of the parties to proceed at an earlier date. Okay. Once again, we've gone the extra mile in this case with the phone call to the ANCJ to make sure that the community knew about this application. And there are the cases cited in our memorandum. I'm looking at the Office of People's Counsel. I'm looking at Monaco. Say that notice, while imperfect, may be overcome by substantial public participation. And the chairman noted that there's substantial public participation here. Or in the Monaco case, there were no prejudice from technical notice mishaps where vigorous participation in opposition to the matter was mounted. And that's the case we have here. Everyone who needs to be heard is at the table. We've reasonably complied with the notice requirements. And it would be very prejudicial to us to have to start this all over again. So I urge the board to take the position that the notice was reasonable and adequate in context. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. O'Brien. All I'm going to bring this matter to closure. The board will take this matter under advisement and we will issue a decision accordingly. Thank you very much. Again, I apologize for the late start, but thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right.
Was that by or?
All right.
Yeah, saying bye. I thought the board member was raising their hand.
Oh, now we're saying bye.
Okay.
All right. All right. All right, so we are, let me make sure, I believe that I have called all the cases on our calendar for today. Let me make sure that was the last case on our calendar. Yes, that was the last case on our calendar, and I did do the legal agenda medical. So let me close the record for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on February 26th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for February 26th, as published in the DC Register on February 21st. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
As I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 4-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are now adjourned for the day. Thank you, board members. Thank the public who have participated in our hearings today. I now ask all board members to now return to executive session for further action. Good night. Thank you.